Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 3. Yes, it's already the final day of the 17th Regional Investment and Capital Markets Conference hosted by the Jamaica Stock Exchange. My name is Andrea Chisholm.
And I'm Al Edwards. In the past 2 days, we've heard from several persons, including high-ranking government officials and private sector representatives. And now it's our CEO's Meet the Press session, where the focus is on companies' outlook for 2022 and beyond.
And before we get into all that, we're going to be recognizing some of our sponsors. We have Jefferies, NCB Capital Markets Limited, Jamaica Pegasus, the Jamaica Observer,
TVJ, Bamboo, Burrito, Oppenheimer.
We also have the JMMB Group, Massey, Cygnus, and Equity Line.
And we also have Cable and Wireless Business, Fosrich, Smart City.
Lisa Ridley, Canadian Securities Exchange, Ziefmans, and Solid PVC Pipes.
GK Capital, Stratus, DSP, and Jamaica National Fund Managers Limited.
Well, we don't have a lot of time, so let's quickly recognize our panelists. In here with us at the Jamaica Pegasus, we have Mr. Jermaine Deans. He's the Managing Director of J&K Man. Online, we have Michelle Gantois, President and Chief Executive Officer of the Jamaica Public Service Company Limited. Who else do we have, Al?
Excuse me. We also have, excuse me. We also have Steve Jasmine from Smart City.
Yes, and we also have Tamara Glaves Hussey from General Manager of Key Insurance Company.
That's right. To begin with brief remarks, we now start with Jermaine Deans from Jamaica National Cayman. Jermaine, can you just give us a brief outline as to what your company does and your good self?
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having me here at the Stock Exchange Conference. This is almost home for me. You know, I've always liked to work with the general manager of the stock exchange, Mrs. Marlene Street, or should I say the managing director. I'm MD for J&K Man, and let me start by saying that J&K Man is one of the entities within the Jamaica National Group. The Jamaica National Group, as you know, the conglomerate group here in Jamaica that is 148 years old. Started way back in 1874, just to give you some history of the entity that we are and how long we have been here. And it's our intention to be here for at least another 148 years. As it relates to Cayman, the Jamaica National Group has the footprint of money remittance services there and a billing society that is in the midst of conversion to a commercial bank. My role as the MD of J&K Man is to see through that transition as part of our strategic thrust for the wider group and to continue to create financial services products for the customers of Cayman and the wider Caribbean.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Deans. Let's move over online and see what Mr. Gantois has to say. Mr. Gantois, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. So my name is Michel Gantois. I'm the CEO of JPS, and what we do is generating, transmitting, distributing, and selling electricity across the whole island. So pretty simple to describe. And definitely our mission here is to convert a company with a very proud history and a long history in being a utility and convert it into a modern energy company, very, very responsive to our customers' need and going into the future now to move faster with more innovations, more attentive and at the needs of all our stakeholders and our customers.
Thank you, Mr. Grantar. We now have Mrs. Glaves Hussey.
Good morning. Thank you. So I am Tamara Glave Husey, General Manager for Key Insurance Company. Key Insurance Company is a member of the Grace Kennedy Group, and we have been in Jamaica for this year. We celebrate 40 years, and our focus is really about ensuring that we provide our insureds with the best possible economical insurance solution. And that is our focus as we move into 2022.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Glaves Husey, and we'll now move over to Stephen Jasmine. Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we're hearing you loud and clear.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Excellent. Hello, my name is Stephen Jasmine. I'm the chairman and founder of Smart City Clearing Company Limited. We're a Guyanese-focused merchant bank based out of the British Virgin Islands with offices in Georgetown, Guyana since June of 2017. And as of today, we're announcing the opening of our office in Kingston, Jamaica. So we're proud to be here and excited to participate. And we're entirely focused on helping facilitate the growth of Guyana as it goes through its petro cycle. Thank you.
We now go into our question session, and the first question will be for Stephen Jasmine.
Al, before you get into the question for Mr. Jasmine, let's just remind persons that if you're in the audience, you can ask a question. There should be a microphone provided for you. So if you're interested, just let us know, and you'll be able to pose your question as well. For those of you online, please use the Q&A section of, or should I say a chat? Yes. But it's a Q&A section specifically. Keep your questions very brief so that we can get as much in as possible.
Yes, and do identify yourselves. Thank you very much. Okay, moving along. The Caribbean capital markets, and in particular, the Jamaica Stock Exchange, continues to grow in popularity and are seen as a way to raise funding for a diverse number of companies. Mr. Jasmine, will your company be going this route, and how exactly will it be utilizing these funds? I understand that you'll be opening offices in Jamaica.
Absolutely. Well, thank you. We are excited to announce that we are in the process of working with Dr. Street Forest and the entire JSC family to put together and create a new piece of financial product that we're looking to hopefully list on the junior market in Q3 or Q4 of this year. And as we're doing that, it will be an excellent tool for not only the Caribbean capital markets, but the global markets to be able to see and understand transparently the growth and the opportunities and the returns that Guyana can provide as a frontier market. Jamaica is obviously an emerging market and Guyana is a frontier market. And so combining the two markets together at this stage of their growth is, I believe, critical for both countries' long-term success.
Thank you, Stephen.
All right, we're going to move over to JPS. All right, wanted to find out from you, Mr. Gantwa, what will JPS be doing further to diversify its energy mix?
Well, I mean, first, as you know, in Jamaica, the generation is the future addition of generation is competitive now. It's ruled by tenders and very specific legislation. And so it's not just us, of course, and we are looking definitely at the introduction of more or partially renewable energy on the islands, but also there will be a lot of other generators coming in the market, and they will offer presumably also a lot of generation that is more renewable, that is diversified, and that will offer a little bit more independence, I think, in the future from the suppliers of fuel compared to what we have seen in the past. So definitely, I think all the generators of electricity, including ourselves, are looking at the diversification of the sources of electricity, including renewable in the future, knowing that, like in all countries in the world, you can't go entirely or uniquely renewable from one day to another, and you still need reliable power when there's no wind or at night. And so we have to ensure that not only we diversify the sources of electricity, but also we give to our customers the safety of a very reliable sources of electricity. So we're looking at all the different aspects of what is needed for the country, for our customers.
All right, just a quick follow-up, Mr. Gantua. We know that the government has consistently said it's going to be divesting its 20% stake in JPS. What would JPS be looking for in a potential investor?
First, we don't know. Indeed, the government has indicated that they would like to divest the 20%. We don't know who will invest. It could be a mix of institutional investors, could be retail investors. Clearly, investors that come will have to evaluate, the investment using all the information and all the different factors, including, frankly, the risk factors that are affecting a company like ours that is always subject to revision of the energy policy, revision of the Electricity Act, and a lot of issues related to the theft of electricity and so on. So it's an investment that people will have to look at for themselves. As we grow and as we continue to fight, we'll have to have at times, I think, patient investors. Knowing the complicated and difficult business model we're in, including, frankly, the fact that, for example, today we are appealing some decision from our own regulators, and so it's in that environment that we'll need investors that clearly look and are comfortable with an investment in a very difficult sector that is moving in a lot of different directions. Some of them not very, very positive, and are willing to sort of follow the investment through the ups and downs of a very challenging sector.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Gantua. Don't think I'm grilling you, but you made a point in your presentation a while ago in your response that I think I need to follow up on before I get to Mr. Deans and others. You mentioned regulator in your response, but this week the OUR issued another cease and desist directive to the JPS to stop cutting power to communities which were under your pilot project for the Transformer Protection Program, which is being implemented. I wanted to find out from you very quickly, how has that cease and desist order impacted the operations of JPS? And when will you be complying with a request from the OUR to give them the data to complete its investigation?
Yeah, I mean, this matter, like a lot of other matter with the OUR, part, of course, of the constant interaction we have with them. This is a very unfortunate event from the OUR. Of course, we are in disagreement with the decision. What they have really done is not allow us to protect our equipment, and that's what we've been saying from the beginning. Is we have been protecting our equipment from upsurges. And a lot of our transformers are burning, and therefore we have to replace them regularly in different communities. And that's what we are doing. We're protecting our equipment, which is part of what we have to do under our license and our duty towards the customers. We have been complying, of course, as usual, and as we have to with the request from the OUR. The OUR often comes with unrealistic delivery schedule and blame us for not being able to give the information in just a few days when they take months to take some of their decisions. But it is what it is. So we are taking a positive look at that, of course, cooperating and hoping to show that what we're doing is for the benefit of the customers, the legitimate customers who pay, customers who consume legitimately their consumption, their electricity, and who allow the equipment to remain safe. Unfortunately, we have areas where it's not the case, and where regularly we have our equipment that is being destroyed, and that's why we're trying to protect.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, this is a question for Mrs. Glaze-Hussey. Mrs. Glaze-Hussey, you have managed to grow Key Insurance's third-party business, revise your reinsurance arrangements, injected fresh capital, and returned to profitability. You're looking to increase market share to 8% this year and 10% by 2024. Are you on track to still do so? You've set a revenue target of $2 billion this year. Is this still attainable given the economic climate?
Thank you, Al. So yes, we have set ourselves some targets, and I can confirm that the team were very focused on achieving these targets. You know, we're operating in a pandemic season, but for us at Key Insurance, based on the guidance that our board continues to give us, and just the confidence invested in us by our shareholders and or other parties, we have been very keen on hitting these targets. I believe based on our Q3 results, we are on target to hit our targets, and we remain very focused. As it relates to the third party growth, you know, a part of Key's legacy and history is that the company has always been a third party insurer. So even when we took over the company, that is the Grace Kennedy Group, in March 2020, Key Insurance was one or the only company in Jamaica that was still offering limits of liability to the motoring public that were in line with the Third Party Motor Vehicle Risk Act. And what this is really providing our motoring public, those who can't afford comprehensive coverage but do want to be in line with the requirements of the law, to be able to afford insurance. And so we want to continue and have continued to serve this segment of the market. We have reaped some success from it, and we intend to continue to enhance our product offerings, enhance our services, so that we can regain our position, a very strong footing of being a third-party insurer of choice for our customers. So that is a strategic focus for us, and we are intent on executing on that focus.
Thank you very much.
All right, Mr. Deans, wanted to find out from you, what are some of the growth areas for your company looking out to 2022?
2022 presents significant opportunities for the Jane Group and Jane Cayman. As you know, for all intensive purposes, we are a group of financial services and non-financial services. But from the financial services side, you know, you're talking about banking, insurance, investments, wealth management. When you think of persons wanting these type of services, they go across all genre, they go across all pandemic. At the end of the day, you know, what COVID has taught us as a globe, you know, a few things that are very important. First and foremost, family. JN as a group focus tremendously on family and the stability of family, by extension in providing mortgages, and not only in providing mortgages, but providing relief as it relates for some persons or some of our customers, some of our members, who it is that would have required some reprieve on such payment. So for 2022, as it relates to my immediate entity in the Cayman Islands, what we're looking at is building out the strategic footprint of the group further. We foresee the financial markets and the financial space to be as robust as ever. I mean, if you just only pay attention to the Jamaica Stock Exchange or the New York Stock Exchange and see the activity that occurs in the financial space all through the pandemic, I guess one of the good things for us as an industry is that pre-pandemic, we were always pushing electronic means of delivery. So this has been a true test as to where we are and how important that is. But 2022 presents significant opportunities. Borders are reopening. Persons are coming back to the Cayman Islands. Persons are traveling to Jamaica and elsewhere. And for all intensive purposes, some persons may have been reallocated in their 9-to-5 environment, but they have not stopped working. And at the end of the day, persons are always turning to their financial services provider to provide that guidance and that stability. So 2022 is as bright as ever for us.
Just a quick follow-up question, Mr. Deans. Can you tell us a little bit about your transformation into a commercial bank in the Cayman Islands?
We are in the process of working with the regulators. As you can imagine, the Cayman Islands and the regulator environment there is one of the most rigid in the world. Let me just say that. And as such, you know, there are going to be significant check marks that we have to establish in order to get to that goal. But we are on path to achieving that, and it's just going to take some more time as we work with the regulators.
Thank you very much.
All right, you going to the next one? You going, or should I go?
I'll go.
All right.
Prime Minister Andrew Holness made the point that the financial sector is eager to pivot to digital, but must be mindful that many rely on traditional banking and older people and others au fait with the new digital forms of transaction. What solutions can be offered? Let's begin with Mr. Jasmine, then we'll have for Mrs. Glaze-Housey, and then yourself, Mr. Deans. Stephen?
Excellent. Thank you, Al. Like Mr. Holness said, banking has to be inclusive for all, not just the young or the old. So working together to enter this new era of decentralized banking or decentralized finance, I believe there will be a lot of new innovations that come out. One of the key things that was brought up by one of the presenters earlier in the conference was the need for the legislation. I believe the finance minister spoke to that. And so, you have to have a legislative environment that supports the inclusiveness of the wealthy, the underserved, as well as those just trying to get by. And so with that, I believe, as both Guyana and Jamaica and the entire greater Caribbean continue to evolve, it's critical that digital and analog meet together to find a solution that all can be happy with. But nowadays, if you ask any student in school or try to show them a payphone, I don't even know if they still have them in Jamaica, but anywhere in the world, most people don't even know what a payphone is. So evolution of financial services obviously is happening, and everyone will have to evolve with it. But that said, you need to be inclusive for all is critical to that. And that's one of the things we're focused on, is not just financial inclusion for the commercial and retail customers, but also for the institutional clients as well. There's a lot of opportunities that pension funds and people that have, asset managers that are managing funds want to participate in growth, but they're not allowed to because of the legacy rules and regulations that are in place. And so as you look to, be a part of that growth, both at the institutional and retail level, this is one of the areas where SC3 is looking to kind of bridge that gap and allow access for all. And that's in large part why we're working with the JSC on our initiative to create this new financial product that we'll be listing by the end of the year.
Thank you. Mrs. Glaze-Housey?
Thank you. So we do agree that, there has to be digitalization and, of course, inclusion in the financial sector. And for us in insurance, it's no different. As the world continues to evolve and change, we recognize that our customers want us to meet them wherever they are. And so with that in mind, you would have recognized that Key Insurance, similar to some of our competitors, we have launched online offerings with a view to reach our customer where they are, because we do understand that being nimble is now the new big. And so with the pace of change, business has to transform in order to really keep their place in the market and to serve their needs. But with that said, we also do recognize that not all our customer base are at that stage where they are, and accepting digitalization as a natural way of life of doing business. And so we do have two models. We have our branch locations to facilitate those customers who are not ready to join the digital age as yet, so they too can continue to do their business. But as an entity, we also ensure that in the back, on our back end, we are utilizing digitalization to enhance our operational efficiencies. And that's really similar to how I'm sure businesses across the globe are now operating, where we're seeking to utilize technology to ensure that we can operate our businesses as efficiently and profitably as possible, whilst ensuring that our customer remain at the forefront of what we're doing as we, engage and take on board the accelerating pace of change in the business.
Thank you very much. Mr. Deans, it's right up your alley.
Couple of things I'd like to say, not in any particular order, but let me start by saying again, when I introduced myself and I mentioned Jane Group, origins of 1874, that was way back in Westmoreland as a building society. And why I raise that is because, as we know, building societies tend to be community nature. The members are the ones that tend to own the building society for all things being purpose. Now, if we, travel to where we are now, if you look at the Jane Group and how we have positioned ourselves, we have a good hybrid that was pre-pandemic, and I'll get into the pandemic and how that has exacerbated. In that, if you take a look at our online platform, Jane Life, it's one of the simplest platforms that you will find to navigate. And why I bring that is because online interfaces for financial service institutions and commercial banks, which is a subset of same, needs to be fairly simple but robust in the back end. Sometimes what you find is that you'll go onto a particular site and it's pretty confusing. And in an era where we're trying to You know, you have the millennials and the Z's and everyone who, I mean, as a gentleman said there, you know, they don't know what a phone booth is type thing or a dial-up telephone. So they will adapt pretty quickly. But you know, for my mother's generation, my grandmother's generation, who they are accustomed to walking up to the teller, feeling the passbook in their hand and getting the cash in their hand, it's hard for them to change. However, so what we do at the Jane Group is we manage a hybrid where we still have that community relationship with persons who prefer to come in and handle the passbook at the same time, while we try to teach them the benefits of what online is in a context of making sure that our online platform is fairly simple to navigate, but in the background is significantly robust to execute. As it relates to COVID, I'm sure all of us, especially in 2020, when we were under lockdown wherever you are in the world, and especially in the Caribbean when they adopted alphabet days, I mean leaving your house on a particular day to access essential services. For me, when you think about it, and I looked at it, when banking was regarded as essential services, you know, it kind of highlighted how important commercial banks and by extension financial services are to an economy's development, and more importantly, the movement of that economy. And in so doing, we as financial services providers, and no exception at the Jane Group, also were enlightened to the fact that, you know, our online interface has to continue to develop in a context of COVID, because there's going to be continue to have COVID, and there's probably going to be another pandemic. But at the same time, business need to continue. So where we are, in essence, we ensure that we have a hybrid model of continuing to deliver the best platform that we can on a daily basis. And at the same time, for those persons who have been accustomed to their passbook and the cash, we still provide that environment for them as a community.
Thereby operating in a social context.
Yes.
And let me just follow up on that, because you made an interesting point, Mr. Deans. Here in Jamaica, we see where branches are being closed, bank fees are increasing. We see where the average Joe, Tom, Mr. Mary, they don't understand how to use this technology. You alluded to some of it earlier, because the digital divide is real. What should banks be doing now in Jamaica to bridge that gap to include those persons who are not yet that tech savvy?
I think it's a whole-scale approach of the industry and the regulators, in that, you know, if we follow the lead of the Jamaica Stock Exchange, 5-10 years ago, the stock exchange in Jamaica wasn't as robust as it is today, especially in the form of the junior market. So what did Dr. Street and team do? They went on a significant education campaign, and that took years. But this is the fruit of today, where now we're one of the top exchanges globally. We've had that markup years ago twice, etc. But it didn't happen overnight. It's an education campaign. So the regulators themselves have to play a role. So for example, I know, just let me give you a simple example. RTGS transfer, which all of us here know, is you go online and you transfer money online. A lot of persons, or most persons that I come across, would call that a wire. And that's the normal terminology now. And from where I sit, that's not a wire. But that's what is accepted and that's what is shared, because there has not been an education campaign, in my opinion, on both sides of the fence that needs to be had. So in terms of including persons to move, if you will, with the times, you have to have an education campaign, but you also have to be patient. You mentioned branches closing, etc. If you take a look at the Jane Group and how we operate at Jane Bank, our mantra is people first. And from where we sit and through our group CEO, Mr. Earl Jarrett, is understanding people, what their desires are, and how we can meet those desires in as cheap a manner as possible. And as such, you would notice that we have not reduced our footprint, even while we continue to build out a significantly robust online interface.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Deans. And we have our first audience question. And for those of you online, do remember that you can type your questions in the Q&A section. I think I'm seeing Mr. Nigel Cook. Go ahead with your question, sir. Please introduce yourself in terms of your title before.
Thank you very much. Nigel Cook, a moderator and a communication director. Mr. Deans, you just said it a while ago. You put people first. Before you mentioned the whole issue of the baby boomers who still would want to have their passbook in hand, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm looking at an article in the Observer yesterday that says the Jamaican National Bank has come under fire for charging a fee to customers who use their banking halls on a Saturday, but remain steadfast on the issue. Mr. Jackson is saying you're charging $1,000 for, maybe I'd say, baby boomers who comes into the hall on a Saturday. What do you have to say about this?
Well, first of all, let me say this. If you look at the Jamaican National Group and by extension Jane Bank in a whole-scale manner, and the fact is out there, you know, as our group CEO would like to say, check the facts. We have little or no fees across the board on what we do. And you can check that. Again, inputting people first. As it relates to the article and the information in that article, that came out yesterday and I saw it too. So there are some data that I would have to collect to respond in a responsible manner to that in this type of forum. So I would reserve comment on that at this point.
Thank you.
Okay. How can more companies be encouraged to list? We see Massey is all set to cross-list, and Guardian did so last year. Is this an avenue Caribbean companies should be pursuing, and why? Let's start with Mr. Jasmine. Steve, you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. Cross-listing, I believe, is a huge critical component for the success in order to help the Jamaican Stock Exchange scale. I know at the panels yesterday, I believe the CEOs of both the Ghanaian Stock Exchange as well as the Latinx or the Panamanian Stock Exchange both participated. And I believe as the continuation of the adoption of the decentralized finance models, as well as the cross-listing and the cross-border transactions that are occurring throughout the Caribbean as a result of all the influx in capital that will be coming in from the Guyana oil find, I believe it's critical that Jamaica makes the investment domestically, like Senator Hill was talking about, or Minister Hill, was talking about yesterday, but allows the ability to tap into these additional markets to increase overall market liquidity. You know, I think that's one of the things the Jamaican Stock Exchange is continuing to struggle with is the amount of liquidity in the market. And a great way to increase that liquidity is by bringing in these partner exchanges, if you will, like the established relationships both with the Canadian Stock Exchange and the Trinidadian Stock Exchange that the JSE already has, and moving to embrace more partnerships like that to help increase the overall liquidity for all investors, both on the retail and institutional side.
Mr. Gantois, what are your thoughts?
I mean, I don't have much thought, frankly, on cross-listing, which is probably a more technical question. But generally, if you look at pools of investors, whether institutionals or retail, you want to make sure as well, as a question of fairness, essentially, if you're looking at investment, it's not just how to access pools of capital and more money for development, but also making sure that any investment is, apart from just, you know, purely what is in the prospectus, what is fair and just and ethical for investors. Some businesses are more local, and I'm not sure that all businesses would sort of naturally benefit from a huge investor base or investors who may not know what they invest in. So definitely, I think cross-listing is one option, not necessarily applicable to all the business models.
Okay, Mrs. Glaze-Hussey?
Thank you. So from my vantage point, businesses are increasingly able to reach customers across the region. And so I believe that cross-listing will not only allow businesses to gain capital, but also assist with liquidity. And so I do know that regional expansion is not for everyone, but there is a lot of benefits in cross-listing. And so companies really need to look at their business model and to determine based on, their strategic intent where they want to go and the pros and cons associated with cross-listing.
Mr. Deans, you're in Cayman Islands. Now. Expanding the JN footprint.
We try, and I'm trying. I'm happy for a question like this because let me give you a quick background. I've worked at Dr. Street Forest on this for quite a while, and it has been slow in coming. why I think it is significantly important for the region to have cross listings. If you think about it, a couple of things. A company will never be able to market itself in a more expansive way than when it lists, and especially at listing or cross listing. I'm sure a lot of persons in Jamaica know about Massey, but way more persons are going to know about Massey now because of this cross listing. What does that do? That increases revenues because persons are going to want to receive or seek out the services or the products. Separate and apart from that, that expands the network of capital and the capital base that you can raise. If you look at it from a numbers perspective, and you don't have to really be too much of a genius, as it relates to base, Jamaica is the largest island that you're working with. And if you go down the east, etc. So to widen the capital market space for companies to generate capital to grow would be of significant benefit. Not only to the Jamaica Stock Exchange or to the other stock exchanges, but to the companies and the other the respective economies.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deans. And you spoke of Massey, so we'll be witnessing another history-making moment in about roughly 17 minutes from now. All right, yes. Let me put back this question to Mr. Gantua. With oil prices edging closer to the $100 per barrel mark, what will the JPS be doing to, should I say, cauterize that impact? Will you be passing on that increase if it comes, when it comes to consumers, or will you be able to absorb it?
It's a good question. It's very unfortunate that we have events on the worldwide scene that affect all the energy companies in the world, and therefore all the consumers. The recent increase in the fuel prices generally, whether it's gas, natural gas, LNG, fuel oil, and so on, has definitely affected all the energy companies, and by extension their customers. By law, we are heavily regulated. We can't do much without being scrutinized by everyone, including the regulators or the ministry. By law, we have to pass through the cost of fuel. So it is not a choice we have. It is part of the construct that has been here for a very long time in Jamaica, and part of the agreements that were struck. So the price of fuel, unfortunately, is part of what customers pay. The increase is real. As much as possible, of course, we are asking the suppliers. We're doing our shares. Basically, we're asking the suppliers to try to limit that increase, to do what they can. But it is not up to us. It is entirely driven by market forces and by importers of fuel. And that's a very unfortunate event, at the scale of the planet. So hopefully that will subside in the near future. But there are a number of factors that indeed are completely out of our hands. Actually, more than two-thirds of the bills that people see every month, even though it has our name on it, is not at all under our control. And that includes the payment to generators of electricity. That includes gyrations in the foreign exchange, the cost of fuel, and some taxes that people actually pay that go directly into the hands of the government. So very unfortunate that a lot of those elements are very volatile. They change month to month. They are passed through to the consumers, and there's not much we can do except beg a lot of those different counterparties to be careful with the management of the fuel supply, for example, all the taxes, and do what they can to limit the impact that will have to our consumers.
Guyana has seen some of the fastest economic growth in the region, with the World Bank putting it at 43% last year. This has been predicated on oil and gas discoveries, with ExxonMobil estimating that Guyana holds at least 10 barrels of crude, potentially making it one of the more wealthier countries in the region on a per capita basis over the next 20 years. Mr. Jasmine, do give us your view on Guyana's development, and what part can the capital markets play here?
Absolutely. Well, just to be clear, actually, as of the start of this year, Exxon announced 2 more finds that were pretty massive. So we're now up to over 13 billion barrels of oil down in Guyana per Rystad Energy's report that was issued last week, I believe. For Actually, today is a pretty important day in the history of the Caribbean. As of yesterday, the government of Guyana laid before Parliament their 2022 annual budget, and in doing so, it was the first time that that the government of Guyana will now be tapping into, if you will, the over $600 million in revenue that the country's received to date. And they're going to start, and they announced a lot of the big infrastructure initiatives that will be occurring in the country over the next 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. And in doing that, what they've created is an ability for the entire Caribbean region to participate in it. You know, Guyana is a startup nation. And so I permanently believe, in our firm's thesis, is that we look to the Caribbean capital markets as essentially the angel investors and Series A investors of Guyana being a startup nation. And one of the reasons that why our firm is making such a push into Jamaica and making the investments in Kingston and setting up our office at the Regis in the Panjam building as we continue to plant our flag and grow is that we're focused on how can we facilitate that growth and how can our banking house that we're creating here participate at that, but not just us, but the entire Caribbean capital markets region. And so for us, we look at the oil boom as a good thing in Guyana, as well as a good thing for the entire Caribbean, because it's going to raise the standard of living throughout the Caribbean, I believe, if properly captured. I can tell you that in October of this year, I was privileged to be a part of the government of Guyana's state visit to the United Arab Emirates. And every institutional investor, pension fund, and sovereign wealth fund I met with while I was over there was extremely excited to participate in Guyana's growth. And they already are starting to make those investments and position themselves. And I believe in the short term, if the Caribbean capital markets don't position themselves and make the proper investments internally to grow the human capacity and the human capital requirements needed, then it's going to skip the Caribbean, quite frankly. And the entire Caribbean will miss out on this once in a lifetime generational wealth creation opportunity. And so I believe, you know, this is what our firm is working towards, and we're looking forward to working with the entire Jamaican financial services sector in all of their different partners and capacities to turn this vision into a reality. But we have to work together. It's not a capital model. So for us, we're very oriented on how we can leverage the growth in Guyana and participate in it and build the back offices needed to accelerate that growth and take a part of that. And so for us, this is where we really are excited to be launching our office in Jamaica and working with all of you to participate in this once in a lifetime opportunity.
Thank you very much. We do have a question.
Thank you. Good morning. Morning, Andrea. Morning, Al.
Good morning.
Jermaine.
Morning.
Jermaine, this is for you. Given JN Group's strategic intent really to solidify and cement the relationship between Jamaica and Cayman, are there any prospective listings, Cayman-based entities looking to increase their capital footprint that may consider listing on the Jamaica Stock Exchange?
Well, I personally have started to have discussions with potential entities as it relates to corporate advisory and the benefit of SEAM. But more further to that is, you know, through conversations with Dr. Street Forrest and the head of the stock exchange in the Cayman Islands, you know, there's a move to have some collaborative efforts on both fronts, both stock exchanges, and in so doing, and by extension, having a wider market, if you will, education, again, back to what I would have shared, market education as to the benefits of the capital markets in the Cayman Islands and by extension Jamaica. And why that is important, that's because the Cayman Islands, as it is now, doesn't have the sort of capital markets that we are accustomed to in Jamaica. You know, I think that, you know, the stock exchange has done such a great job here that, you know, it becomes second nature to us now as it relates to the stock market and capital markets. But in the Cayman space, what you tend to have more is a lot of offshore financial entities that may be registered there or perform offshore. But the domestic capital markets is in its infancy, and there are things that will need to be done from an infrastructural and regulatory standpoint to get that going. But more pertinently, back to your original question as it relates to entities would be wanting to seek capital here. There are potential opportunities, yes, and I'll be sharing same with yourself and Mrs. Street as that continues to build out.
Thank you.
All right, we're coming to very close to the end of our session, but very quickly, I'll just throw this out to the panelists. The budget season is right upon us here in Jamaica. Are there any policy changes that you would request from government at this time to further boost private sector investments? Who wants to start, or should I start with Mrs. Glaves-Husey? Mrs. Husey?
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Andrea. So at this point, as we think about how can we help the country, and by extension, helping the country also involves helping the government. And so for us in our business in insurance, we are interested in what the government have in mind as it relates to, the junior stock market, which already provides some benefits to businesses, just how, as a part of the budget consideration, what the government will be doing for some of these businesses, not just those listed on the junior stock exchange, but also the entrepreneurs and business coming up. What can they put in place? Because we need businesses to employ people so that as an economy, we can continue to grow and, of course, to manage. There's quite a bit of SMEs coming up, and so they too require assistance, and we want the government to take this into consideration as they sit at their budgetary discussions, because I'm sure it will help to facilitate the growth, not just for business, but also for us as a nation.
Very quickly, Mr. Gantua, care to weigh in?
Yeah, so very quickly, two things. I think that what we're very excited about is continue to work with the government, I think, to promote the electrification of transport, especially the import development and incentivization of having more electric cars. It's good for the country, good for the environment, and it allows us to basically spread also the fixed cost of infrastructure necessary to bring electricity to customers across more users. And another point, I think it's finally time for the government, I think, to devote more time, more effort, and some money to help us, alongside with us, fight the theft of electricity, including with elements that it's time to step up, like fighting or helping energy poverty. We have a lot of people who can't pay their bills. We have also a lot of people who steal electricity. So there's a law enforcement effort, and there's an effort of allocating some funds to help people who generally cannot afford the basic necessities of life, including electricity. And we hope that 2022 can be a year where some of those measures can be taken by a courageous government.
Okay, very quickly, Mr. Deans and then Mr. Jasmine.
A couple of quick things to continue their works with the stock exchange in creating even additional incentives for prospective junior company listings and micro. I know that's something that's been worked on. That's one, I would say. Two, this is ongoing for us, but to the extent that whatever spending or infrastructure that could be instituted to enhance our production as it relates to our national consumption, to some extent to try and reduce the level of our reliance on imports. Whatever it is that can be done to ensure that, local production is competitive from a price standpoint. I've always, somebody who was born and somewhat raised in St. Elizabeth, found it crazy to go to the supermarket and I'm buying lettuce or cabbage from overseas. How do we fix that dynamic? And in trying to fix that dynamic, that will essentially, in effect, on some level, help on the FX side. But the conversation is to be had there. So those are two of the things that I think that the government can look at, and I'm sure they are looking at it, but just broadly speaking.
Okay, Mr. Jasmine, very quickly.
I think the two areas that I'd like to see some additional government support around would center, like we spoke about earlier in the presentation, the resources to accelerate the dual listing and the connectivity of the JSE with other markets globally. And I would also believe that I'd like to see the funding and the resources to help the JSE expand and really broaden their debt markets. I believe the commercial debt markets are ripe for opportunity in Guyana and Jamaica, and that Jamaica can really step up. And I know it's an initiative they've been working on, but I think it's something they need to continue to provide additional resources to support.
And as they say, that's a wrap. Thank you for attending our Meet the Press session with CEOs. At this stage, I'd also like you to give a warm hand to Miss Andrea Chisholm, one of our most promising broadcasters, who's returned home, by the way, after a successful stint with the BBC. It's good to see you again, Jermaine.
Likewise.
You still look 21.
Thank you.
And thank you, Marlene, for putting on another great conference again.
And thanks to you, Al. And thank you to Mrs. Glaves-Husey and Mr. Jasmine and Mr. Gantua. Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful day.
Enjoy your day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
5.
Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is the day that the Lord has made. Let us be glad and rejoice in it. Significant moment in the life of the Jamaica Stock Exchange. Significant moment in the life of the Massey Group this morning. We will have a brief but very important ceremony this morning as Massey seeks to expand its network of capital even further. As the chairman said yesterday, it is not a conglomerate, but an investment holding group, a portfolio of several companies coming together, and we're happy to welcome this listing this morning. Before we start, I will ask Mr. Sean Taylor, Head of Digital Marketing at Barita Investments, to say a word of prayer.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we want to thank you just for your continued blessings on us as we are here at the Jamaica Stock Exchange to celebrate this moment of Massey's cross-listing. We thank you for what that represents. This was a collaboration that has gone across borders. It has gone between different companies. It has been made possible through Barita, through First Citizens. It's been made possible because of the TT Stock Exchange and the Jamaica Stock Exchange. It's a reminder to us that we are stronger together. And so we would like to ask that you will continue to bless Massey as they would list, that they would be a blessing to shareholders, to all stakeholders, to clients, to employees, and that you will continue to use them to be a force for good. Bless the rest of our time together. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much, Sean. I will now ask our Managing Director, Dr. Marlene Street Forrest, to bring the welcome and her own opening remarks.
Master of Ceremony, Mr. Andre Gooden, Group Business Development Manager for the JC. Mr. Robert Bermudez, Chairman, Massey Group of Companies. Mr. Gervais Warner, President and Group CEO, Massey Group of Companies. Mr. Ian Shinapu, Group Chief Financial Officer, Massey Group. Other members of the Massey Group of Companies. Mr. Paul Simpson, Founder, President, and CEO, Cornerstone and Deputy Chairman of the Board of Barita Investments Limited. Mr. Jason Chambers, Chief Investment Officer, Cornerstone, and Director of the Board of Barita and Barita Investments Limited. Mrs. Paula Barkley, General Manager, Barita Investments Limited. Mr. Ramon Small Ferguson, Executive VP, Asset Management and Research, Barita Investments. Ms. Therese Kettle, Vice President, Investment Banking, Barita Investment Limited. Other members of the Barita team, Mr. Arthur Hamilton, Partner, Pattison, Mayor Hamilton. Ms. Kimberly Hosu, Partner, Pattison, Mayor Hamilton. Mr. Andre Toller, Chief Executive Officer for the Regulatory and Market Oversight Division of the Jamaica Stock Exchange. Ms. Andrea Kelly, General Manager for the JCSD and the JCSD Trustee Services. Other members of the JSE team, members of the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for attending what is an extraordinary event today. The listing of Massey Holdings Limited at the JSE Regional Conference on investments and the capital markets. And I emphasize that because this is the first time that we are having the listing of a company at our event, our stellar event. I want you to just give Massey a hand in terms of this extraordinary listing. A listing of a company is always an important and special event in the life of the Jamaica Stock Exchange. We love to see companies listed, so it's really a pleasure for me to be welcoming Massey and welcoming you all. And I am going to speak about what this is today. Since the year began, this is the first company to be cross-listed. Our first listing by introduction and our first listing on the main market, and that's quite a first. I pause, please act and be excited about what is truly an exciting event. I am very pleased that you could be here to participate in the listing of Massey Holdings. The exchange is delighted to list this company by introduction and welcome Massey as part of the growing family, the family of companies that are here with the stock exchange. Massey will be the 52nd company listed on the JSE main market and the 97th company to list on the JSE. That brings a total of 143 securities listed on our market. And yes, it is growing. It is growing, and we welcome many more companies. Massey has joined a growing number of companies that have decided to list because of the value of listing on the exchange. And more importantly, there is a value of doing business in Jamaica. So I know Massey knows that. Yes? This listing has certainly created more mass for investors in Jamaica. And we are certain that they are even now eagerly, and that's our investors, anticipating when they can participate through the purchasing of shares and the future growth of this Pan-Caribbean organization, and to join over 8,024 shareholders that Massey already has. Massey Holdings today will list under the symbol Massey. They are already listed in Trinidad, and it's that symbol. And if they were to be traded today, the price would be at $2,463.08 per share. And I know that the Jamaican public, we are waiting to have a go at putting this particular security in our portfolio. We wish to acknowledge our broker, Barita, who has worked closely with Massey Holdings to achieve this cross-listing today. We look forward this year, as I always say, when I see one of our brokers doing well, and I encourage them to continue and to have other brokers bring more companies from across Jamaica and the Caribbean and really globally to list on the main market, the junior market, the bond market, the private market, and the US denominated market of the exchange. I also wish to acknowledge the many other professionals who were instrumental in working with the group, enabling its success. We all know that teamwork is essential ingredient to have a successful listing, and this was accomplished with this listing. I think it was accomplished in even record time, would you say? Yes, with this listing. The market capitalization of Massey is $243.77 billion, making it the largest cross-listed company and the second largest company listed on our exchange. We are massively happy. This addition will increase the market capitalization of the JSE main market to 1.95 trillion and the overall market capitalization to $2.12 trillion. This statistic is significant as the highest record market cap for the main market was 1.97 trillion and the largest overall market cap was 2.13 trillion, taking the company back to the market cap prior to the onset of COVID-19. I think that is good because we were impacted, but with this listing, we are back. Yes? On behalf of the JC Group, we wish to thank Massey Holdings for considering the market as a viable option for cross-listing of its company. As you list on the exchange, and as the JC is now your sub-registrar for your security, we promise, as usual, to provide you with the assistance necessary and within our control to be a company in good and regular standing with the exchange and with your shareholders. As a world-class exchange, we are committed to providing you with the world-class service you deserve because also you are a world-class company. Yes? We recommend that you simply take advantage of the market opportunities in Jamaica, and in so doing, remember to concentrate on providing value to your shareholders and the country, and in general, not only focusing on the bottom line, but on improving environmental, social, and governance activities, and job creation and other economic development. And as usual, we will be telling Massey a bit more about our social stock exchange. Yes? Okay. As we encourage more companies to cross-list on the Jamaica market, we also commit to working with our sister exchanges and other regulators so that our rules and regulations will be more harmonized and streamlined to achieve greater efficiency for our company, our listed companies, and investors. That's our commitment. Again, let me welcome the Massey Group to Jamaica in terms of listing on the exchange. Let me welcome you all to this event and continue to have a good day.
Thank you, Dr. Street Forest. I'm now going to ask the Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Jervis Warner, to come and make his remarks.
Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed, but just special acknowledgement for Dr. Street Forest and an amazing team at the Jamaica Stock Exchange. Just a tremendous organization with which to interact, efficient, professional, really interested in developing business. It's no wonder that the stock exchange here in Jamaica is so vibrant and thriving so much. So thank you to you and your team. It has been an absolute pleasure and privilege to work with you. I'd also like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the Barita Investments Limited team, especially call out Ms. Therese Kettle, who's been tenacious and her unending effort to make sure this all was executed flawlessly. I have to say that when we went through a competitive process to select our advisors for this process, First Citizens Investment Services and Barita were selected. Their proposal was the best proposal that we received, and we really felt that they were the right team. Well, that was confirmed, reconfirmed, and reasserted throughout this entire process. The combination of First Citizens and Barita have really pulled out all stops. This has gone much more smoothly than I ever expected. And quite frankly, with a lot more big up, pump up, and exposure than we're just not accustomed to this. So it's like I guess we got a Jamaicanized introduction to the JSE, and it's different, and it's nice. Nice. So really want to acknowledge their efforts. Of course, none of this is possible without the encouragement and support of our board of directors, represented by my chairman, Mr. Robert Bermudez, here present, our executive team represented by Ian Chinapu, our group CFO, our executives, our leaders right here in Jamaica, Mr. Rowan Ambersley, Janine Smith. I always mess up your last name, Janine. I'm so sorry, it's a double barrel name, but it's Janine. And others here present. They do a terrific job of representing us here in Jamaica, and I'm very happy that you've actually made it this morning. So thank you all for being here. After yesterday, they warned me and asked me that I needed to be brief this morning because apparently I took twice the allocated time that I had yesterday, and I was still having a lot of fun with it. So I will indeed be brief. It is an absolute pleasure and privilege to be cross-listing here on the Jamaica Stock Exchange. This is a step in our process of regional integration. As I mentioned yesterday, both Mr. Bermudez and I do believe in regional integration, and we believe so much that we spend a lot of our own extra time actually working on it to further it and to make it happen. And we hope that our cross-listing and the energy and excitement of our cross-listing on the Jamaica Stock Exchange creates a pathway for others in the region to cross-list here as well. It is really, I think, important for the future of the region to have greater integration among us, and for us to ultimately aspire to having one singular stock exchange, that we could call it a CARICOM stock exchange or a Caribbean stock exchange. And I'd like to say that the path towards that has probably begun some time ago with your efforts, but I think this is a big moment with the closeness that the Trinidad and Tobago Stock Exchange will have to have with the JSE with Massey's listing here. So we're really happy to see this happen, and perhaps we can use this as an impetus to get our authorities together to get a common set of regulations, to step back and create and recognize a common regulator and work much better together towards one Caribbean force for good. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it. I'm keeping it brief this morning. I could go on. I'm going to stop myself. I was a little tempted for a moment there. But thank you all for being here. It is an extremely proud moment for the Massey Group of companies, for our board of directors, for our shareholders, and especially for our employees, for us to be listing here in Jamaica. We anticipate that this is the start of a brilliant continuation to our journey in Jamaica and the rest of the Caribbean. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, CEO. Thank you very much. I remember, I think the first formal meeting we had was in March, April. Was the first meeting, CEO? I think it was about March, April, with the intent to list in 2021. As we got closer to the middle of December, we were pretty much ready, but with the conference 5 weeks away, everybody said, what better place to do this than at the 17th Regional Capital Markets Conference? So here we are. And big up the massive. Now the big moment. I will invite the chairman, the CEO, the managing director, Dr. Street Forest, and Therese to join me on this side of the podium for purposes of the ceremonial listing. Press hereafter, you can have the large photo with all of the stakeholders. But I would ask, Mr. Chairman, you could just slide it in right. Right there. Thank you very much. Press, we can do the rest of the paparazzi work after the ceremony is complete, and we'll have to be very quick because remember we have a long, very interesting day of activities ahead. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the team. I will now ask our Chief Regulatory Officer, Mr. Andre Toller, to present the main rule book, who I think will be received by Mr. Ian Chinapu. Mr. Toller, come forward, please. Thank you.
Hello. Good. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. All protocols observed. I hope you have been listening carefully because I've been hearing some buzzwords that is important for us to remember and be reminded of during the day and as we go on in our professional lives. And some of them that I heard includes integration, working together, collaborating. And that's what the Jamaica Stock Exchange is about. We look forward to collaborating and working with you as we see it as an important way to push forward the initiative of growing the region and this common market that we operate in. So with that said, I take this opportunity to welcome Massey Holdings Limited as a newly listed company on the JSE. With this listing, it means that Massey Holdings Limited can broaden its investor base from its domestic market in Trinidad and provide increased liquidity to all its shareholders in the respective markets that it is listed. The listing also represents a cross-listing, as you know, in that Massey Holdings is now listed and will be available to trade on both the Jamaica Stock Exchange and Trinidad and Tobago Stock Exchange. In my opinion, the success of such listings depends on the commitment that is shown to the markets that the issuer operates in. Where there is a deep commitment by the issuer to ensure that all investors in both the domestic and other markets operate on equal footing in terms of access to information, we have found that such listings have been a resounding success on the exchange and have added value to market development. We anticipate that Massey Holdings will rise to this challenge and leverage all of its experience and knowledge in being a listed company on the TSE to our market space and investors in Jamaica by ensuring compliance to the rules of the JSE. The listing ceremony and the passing of these rules signals to the world our commitment to collaborating to grow our Caribbean community and common markets. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I believe that it's a suitable point to present these rules to signal us working together.
Thank you very much, Andre. Thank you very much, Mr. Chinapu, for being here. Now, we have several investors online waiting for this ceremony to end so that the conference can continue. So we definitely need to move on quickly, and I'm going to ask Ms. Therese Kettle, Vice President, Investment Banking for Barita Investments, to come and do some remarks.
Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, good morning. In May 2021, Massey Holdings Limited made it public their intention to cross-list on the Jamaica Stock Exchange. After a rigorous selection exercise in August 2021, First Citizens and Barita Investments Limited were selected to act as lead brokers and advisors for the cross-listing. During the period leading up to cross-listing, we ensured that we got a deeper understanding of our clients, their people, their culture, and the environment in which they operate. This speaks to the ethos of Barita Investments Limited and First Citizens, and by extension, our investment banking units. The cross-listing of Massey onto the Jamaica Stock Exchange represents a critical transaction for Jamaica and the region. Massey's decision to cross-list, especially during a period of uncertainty, is a major step towards building a more regional capital market, something we have been working on for many years. One that is far more intertwined and consequently a more robust, beneficial stock exchange for companies throughout the region. In the spirit of collaboration, Massey, Barita, and First Citizens teams work together to deliver shareholders and potential investors an opportunity to invest in one of the largest and most diversified companies in the region. What Massey presents to Jamaican investors is an opportunity to widen their portfolio exposure to industries that are currently unrepresented or underrepresented on the Jamaica Stock Exchange. These industries fall within Massey's key business units. Beyond industry diversification, Massey will allow investors on the JSE an opportunity to diversify their portfolios geographically. As Massey operates in more than 15 territories, offering investors an immediate foothold into those countries with the purchase of one single stock. It would be remiss of me to end this morning's proceedings without thanking the Massey team who had full faith and confidence in us to carry out this cross-listing. The JSC, and by extension, Dr. Marlene Street Forest, who worked with us through the process. The team at FSC, the JCSD, and by extension, Miss Andrea Kelly, Patterson Mayor Hamilton Legal Counsel to the cross-listing team, the Trinidad and Tobago Stock Exchange, Central Depository, and the Trinidad and Tobago brokerage community. The Jamaican brokerage community, the media, the general public, existing investors, potential investors who express their interest and asked critical questions to enhance the cross-listing process. Our support teams, the entire First Citizens team, the entire Barita Investments Limited team, and everyone else who would have made this cross-listing a reality. Ladies and gentlemen, with over 13,000 employees operating in over 15 territories through over 60 companies, Massey continues to show us that they are a conscious company, consistently investing in their people, communities, and stakeholders. Inspired by its purpose, being a force for good, creating value, transforming life. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Therese. Thank you very much to the team from Barita. As we wrap up very quickly, Patria K, please come forward. I will say that in December, the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange launched an appeal in collaboration with the Radio Jamaica Communications Group to raise some funds for the mustard seed communities. And the Massey Group was the first to respond, giving us $1.5 million worth of personal care products on very, very, very short notice. We reached out to the Massey Group and says, look here, there's an entity, the Mustard Seed Communities, a stalwart social sector organization in Jamaica. Need help? Massey stepped up. Patria K is here. I would ask the chairman and Nora Blake, general manager of the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange, to please, and Janice Chen as well, to come forward, and we'll just hand over this token of our appreciation from the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange to the Massey Group. Thank you very much. Chairman, your annual report speaks about your ESG goals and your social goals. So we will be in very close touch with the Massey Group as it relates to both of those activities, which are big on the Jamaica Stock Exchange's agenda for 2022. I believe we have one more presentation, which I'm going to ask that it be done very quickly. Media, hereafter, I know you want to take pictures. I'm going to ask Sean Taylor from Barita to just direct the traffic for you. We'll have 3 minutes to take all of the photos, and then we have to begin. So I will now ask Chairman, CEO to come forward. I'll hold the mic for you.
This is a gift to the chairman of the Jamaica Stock Exchange. The MD, you sure? All right. Please come forward and accept this on our behalf. Thank you so much for your leadership. Thank you so much for your guidance in this process. We will be eternally grateful to you, and so too should be your country and region.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, CEO. All right. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for this brief and important ceremony. Sean Taylor from Barita will direct the traffic in terms of the photos. We have 3 minutes to do all of the photos. Thank you very much, and have a good day. Thank you for the audience online for your patience.
One of the major fears we had in listed on the stock exchange was the level of information about our company that would be out there. That's probably the major hurdle we had to get over. But we brought Ian on, and Ian came on to lead the charge for us to get prepared for listed on the stock exchange.
The 3-year span that we took to make that internal adjustment really have paved the way for where we are and what we are doing at this point in time.
Since our listing on the Jamaica Stock Exchange, I can truly say it has been a pleasant experience. My name is Derek Cottrell. I'm Chairman and CEO of Derman Trading Company Limited, and we are listed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange.
Give us a call today at 876-967-3271 to begin your transformation through conversation. We want to see your company listed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange.
When I was thinking about listing on the Jamaica Stock Exchange junior market, I was concerned about my private life and didn't want the public to be involved with my life and my family. After making that call to the Jamaica Stock Exchange and having the conversation, I was much more comfortable.
Of our conference here, having just experienced a great piece of history taking place, we're now going to continue with the conference, and I'd like to bring to the stage Mr. Alex Ihama, President of the International School of Greatness, Executive Director, Canadian Congress of Inclusive Diversity and Workplace Equity. He is going to moderate the next section, or the next session, which is entitled Bold Entrepreneurs, Fostering Sustainable Wealth Creation in Africa and the Caribbean. So, I understand that Mr. Ihama is online. Mr. Ihama, are you with us?
Yes, I'm right here.
Wonderful. Great. So without further ado, I'm going to hand over the proceedings to Mr. Ihama, who is going to moderate the next session, which is Bold Entrepreneurs, Fostering Sustainable Wealth Creation in Africa and the Caribbean. Over to you, Mr. Ihama.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Well, all protocols observed, standing on existing protocol. Before I bring in the next speaker so we can have this exciting conversation, I must say, I would love certainly to express my deep gratitude to Dr. Marlene Street Forrest for always involving me in my organization in this premier conference. This is my third time at the conference. I've come to know her well and her team, and I'm so glad that we surprised her, I think, in 2020 with the International School of Greatness Business Leader of the Decade. Marlene, Neville, Charlene, Angela, and the amazing team at the Jamaican Stock Exchange. Thank you. Thank you for always raising the bar of excellence, not just in the region, but globally. Thank you very much. And if there are people there, give her and the team a round of applause. Very important. We never do this enough to appreciate those who make the effort to make things happen. But let's get into it. Sustainable development is an important imperative for wealth creation in Africa and the Caribbean. The service sectors in these regions have the potential to significantly drive sustained economic growth and structural transformation. This will require the alignment of policies to build integration of the services sector and other sectors of the economy, especially manufacturing. Several services are likely to exert positive spillover effects on other sectors of the economy, like ICT, finance and infrastructure, but also distribution and logistics. The cost of finance and access to finance, however, are key impediments to firm productivity and performance, not just in the Caribbean, but around the world and certainly in Africa as well. So as indicated, my name is Alex Ihama. I'm the Executive Director of the Canadian Congress on Inclusive Diversity and Workplace Equity, which is one of the largest platforms advocating for social justice and economic empowerment of minoritized people, especially Blacks and Indigenous people. I'm also the President of International School of Greatness. Because the next speaker we're about to bring in is one of Africa's greatest heroes.
It is a great honor for me, therefore, to be introducing him today and moderating this session on the topic of bold entrepreneurs, fostering sustainable wealth creation in Africa and the Caribbean. Indeed, the world is longing for bold entrepreneurs to emerge, certainly more so in Africa and the Caribbean. Therefore, if there was ever a time for business leaders, as we are gathered here today, certainly business leaders in Africa and across the Caribbean, to rise above the confines of profitable growth, fearlessly, boldly, and sacrificially to a broader concern of humanity, it is now. And for me as an executive coach working with executives, I think there's no other time. In fact, what set apart bold entrepreneurs from mere businessmen and women are their tireless, unstoppable efforts to equip and empower younger entrepreneurs to also contribute to the GDP of their nation. Distinguished delegates of this year's conference, there is no one I know in the world who is doing that on an unprecedented scale and groundbreaking dedication and remarkable commitment like the next speaker. Mr. Tony Elumelu is the founder and chairman of Hares Holding and Hares Oil and Gas in Nigeria, the chairman of the United Bank of Africa, UBA, and the chairman of Transcorp Nigeria. And also, this one I love the best, the founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation, widely acknowledged as the most prominent champion of entrepreneurship in Africa and one of the richest and most influential men on the African continent. Tony Elumelu's empire spans financial services, hospitality, power, energy, technology, and the healthcare sector, many of which are listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange. Mr. Elumelu led another bank to acquire UBA while it was struggling. And today, UBA now operates in 20 countries across Africa, the United Kingdom, and France, and is the only African bank with a commercial deposit-taking presence in the United States. The Tony Elumelu Foundation, which he started in 2010, is now the leading philanthropy in Africa, empowering young African entrepreneurs from all 54 African countries. In 2021 alone, the foundation disbursed $24.7 million to 5,000 African small and mid-sized entrepreneurs. While he will be addressing today the topic, bold entrepreneurs, fostering sustainable wealth creation in Africa and the Caribbean. Mr. Elumelu's participation at this regional investment conference is timely and significant as Africa and the Caribbean continue to aggressively strengthen their relationships through trade and investment. Mr. Elumelu's business and foundation are inspired by an economic philosophy, which he calls Africapitalism, which positions the private sector and, most importantly, entrepreneurs as the catalyst for the socio-economic development of the African continent. Of course, he sits on several board and sector boards around the world, including World Economic Forum, Community of Chairmen, and the Global Board of the United Nations Generation Unlimited. In 2020, he was one of Time Magazine's 100 most influential people in the world, recognized for his business leadership and economic empowerment of young Africans. Ladies and gentlemen, joining this premier prestigious and exclusive conference, all the way from Nigeria, please help me to welcome the person I consider one of the world's boldest entrepreneur, Mr. Tony Elumelu. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yama. Good to meet you, and I feel highly honored or flattered for all the great things you've said today. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Kingston, Jamaica. From Lagos, it is good afternoon. Allow me to start by recognizing my brother and friend, the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, the Prime Minister of Jamaica. Let me also recognize the Prime Ministers of Caribbean states present here today. Our chief host and friend, Dr. Marlene Forrest Street for organizing this event, which is a premier investment and capital market conference in the region. I thank Dr. Forrest for inviting me to speak at this event. And, it's important to me because Jamaica is a country that I admire a lot and I love to visit. I would like to also apologize for not being physically present with you in Jamaica. This is due to the pandemic. I, however, have resolved to travel to Jamaica in Q1 2022, first to physically visit the Prime Minister, and two, to see all of you and further explore ways in which we can accelerate cooperation between Africa, the Caribbean, and the Black diaspora. We share so much in terms of history and opportunity. Having traveled widely across the world, I know firsthand the importance of collaboration in trying to achieve goals and objectives. My name, as Yama said, is Tony Elumelu. He actually has done all the introduction. I'm an African, born and bred. I've worked in Africa all my life, invested in the continent, and I've created businesses and institutions that have helped to transform lives of Africans and their communities. I have often said that the capital market is the engine of capitalism. A well-regulated, responsible capital market is of positive benefit to an economy. Properly run, it can democratize wealth and sustain growth, whilst acknowledging the role of the state to provide an enabling environment. As we all know now, private sector prosperity leads to wealth creation for all. Wealth creation for economic and social benefits of everyone. In fact, in what I do, this is what I call Afri-capitalism. Afri-capitalism positions the private sector, and most importantly, entrepreneurs, as a catalyst for the social and economic development of the African continent. Business needs to do well and to do good. This is why we must commend Dr. Forrest Street and her team for the impressive work they have done in raising the profile of the Jamaican Stock Exchange. They have helped over 80 companies raise capital through the exchange and have a stock exchange that is valued at over $16 billion. They have helped develop entrepreneurs and their businesses. I speak today as an entrepreneur that has benefited from the capital markets, the Nigerian Stock Exchange in particular. When we started, we needed money to advance our growth, money to prove our concept. It was made possible when we came to the capital market to raise money. And so I speak as one that knows the essence, true essence of the capital market. And I commend this to all our friends in Jamaica, aspiring entrepreneurs, and those who are in business already that want to scale to the next level. Today, I sit as the chairman of S. Holdings, family-owned investment management firm that has interest in the financial services, power, oil and gas, real estate, and hospitality, and of course, healthcare. We are long-term investors in these key sectors of the African economy. Our objective is to improve lives and transform Africa, to be role models in business, in governance, and in philanthropy. The financial services investment we have made is huge. Today, I chair the board of the leading Pan-African financial institution, United Bank for Africa. UBA has my introducer said, is present in 20 African countries and in key financial centers of New York, Paris, London, Grand Cayman Island, not too far from you there, and most recently, Dubai. UBA is the only African bank with a deposit-taking license in the United States of America, having scaled the most stringent regulatory requirements of the US financial services regulators. We have a customer base in excess of 25 million and counting across the world. We are not yet in the Caribbean, but this is something that we will explore when I come to Jamaica physically with the CEO of our UBA Americas operations. Power, oil, and gas investments is another area of our interest. Power, access to electricity, robust, plentiful, and accessible is key to our economy. I invest in this sector for financial and social reasons. Our portfolio includes Transcorp Power with 2 power plants with installed capacity to generate 2,000 megawatts of electricity. As oil and gas has significant interest in the oil sector, producing currently over 50,000 barrels of oil on a daily basis with a 2P reserve that is in excess of 1.2 billion barrels of oil equivalent. And of course, 10 Oil, a further oil production business that is vastly rich in gas. Our healthcare business investment done through Avon HMO and Avon Medical. And our real estate and hospitality investment is huge on the continent. Transcorp Hotels PLC, for those who have been to Abuja, you probably have stayed at the Transcorp Hotel during your stay. And of course, Afriland PLC, and helps to anchor our end-to-end real estate development company. So we have spent quite a lot of time and investment in the business sector, and we've been doing this for decades. But there comes a time that you begin to think beyond business successes and think of other areas. Having achieved so much in business, in 2010, I thought it was important to begin to think about impact, sustainability, legacy, as well as improving lives and playing my own role towards the transformation of Africa. I had done well, but I knew I had been lucky. I wanted to spread both my experience, my lessons, but also to spread luck and to democratize and institutionalize luck. That is why in 2010, I founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, the leading philanthropy that empowers young African entrepreneurs from across the 54 countries on the African continent. I seeded $100 million from my family wealth through the heirs holdings to the foundation. In 2015, we began the Tony Elumelu Foundation Entrepreneurship Program, an audacious 10-year program to empower 1,000 young entrepreneurs annually from across the 54 countries in Africa. Our Tony Elumelu Foundation Entrepreneurship Program beneficiaries receive $5,000 non-refundable seed capital for their nascent business ideas. We need to encourage these young entrepreneurs who have outstanding business ideas but lack the financing to prove their concepts. Business training in the form of an intensive 12-week mini MBA in a boss would call it, focused directly on our operating environment. Business mentoring from professionals and leaders across the globe. Learning further from professionals and senior entrepreneurs is crucial for our young business leaders. We have seen it in our own development in the business world, especially when these mentors are invested in the success of the young ones they are mentoring. We create market access and foster linkages using our online proprietary digital entrepreneurship hub we call EF Connect. TF Connect is the African entrepreneurship hub connecting over 1 million users with each other to trade and collaborate across borders. Indeed, our entire program from application to training, mentoring, and seed capital disbursement occur on TF Connect. Please find time to check out the website tfconnect.com to see the impressive work of the foundation. Through the program, we have supported over 15,000 African entrepreneurs to scale their businesses. We are incredibly proud of the program. We have empowered entrepreneurs across multiple sectors and are a truly sector agnostic program. We have young and vibrant entrepreneurs who operate in fashion, healthcare, agriculture, education, power, and they all leverage technology to deliver services and transform their communities. We understood the need for partnerships early on when we saw that hundreds of thousands of young Africans were applying for the program, and our commitment was only 1,000 entrepreneurs annually. Such is the demand on the continent. There's no shortage of people with ideas, just a lack of capital willing to give them a chance. Today, through partnerships with global development organizations, such as the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, the National Committee of Red Cross, ICRC, the European Union, the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States, and the African Development Bank, we have been able to increase the number of young entrepreneurs we support across the continent. In November, for our 2021 cohort, we were proud to announce that 5,000 young African entrepreneurs were selected as beneficiaries to receive the non-refundable seed capital of $5,000 each, mentorship, and business training of the foundation. We're equally pleased to see that 70% of those selected in 2021 were women driving gender inclusivity. Our partners have seen the components of our holistic program and decided to work with us towards a shared vision of a more prosperous Africa, an Africa that is able to better utilize its resources for the benefit of the continent. Our most important resource is our people, so we must constantly encourage and support them. And this is true for Jamaica and the Caribbean. This way, we reduce the vices associated with unemployment and large youth populations, such as terrorism, illegal migration, violence, and all forms of extremism. Once we agree that these ills are caused by a lack of economic opportunity, the solution becomes clearer. Empower youths and entrepreneurs and watch them create jobs and reduce poverty. As an entrepreneur, wealth creation for me came from following my philosophy of Afri-capitalism. We invested long-term in strategic sectors of the economy. In essence, we created wealth, but also social good. Afri-capitalism is all about doing good and doing well. This is what we must preach across Africa and also in the Caribbean. For too long, we have failed to remember the teachings of great Black men before us. Men like Marcus Garvey, a Jamaican and true Pan-Africanist who preached unity between Africans and the African diaspora. Pan-Africanists like Marcus Garvey understood the need for close ties between Africa and the diaspora. That is not the case today. We need to reforge these links stronger than they have been in the past. We're in a digital age where we can easily achieve this through focused efforts. We must not relent or give up. We must continue to find ways to collaborate and strengthen opportunities for our people. I call on the public sector to put this collaboration as a key action point from this great conference. A key tenet of Afro-capitalism is the importance of the public sector in supporting the private sector's efforts through the creation of the enabling environment that will support entrepreneurs and their businesses. We must all ensure that the cultural linkages that connect Africa and the diaspora are strengthened and not weakened. In the words of Emperor Haile Selassie, he said on his visit to Jamaica more than 50 years ago, the people of African origin have immigrated to many parts of the world. Some of them have come to Jamaica, others to other parts of the world. But wherever they may be, they have similar historical experiences, and the problems that await them depend on sympathy. And this can be used by all of us as a basis for the establishment of greater cooperation, which will be for our mutual benefit. We have so much to learn from each other. We have so much to learn from one another. Our experiences and knowledge must be harnessed for the upliftment of Africa, the Caribbean, and the diaspora everywhere and anywhere. To conclude, my message to this audience here is this: we must foster collaboration among the African diaspora. No one will develop our communities but us. I want to see close linkages between entrepreneurs in Africa and the Caribbean. I personally offer myself as one of the private sector leaders of Africa, Caribbean in this pursuit. Brothers and sisters, let us join hands to create sustainable wealth and prosperity for all. The greatness of a man is not in how much wealth he acquires, but in his integrity and his ability to affect those around him positively. You know who said this? Bob Marley. And as Marcus Garvey said, the ends you serve that are selfish will take you no further than yourself, but the ends you serve that are for all in common will take you into eternity. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, I look forward to being in Jamaica in person. I will now make myself available for conversations. Let's talk from the heart how to foster greater collaboration between Africa and the Caribbean and the role we all have to play as business leaders. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
All right. Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Tony Elumelu, for that powerful speech. I think, like I said in the opening, it is very timely. If there are questions on the floor, please, the person may go to the podium and ask. I have some question here. Perhaps we can start with this. You said, Mr. Elumelu, that we need to reforge the link stronger than ever. You know, and you also said that you will make yourself available in the pursuit to this end. So what are some of the sectors that Caribbean leaders, we have all the finest Caribbean leaders right here, and even government leaders, what are some of the sectors in Africa that they can consider for investment?
I think it's both ways. Sectors they can invest in Africa, and also sectors that African business leaders can invest in the Caribbean and Jamaica in particular.
Yes.
So from my remarks, we're in financial services, we're in energy, from oil, gas to power, we're in healthcare. You know, we are in real estate and hospitality. I think the Caribbean, one of the biggest things that come to mind about they want to visit that part of the world is tourism. So there's huge potential for investment in Africa in that area. And similarly, there's also huge potential for Africans to invest in the Caribbean in the area of tourism.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see Trascor Hotel, for instance, set up in Jamaica, in Barbados, Barbados and other parts there, and see what we can do together. Access to electricity is very important. It's important in Nigeria, in Africa, it's important in the Caribbean. I want to see the private sector, consistent with the philosophy of Afro-capitalism, investing for profit, but more than that, also thinking of social good, see how we can invest either in the Caribbean and Africa in the area of improving access to electricity. Infrastructure development is critical for economic prosperity, for creating employment, for alleviating poverty. And Africa is in their need of infrastructure development. Same thing also for the Caribbean. So I want to see a movement a movement that brings the business leaders, not just political leaders, business leaders from Africa and Caribbean together with the support. As I said, one of the tenets of Afro-capitalism is support the private sector and create the public sector and creating the enabling environment for business to do well. If I want to do business in the power sector in the Caribbean, I should be able to get government authorization quickly to start. Same here too. If I want to do any business, the authorization should come very quickly. If I came to Jamaica, I would have been meeting with the governor of Central Bank of Jamaica to talk about how United Bank for Africa can start business in that part of the world. And same here too. So we need to work collaboratively, the private sector, we need to get the support of the public sector, the government institution to be able to forge and further push this collaboration that we seek of co-investment and between Africa and the Caribbean. And it's about time we did so.
Yes, thank you so much. We have just about 3 minutes left, but I have a question here from somebody in Ghana. I think they are conferencing it from Ghana. It says, from your experience, sir, what has been the reason behind the biggest challenge of Africans' partnership to grow businesses?
I think for me, what I see, what I advise people about partnership is we need to think long term. We need to forget our short term. Most time when people go into partnership, there's misalignment of interest. Some are thinking short term, some are thinking long term. If there's no alignment of interest, you don't both think long term, you can't stay long in that partnership. Honesty is always usually the bedrock of also partnership. But for me, more importantly, is the issue of commonality and alignment of interest. You must both think the same way. I want to do this long term, etc. And I have seen partnerships that have worked in this part of the world. And I've also seen that increasingly the world is beginning to partner with Africa. What we do at the Tony Elumelu Foundation, for instance, is not just all about us. It's us, but the partners I mentioned in my remarks, working together to democratize luck and create economic opportunity for people. Partnerships clearly work, and that's the way to economic, my viewpoint, to economic sustainable economic development. What we have in Africa is not enough in terms of resources to power the transformation of the continent. And so we need to partner with others. Our investment firm, S Holdings, we position ourselves as the go-to partners for investment in Africa. United Bank for Africa is seen as Africa's global bank, helping to intermediate and bring together people who want to invest on the continent, and also Africans and diaspora who want to do in other parts of the world. We need partnership, we need collaboration, we need working together to make all of this work.
Wow. Thank you so much. There's 1 more minute left. Maybe you can just answer this question and then use the opportunity to quickly give your 30 seconds closing speech. What is your advice for organizations? They are there, the big wigs are there, who would like to invest in social entrepreneur as you continue to do, but have concern that it may negatively impact the bottom line? I think you are best to answer this question.
No, I think if you look at the philosophy of African capitalism, which we preach, and my remarks, I did say that we have succeeded in business because we practice African capitalism. It's the intersection of business and social good. It's about profitability and social good. The world we live in today, 21st century, is the genius of and. You have to do both together for sustainability, because there's no reason you want to make only profit. And that for that profit to be sustained and sustainable, you need to think of the larger ecosystem and society. So I believe strongly that the more we bring both together simultaneously and not one waiting for the other, the better even we prosper in business. That's what we do. When we invest in power, we make so much money from investment in power. But equally important, and that's part of that investment, is that we get a lot and we contribute in terms of social good. We help to create access to electricity, power, enable children to do homework. There's easy access to electricity. The hospitals can do well because there's electricity. Technology can do well because there's electricity. So it's a win-win. And I think that the 21st century, both private sector leaders, government, and development partners of the development partners of Africa and the world generally need to embrace social giving as a part of investment that we need to make to prosper humanity, to promote peace in a sustainable fashion in the world. It is not a wrong investment, and it does not really affect the bottom line. It enhances the bottom line. The whole world is moving toward ESG today. We've seen what's happening in the world. During the COVID pandemic, United Bank for Africa invested about $15 million trying to support fragile African economies. To some, it can be seen as a loss, but to us, it's a huge investment in the people of Africa, who at the end will help even prosper and grow our business. So the world must begin to change how we see some of these investments. And the rich must invest in others so that collaboratively we can create a peaceful society. And for me, my parting shot is in the words of Bob Marley. I'm coined in my own way that it's in the 21st century, it's not about how much you have in your bank accounts. It's the impact that you create that makes the difference. And I want to preach that to brothers and sisters in the Caribbean. Let's think a bit less about our purse and bank accounts and more holistically about everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Delegates of the 17th Regional Investment and Capital Markets, you've heard it from Africa's boldest entrepreneur, Mr. Tony Elumelu. Thank you very much, sir. And thank you for having me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Elumelu. And thank you, Alex. Mr. Elumelu, certainly later this quarter, before the end of this quarter, our desire is to have you here so that we can further these discussions, which are going to lead to greater insight on our part and partnerships between our countries. So thank you very much. Very insightful presentation, very optimistic, and we look forward to further discussions later this year. Thank you again, Alex, for a well-moderated session. Okay, we need to move on now, and I will introduce our next moderator, who will be moderating the panel discussion on investors and small businesses. And I'll invite Mr. Nigel Coke, Communication, Public Affairs, and Religious Liberty Director of the Jamaica Union Conference of Seventh-day Adventists, to be the moderator for this session.
Good morning once more, and welcome to this another segment of the 17th annual Jamaica Stock Exchange Capital Market Conference. Today we have, and I believe, some of the best minds in investment in Jamaica. We will have a panel discussion with them, topic being investing in 2022 and beyond. What are the best investment vehicles in the capital market? With me, we have Mr. Sekou Crawford, acting head of investment banking at NCB Capital Markets. I'll ask him to join me on the platform. Also have Mr. Ryan Strawn, Vice President, Investor Relations at GK Capital Management Limited. I'll invite him also to join me on the platform. We have online Ms. Sarah Cummins, Vice President, Capital Markets at Scotia Bank. And joining us soon is Mr. Peter Thompson, Group Manager, Client Investment, JMB Group, and Mr. Richard Williams, Assistant Vice President, Investment Strategy and Portfolio Advisory, Barita Investments Limited. Richardo is here. Welcome, Richardo. So we have 4 of the panelists, and I believe this segment of the program should prove to be a very interesting one. Let me once again, for the sake of those viewing online, indicate who they are. We have Richard Williams, that's to my way right, then Ryan Strawn, and then Mr. Sekou Crawford, and online Sarah Cummins. The first question, which I will pose to all the participants here, and they will answer according when I indicate. What are the best investment opportunities available to individuals and small and medium enterprises for 2022? I'll start with you, Richardo. What are the best investment opportunities available to individuals and small, medium enterprises?
All right, thank you, Nigel. Good morning, everyone here and those online. The first point of departure for individuals, I would say, is local equities. We remain constructive on the outlook for Jamaican businesses, particularly those listed on the main stock exchange. And for those who tuned in yesterday, you would have heard Minister Clark's re-emphasizing the significance of the economic governance that underpins macroeconomic stability. And macroeconomic stability invariably is required to support growth, or continued growth, sustainable growth of companies on public exchanges. And we would have seen the performance of all of those companies since the Q2 contraction in the market in 2020. And I believe the performance has surprised quite a number of individuals and analysts. And so we are pretty gung-ho about the future ahead for these companies. So that's an outlet for retail investors. And in terms of numbers, we can even look at the 10-year average PE on the main market. It's about 13 times. Currently, the average PE is about 10 to 11 times now. So it really represents a steal for local individual investors. For small businesses, it's a little bit more nuanced because cash flows are important for them at this point. And so on the capital market side, such as Ryan and Sekou, I'm sure will speak more to this, but they are looking for opportunities in those areas through private credit funds, the origination of assets here to fund these businesses. So that's an area that small businesses can look towards now, because I think they would be prioritizing operating cash flows, and those pools of capital are available to tap into. Barita as well, I should say.
Thank you very much. I go to the lady online, Sarah Cummins. Can you comment on the question? What are the best investment opportunities available to individuals and small businesses?
Hi, good morning. Thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we are hearing you.
Okay, great. So with regards to the question on the retail or individual side, what I would say is that the best investment opportunities would really be dependent on the investor's risk profile and appetite. So at Scotia Investments, particularly when you're looking to start investing, a suitability discussion is had with you in terms of understanding what your risk appetite is. And from there are opportunities for investments in certain funds. So Scotia Investments has quite a wide variety of funds that see you being able to take advantage of returns to various assets and assets of different risk classes. So I would agree with what Richardo said. Certainly what we're seeing on the equity space is that there is potential for growth. So again, in Scotia Investments, when we work with our retail clients, we would share, a list of equities that we believe have potential for growth in a 12-month outlook. Obviously, the evolution of the pandemic and how we reopen will dictate a lot of those returns. But certainly we are seeing, or we expect to see in 2022, more activity in the equity space. More of our main market listings benefiting from that reopening. On the corporate side, or for small businesses, what I would say is that we have at Scotia a separate sales manager for corporate clients, right? And again, we take a portfolio management approach because, like Richardo said, what we find with small businesses, our corporate clients, they want to be able to access that liquidity for their operations. So we tend to tailor opportunities that maybe give them income or give them that flexibility to go in and out of the investment, right? They may have a shorter time horizon. And, certainly in our space, we're seeing a lot of the corporates being interested in more, commercial paper, short-term corporate bonds, because this gives them the income. And with the advent of more of these private placements being listed, being rated, it's becoming an asset class that is deemed to be more liquid. and tradable. And so for that, we're seeing where corporates are having an interest in looking at these types of papers.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Ryan, your time to.
Sure. Thank you, Nigel. Morning, everyone. What we are seeing generally is an environment that has provided a series of discounts. Asset prices that are listed and even unlisted are discounts. So that's the frame that we approach our whole client engagement from. You look at the local market, as Richard would have spoken to, we see discounts there. The overseas market, as turbulent as it is, we see discounts there as well. And we even see discounts in the fixed income space, which is spoken to by the increase in rates, as you would have seen by BOJ rates, and there's talk of the federal fund rates going up. So, our approach is to, of course, understand the client's needs and steer them accordingly. And I think that has been fleshed out by my colleagues on the panel. With regard to small businesses, though, one of the things that we have said is, listen, you can invest in external assets, meaning, other stocks or whatever, or you can take advantage of the time and invest in your internal assets, meaning, is it the opportunity to try and buy a competitor that's struggling and we can assist you with that? Is it the time for you to be looking to list, or is it the time to get cheaper debt? Well, prior to, I guess, 3 months ago? Is that the route one should take? So we don't just look at it in terms of deploying the small businesses capital, but also to see how we can generate capital for them or opportunities or take advantage of the discounts. And that really seems to be the great opportunity now, because there seems to be some resetting in the middle, between the top and the base of the markets. The SME space bears great promise, and we've kind of honed in on that. So that'll be my contribution.
Thank you very much. Mr. Crawford, your time.
Hi, thank you, Nigel. You saved the best for last, I guess. I will try to keep up with my peers. For me, if I was an individual investor, I would ask myself, what is happening at a macroeconomic level, and how can I benefit from that? So, you hear buzzwords every day in the news. You hear about rising interest rate environment. You hear about inflation. So if I'm an investor, I'm going to ask myself, what sectors and what firms operating in those sectors that I can trade publicly will benefit from what is happening in the macroeconomic environment. So, for example, with rising interest rates, who may benefit from that and who will suffer from that? You can divide that into the various sectors. There's the financial stocks that are listed on the stock exchange. For those that are funded by deposits mainly, you expect that their margins will widen from a borrowing and lending perspective. And they're also experts in positioning their portfolios to navigate the times as asset prices that are on their balance sheet are going to be volatile. I'd also ask myself, okay, those manufacturers who sell goods, did they use the pandemic to make their businesses more efficient? Did they use the opportunity, given the slowdown, to reinvest in things that were outdated and recapitalize their machinery? So to the extent that they can, they'll have to pass on some of the effects of inflation onto their consumers. To the extent that they can keep their costs not rise as fast, they may also benefit from what's happening from a macroeconomic perspective. To the small businesses now, Ryan touched on it. I'll say it a little bit more bluntly. For those of them that are considering investing in their business, investing in PPE, it is best to do it sooner rather than later. We have seen since about October or so, interest rates moving upwards very aggressively, which will mean their borrowing costs will go up. And I think the outlook for the near term at least is that borrowing costs will continue to rise. So if you are planning to fund reinvesting in your business using debt, I would encourage you to do it sooner rather than later. Get commitments from investment bankers like myself very early, lock in that pricing. And if you have cash on your balance sheet, I would recommend that you stay short. As Sarah mentioned, she didn't mention repos, but that's an attractive investment for them at this time, given that rates are rising.
Mr. Crawford, I don't know how you did it, but you just flowed into my second question, which means I can ask you to continue. I was going to look at the two I's, inflation and interest rate, and how it has impacted the economy so far, how it will impact the economy, and what's the forecast that you have for both of them, inflation and both inflation and interest rate. I started Ryan with this one.
This is locally, right?
Locally, no,
Locally.
we're just locally here. Okay?
No, because we do in.
I know, but
okay.
let's keep it local.
Okay, got it. I think we're going to see. I think the aggressive action by the Bank of Jamaica may have put a cap on the rate of the inflation increase. And, I was one, I suppose, in a minority who actually celebrated the move because I thought it was proactive. I thought it came ahead of a global rate increase and any potential of you being able to get a better fixed income rate in the US, for argument's sake, than in Jamaica. So from it was 8%, I think it was November, I think, or it was October, and then November was 7.8 or somewhere in that range. There may be a slowing. Ultimately, time will tell because there are more pressures.
And that's in the general marketplace.
The inflation.
They fall, okay.
Yeah, so but time will tell because there are more pressures, or I think there'll be headwinds coming this year. Supply chain, you see oil prices at $91 per barrel now, so will be more. So I do expect an increase in inflation. It may not be as aggressive where we were at 2% and then we jumped to 8%, in the space of, I'd say, about a year and a half. Interest rates, again, I would expect the BOJ to continue to be proactive, and I think that in turn could find its way impacting on mortgage rates, car loans, just cost of capital on a whole. But I do think, unlike prior times, we're somewhat stretched economically and, household debt, all of that. So there's the element of how much can we accommodate before you start to see defaults, and then where is that point and where it will all end. I'm not exactly sure where that point is, but I am mindful of it because we can't just have rates going up forever. So I don't foresee, for instance, a 20% mortgage rate again, just to put it like that.
Very good. Richardo?
Yeah, I could just pick up from where Ryan left off just now. I too don't see us going back to the days of double-digit interest rates, because the macroeconomic factors do not justify that, neither here nor in the context of the US in the 1970s or the so-called Volcker era. It's important for us to step back and try to understand what the central bank is attempting to do. We are fairly new in our inflation targeting regime. And it's critical as an inflation targeter that the central bank commands the confidence of the local market, that they have the policy variables under control. And that is why the central bank acted in the way it did to what you call anchor inflation expectations. Now, this is important because you would know that the nature of the inflation that we're seeing now is driven on the supply side, right? Which means supply chain disruptions. Interest rates have nothing to do with that side, quote unquote. What the central bank is attempting to do is to front run the so-called second order effects, right? So once you see those price increases coming in, then people are going to start adjusting their prices. And that is what we call the second order. And that is what the central bank is attempting to do. Now, that is a very data-driven process. So I don't think none of us here, not having the raft of data that the central bank has at their disposal, none of us can really opine on where it will actually land. But based on what we're seeing, the expectation is that inflation is likely to remain elevated in 2022, and consequently, the BOJ will be sensitive to that. So we could possibly see further rate increases, but is it going to be of the magnitude of 100 basis points increase that we saw in the first instance? Chances are no. But the central bank will be sensitive to that. There's also another important element that we have to keep in consideration. There is the so-called neutral rate of interest. And that is the rate of interest at which the central bank's action is not inimical to economic activity. And based on the data that we're seeing out of the central bank, even the increases that we have seen thus far are not likely to impede economic activity, right? So that is our working hypothesis. We think it is still a very important point now to do the fundraising of the nature that Sekou, Ryan, and Sarah indicated just now for small businesses. And for retail investors, it is also an important point to continue to invest in equities, right? Because equities actually will provide a pretty important hedge in your portfolio at this point, given that fixed income yields are fairly low. They are near to what we call the zero lower bound, essentially. And we don't expect that yields will increase significantly going forward. So even in the fixed income space, where yields and interest rates are concerned, asset selectivity would be paramount here, right? So that would be our working hypothesis on those two, interest rates and inflation.
Thank you very much for that elaborate explanation, Richardo. We have online Peter Thompson, who is the Group Manager for Client Investment at JMB. He's just joining us. And I want to put the question. I'm not sure if he heard the question at the time, but we're looking at the two I's, interest rate and inflation. How will they impact the economy? How far you see it going? When will it end? How is 2022 with those? Peter?
Thanks everybody. So yes, I was online and I did hear the commentary around the two I's. All right, for us, it's safe to say that we are now in a world in which the low interest rate environment that we've seen globally is coming to an end. The entire financial system globally has been hooked on low interest rate. For us in the industry who have been here for a little while, there have been this period of low interest rate is not the norm, right? So our view is that you should see some increases in interest rates in the near future, and we coupled with some amount of inflation. Now, what this means for both rate setting and policy setting as an investor and also as a company, you now have to look, how are we going to position ourselves in order to capitalize on this new paradigm that we're in? So interest rates in the going forward will make cost of capital a little bit more expensive, and as such, small businesses should be thinking, how can we actually delever our balance sheet and look more towards equity capital? There are a number of good businesses out there with good business models that should be, for some time now, should be looking at moving away from fixed income and getting more equity capital. Investors on the other hand.
For a minute, Peter, you said the small businesses should be looking at the balance sheet, and so you're thinking then that interest rate, the hike in interest rate has a good way to go, because I wanted to know, should people be scared that this thing is going to go too high? I think Ryan mentioned that, and I don't see a double-digit situation. Is it time to look at that, or are you expecting a tapering of it and a coming back down, etc.? What should the small business people do?
All right, to that point, so I do agree, right, that you should see interest rates. So the spike in interest rates that the central bank did over the last couple of months is to actually embed the confidence as we move to a more inflation rate targeting. The central bank needs to ensure that the economy, our economic participants are aware that and actually believe that the central bank will be focused on reducing inflation. So the spike, however, I do believe, and this is I think where we disagree, I do believe that inflation will ameliorate over over 2022 as supply disruptions get a little bit normalized. Now, there's a number of factors that could change that. Geopolitical factors could really affect that. But the supply disruptions that we've seen over the last couple of months, we should see some amelioration of that. With that, we should see the central bank lighting up on the use of interest rates as a policy tool to bring down inflation. That said, with all of that said, the last 10 years, the interest rate environment that we've seen over the last 10 years has to stop. Cheap money has been floating around the globe for the last 10 years. Policymakers globally are recognizing that that has to stop. With the central bank, with the Federal Reserve looking to increase interest rates globally, or in the States, we should see that knock-on effect right throughout the globe. So my take on it is that interest rates will, there is a position, or my bias is towards the interest rates much higher than what it was in 2018 and 19, right? And as such, the capital that you're utilizing to fund your business, you need to now change the dynamics to more equity type capital. The challenge with waiting so long to do it for small businesses is that if you did not lock in interest rates earlier in your borrowing cycle, you're now going to be paying a higher cost for that. And as such, it will take a little bit more, you need the support of investment bankers to kind of guide us through that. What is that policy, that capital structure that you're going to be utilizing? But what we do know is that interest rates are going to go higher, and the cheapest form of capital is equity capital. And it's not only cheaper, it's more sustainable. We need, as a country, where small businesses recognize that you need investors in, and it's not necessarily debt financing is the only way to do it. And we're not saying that equity capital is listing on the stock exchange alone. It means going through the route of getting investors in, and then building that robust business model, building a real business, and then looking to invite public into your organization or your capital structure. So I do believe that interest rates will be higher than what they were in the last couple of years.
Well, will they be higher than where they are now? We're referring to locally.
Locally, interest rates, in our view, the spike that you see, you may have another 50 basis points to go. Now, again, we don't have the gamut of information that the central bank has. But when we look at interest rates, what you call interest rates, whether it's short-term interest rates versus long-term interest rates, the central bank is in charge of short-term interest rates. And when you 0 to 1 year type rates are much higher. But if you look at the longer-term rates, the longer-term rates are a test on how the market participants believe in the long-term economic stability and policy direction of the government. And so even though you've seen a spike in short-term rates, we've not seen the commensurate increase in longer-term rates. So it's not a shift in the entire yield curve. What you've seen is a pivot in the yield curve. But as inflation
will soon end. Which will soon end. It doesn't have
which I believe,
further going. Yes.
Which I believe, as inflation ameliorates, you see short-term rates coming down. However,
I just wanted to answer
longer-term rates.
You don't need to elaborate. I want to bring in Ms. Cummins. And because the two I's have been elaborated on so much for Ms. Cummins and Siku, how does that impact the dollar, the Jamaican dollar? Ms. Cummins, you there? How does the two I's? How will the two I's impact the Jamaican dollar?
The Jamaican dollar. Okay, so, well, what I will say is that, the central bank definitely wants to manage within this inflationary target and doesn't want the depreciation of the dollar to become a detractor. What I will say is that, in December, and so what the central bank does to manage that is obviously do interventions where they'll come in and sell into the market. Based on the last report I had, they would have done about 50 million sometime in December. We know that, you know, the dollar has seen, you know, volatility in terms of appreciation and depreciation. It can be seasonal based on, you know, obviously what we expect in terms of inflows. So that could be things that affect us from a tourism sector. Likewise, you know, if we think about the pandemic and the impact, what we saw was greater amounts of remittances during this time. And this was as a result of, you know, the kind of benefits that were happening in the US, right? That would have supported remittances here. So, I mean, the dollar is something that you know, investors you know, the market generally will continue to look at. If we think about many of our businesses, and Sekou pointed to this in terms of managing costs, right? The reality is that, you know, the inflation that we see, there's an argument to say that a lot of it is imported inflation. And so with input prices of things going in, you know, going up in the States, right? So again, you're seeing higher, as was pointed out, higher interest rates, the Fed announcing interest rate increases in the States, again, to kind of curb the inflation that they're seeing there. It will naturally translate and it will put pressure on our dollar. So because a lot of the inflation is imported through the cost of input prices, it's going to put pressure on our dollar. So they go hand in hand, but what I will say is, you know, the central bank does have the mechanisms in place to manage, you know, like volatility in our currency. I mean, we have a very, I think, net international reserves were at the highest point, record levels at the end of December. So they have that within their arsenal to manage volatility of FX.
Thank you very much. Sekou, the dollar.
Yeah, I'll take things from a different angle, Nigel. If you plotted on a graph over the last 5 years, local interest rates and US interest rates, right? They would be very close. And at some points along the yield curve, you'd see Jamaican dollar rates being lower than the US dollar rates. And if you ask yourself as an investor on a risk-adjusted basis, if I had a dollar and I had a dollar to invest in Jamaica and I had a dollar to invest in the US, which one should command the higher rate? Now, you know, just from a risk-adjusted basis, I would want a higher rate on my Jamaican dollar investment than I would on the US. So I agree with my colleagues that the BOJ doesn't set rates that the market has access to. That is market determined, right? At the end of the day, the BOJ uses various tools and mechanisms to influence that rate. But at the end of the day, it will be market determined. Now, if I'm Peter and I manage a large pension fund, regulations aside, if you know, I could do anything I wanted to do. If I, as an investment banker, came and presented two opportunities to Peter, he's gonna say to me, "Hey, Sekou, the Jamaican investment, I'm gonna need a differential on it. I'm gonna require a higher rate of return on that investment because of the risk associated with investing in US versus Jamaica, not even bringing into play as yet the expected depreciation annually." So to answer your question, I think, which was, will we continue to have high interest rates? I think.
No, my question for you, I switched it for you to say, how will all of that impact the Jamaican dollar?
Okay, so it will continue to cause the volatility in the dollar, which will, you know, the BOJ will, I believe, continue to intervene to make sure that the exchange rate doesn't go out of place.
Thank you. I have less than 10 minutes to wrap this up. And so the question I'm going to ask you, I just want you to answer it direct, without a whole lot of, right? And I'm going to start with Richardo. with this one. Which sector you think the money will go to where investment is concerned for 2022? Which sector? Manufacturing, distribution, financial, which sector?
Well, that's a challenging one to answer, Nigel, because no one sector can absorb volume of capital that is available. Yes, but notwithstanding, I would say that the manufacturing and distribution space remains fairly robust, and the continued improvements that we're seeing in the employment numbers should support consumption and therefore should support those companies.
Good, thanks. Ryan?
This may be an oddball answer, but I believe that media and communications bear the most promise at this time, with information accuracy being at a premium.
Thank you. Sekou?
My pick is energy. Given the government's plans, we have a Vision 2030. I think you'll see energy projects going up across the country, IPPs especially.
Renewable energies.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Ms. Cummins?
Hi, I would align with Richardo. I think that there is a lot of capacity in manufacturing and consumer branded products. This will all be supported with the reopening of schools. Our PM has already pronounced that, we're not going into any more lockdowns. So with the easing of restrictions, I think that there's a lot of capacity to see even further resilience and growth in manufacturing and consumer brands. Like Sekou, my expectation is that we'll see more opportunities within the energy space. This could be, retirement and replacement of older generation units that we have. So I expect to see more continued investment in our energy infrastructure.
Thank you very much. Peter?
Well, my take on it is twofold. One, where it should go and where I think where it will go. I believe it will go to manufacturing and distribution because of the recovery.
Where it should go, where it should go, short.
And where it should go.
Yes.
Technically, if you look at where the valuations are, believe it or not, finance is undervalued. And I think we should see some capital flowing there. But in terms of what's hot, manufacturing and distribution.
And we're looking locally now. Please, locally. I'm going to ask each of you to name your top 5 stock picks for 2022. And it's the mix of the main and junior market. So the 5 should come from both markets, not 5 from each. Your top 5 picks, and I see Sekou looks like he's ready.
No, well, I was going to say that I think Sarah should go first because you picked her last every time, followed by myself.
She'll go after you, but go ahead.
Okay. So I'll pick JMMB. I can't say NCB because it's a conflict. I'll say Panjam, Wisinko. On the junior market, I will say Lasco.
Which one?
Lasco manufacturing. No, Lasco distribution. And then finally, jumping back to the main, I'll say separate.
Thank you. Ms. Cummins, your top 5.
You're asking me a very loaded question. You know why? Because I had my stock picks, guys. And in all honesty, I did get a call to say, listen, at Scotia, we don't like to name names. So I hope you can read between the veil of what I'd said, which is that I do believe, names that are in manufacturing of, consumer branded products, distribution of those products. I too agree with Peter. I think that certain financials like a JMMB can see some has a positive outlook in my view. you know, as I said, apparently I'm not supposed to actually say the names, but I can allude to these industries that I think are poised for growth. I think if you were to look at Scotia's, you know, view, it would definitely be on exactly what Peter said, more on the distribution and consumer branded names that you see both, and I would say both in the main as well as junior.
Thank you. So you have just named JMMB alone. Mr. Stroud, your time.
So I believe that, so I can say NTV because I'm not conflicted. I think Wisynco, I think Grace Candy, Alaska Manufacturing, and as all these firms grow and they need to communicate with the public and on the brink of a digital switchover and improving revenues and margins, RJR.
Thank you. Richardo.
JMMB, CEPROD, Jamaica Producers Group, GK, Express Caterers on the JC and the junior market, and all other 6, the lab.
Right, you guys are bullish on the main market. That's what I'm realizing. Peter, your time.
Yeah, similar to Sarah, right? And I can pick individual names because of my position as an investment manager. I.e., I will be because I am actually allocating capital. But again, the broad theme is there are undervalued stocks, in my view, in finance and distribution. And the story is recovery. You're good. The lows of 2020 and stocks that were beaten up are business models that were affected by lockdown. Those models should profit when there's a recovery. Finance, because I think people guess wrong in terms of the impact of the pandemic on financial stocks. Because if you look after, some of those predictions didn't manifest. So for me, it's in the broad categories, finance and distribution, and to deep dive is looking for those undervalued stocks, those stocks that didn't get the love that they should have gotten based on market sentiment.
Thank you very much, and I'm completing it on time and on schedule, and I believe there's 5 minutes for questions, Andre. I'm not seeing anyone at the mic here. Well, yes, someone is going to the mic. And do you have any questions from online? Okay.
Good morning. My name is Colette from Dr. College J. A. Smith and Associates. Some of the questions that I had have already been answered in terms of the amelioration of inflation. However, I have a concern, particularly with the U.S. inflation, that I believe has increased significantly because of the excessive stimulus that has been put into the U.S. economy. Now, as a specialist in public debt management, I am looking at the cost of public debt for the government of Jamaica, and I'm also looking at the cost of capital for entrepreneurs. My question to the panel is, if you were advisors to the government of Jamaica right now, considering that a significant portion of our public debt is in US dollars, what would be your recommendations with regards to interest rates? Yes, the interest rates on the domestic debt is not so high, but given the fact that we might have to go back to market, what are your recommendations in terms of the proportion of public debt, external and domestic debt, and for entrepreneurs? Would you be recommending that they reduce their cost of capital by looking at listing on the junior stock exchange, in particular for smaller entrepreneurs? Thank you.
Thank you. You addressed the question to the panel, but I'm going to address it to 2 persons, Richardo and Sekou, to respond to your question, not the entire panel.
All right, I mean, I could go first.
Yes.
Succinctly, I would say, as it relates to the mix between USD debt and local, the government should really revert to what was communicated in its debt management strategy. They were targeting about 70% local debt, 30% USD, and that was upended by the onset of the COVID pandemic. So we're getting back to normal now, so we really should revert to that. And the second question about listing on the junior stock exchange, that is always welcome. I'm not sure I could say otherwise at a JC conference.
Hi. The only thing I would adjust to your question is when you said lowering the cost of capital by listing on the junior market, I would just adjust that to say changing the mix of your capital is still going to cost you to list that investors require a return. I would advise, especially in these uncertain times, and especially for the smaller players, do look to equity more than debt, given that the risk associated with having debt. To answer your thank you, Dr. Street Forest. Yeah, and then to answer your first question, by all means, yes, it does make sense for the government to, from a mixed perspective, to have more J dollar debt than US dollar debt. It will ease the burden on some other things, for example, the exchange rate. They won't have to find as much US to service their obligations. So, yeah.
Thank you. I have 1 minute, and I'll ask the final question. It's going to go to Ryan, and he's going to answer it straightforward. What makes you feel positive, and what makes you feel pessimistic about the Jamaican economy and investment? What makes you feel very positive? What makes you a bit pessimistic?
I'll start with the second question. That's actually the harder one. The only thing that really bothers me or concerns me is the time it takes to get some things done. So we can list a company quickly, but sometimes when you're dealing with the middle agencies, it can be. We hear us talk about bureaucracy all the time. No, investment bankers are not known for being very patient. So that is a challenge, and that's a culture clash. In terms of what makes me bullish, though, or positive for who may not understand the term bullish, I think there's just a lot of opportunities in Jamaica. I think we had an IPO. We did Spurtree's IPO, I think 2 weeks ago, or 3 weeks ago, and we have a series of others lined up because there are just so many opportunities that abound locally. You drive on the road, you see construction everywhere, and we still have not, in my view, scratched the surface of the opportunities within that. And to even pursue improvements in the local landscape is going to require capital, and that's where persons like ourselves and GK Capital, of course, comes in. So that's what I would say.
Thank you very much. Let's give our panelists a round of applause. Our panelists were Mr. Siku Crawford, Ms. Sarah Cummins, Mr. Ryan Strawn, Peter Thompson, and of course, Richard Williams. We thank you so much for your participation. Thank you for your attention. Those who view online and those who are here, I now hand over to Mr. Andre Gooden. Thank you very much, gentlemen and lady.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning again. Thank you for that well-managed session, Nigel. And as we move on now, our next session will be on the green economy. And our moderator will be Dr. Karen Dunkley, Principal CEO of KND Consulting and co-proprietor of Spirits of Montego Bay. Karen, are you with us?
Yes, I am here. Good morning.
Okay, you may go ahead.
Thank you so very much. Good morning and welcome again to everyone. And we are all across the world. We're global. So wherever you are, morning, evening, afternoon, greetings and salutations. We are excited to welcome none other than His Excellency Masaya Fujiwara, Embassy of Japan in Jamaica. And this topic is extremely critical. It is a hot topic, the green economy. Partnership for growth, whether we are talking about the aims and objectives regionally or globally on the green economy, resilient systems, climate and human well-being,
We welcome now Your Excellency Messiah Fujiwara, your remarks, your comments, and we ask those of you who are participating via online or via the Zoom, please enter your comments in the chat as he is remarking, as well as your questions. His Excellency Messiah Fujiwara.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. And today I'm very honored to speak on this important topic, green economy. And indeed, this is a critical time. As the world is recovering from negative impact of COVID-19 pandemic, we should build back better from this crisis. And it is very important to incorporate the green recovery. And since December 2020, our government, Japan, has embarked on this very difficult challenge, but a very important challenge. So I'm very happy and honored today to be here and share with you what Japan is doing now, and also share with you some underlying thought about why green economy is needed and how we could promote it. And I'm from the government side. My presentation is focusing on policy perspective. So I'm very pleased today that I could hear from you, from business side, any comment or feedback. And I want to start with one slide. The opening ceremony of Tokyo Olympics Games last year. And this was very symbolic to Japan. This games drew attention worldwide, held in amid the corona pandemic. But to Japan, it is a recovery Olympic from East Japan great earthquake 10 years ago. The Olympic flame lit by professional tennis player Naomi Osaka was fueled by hydrogen produced in Fukushima from solar energy. The Namie town in Fukushima Prefecture, which had been hit by the nuclear power plant accident, now construct the world's largest facility to produce hydrogen from solar energy, namely Fukushima Hydrogen Energy Research Field, which provided hydrogen to the Olympic Games. And leading-edge efforts were also made as a fuel cell vehicle and electric vehicle equipped with storage batteries were used for transfer in the Olympic Village and the transportation between venues. It became a symbol of reconstruction and a symbol of build back better after the great earthquake in Japan. Unlike the 2008 global financial crisis, the global economy in 2020 plunged into negative growth, not only in the developed countries, but also in emerging and developing countries. A 3.5 contraction overall, which caused damages far more serious than the global financial crisis. So, as the world aims to recover from the new corona crisis, it is now important to build back better in view of the need to keep the temperature rise within 1.5 degrees Celsius. In this regard, the green economy is important in view of the need of sustainable and resilient growth after COVID-19 pandemic. For that purpose, there is a need to incorporate measures against global warming, which enables decoupling between the economic growth and energy consumption. The green economy is also needed to stimulate evaporated demand by COVID-19 and to raise the potential growth toward the post-coronavirus era, developing and utilizing the new technologies necessary for the green economy, bring us new business opportunity, and transforming the economic structure leads us to more sustainable economic growth. What we need to promote green economy is to change our mindset to encompass the notion that addressing global warming is not a constraint or a cost on economic growth, but rather ensuring the sustainability of the environment will create new business opportunity and becomes an engine of growth. Ultimately, this requires innovative solutions. Since the geographical features and economic and social conditions differ from country to country, each country should take an appropriate approach according to the actual situation where it stands. It is therefore necessary to think globally but act locally. For developed countries, they need transforming economic structure and changing business models and strategy. These transitions will bring new growth opportunity, thereby creating innovation and utilizing new technology and energy resources. For emerging and developing countries, to formulate appropriate strategies is critical to promote the green economy. Securing the institution, funds, technology, and human resources are needed for that purpose. If the success stories of developed countries are suitably incorporated through international partnership, leapfrogs will be possible. Let me emphasize that a strong digital infrastructure supports the green growth strategy. Certainly, the experience of COVID-19 provided an opportunity to review the way of working practice and the means of providing services. In tandem with promoting the green economy, having a digital economy such as advanced digital processing technology plays an important role as a new growth engine, which enables resilient economic transition. Of course, this is not an easy task. There are many challenges and hurdles before us. International partnerships are therefore important. As Prime Minister Kishida of Japan emphasized during the World Leaders Summit at COP26 in November last year, no one must be left behind as we confront the issue of climate change. Japan is committed to strengthening the partnership for promoting the green economy. After having said that, to date, more than 120 countries made their individual declaration to be carbon neutral by 2050, and so did Japan as well. In October 2020, Japan declared the goal of realizing a decarbonized society by 2050 and adopted the Green Growth Strategy in December 2020. Japan, which is an island state like Jamaica, and rely on imports of fossil fuels, has traditionally made strenuous efforts such as energy saving, resource reuse, and developing renewable energy. Japan has today the highest energy efficiency in the world. To become carbon neutral by 2050 is a big challenge for Japan, especially in the circumstances where we could not depend much on the nuclear energy as before the East Japan Great Earthquake. To realize this objective, we need to proceed with profound transformation of our economic structure by utilizing innovative technologies. The Green Growth Strategy set an ambitious goals with specific numerical targets in a wide range of 14 fields, which is not only targeting the energy industry, but also food, agriculture, forest, and fishery, as well as home and office fields. Its main concept is virtuous cycle of economy and environment. Today, I don't enter into details, but I want to emphasize two fields that Japan considers important. First is hydrogen. Hydrogen has an advantage not to emit CO2. It is a clean and efficient energy resources. It can be a game changer for Japan in both terms of energy security and the realization of carbon neutral society. Japan has advanced technologies in terms of manufacturing and hydrogen power generation and continue to make efforts toward commercialization in 2030 and reaching at a competitive level with fossil fuels in 2050. Second is battery storage technology. Carbon neutral is an electrified society, which relates not only automobile industry, Japan's core industry, but also wide-ranging sector of our society. We have many achievements in battery storage technology, and now aim at realizing 100% electrification of new car sales by 2035 and achieving growth by developing related technology and the supply chain. In this strategy, the government has a major role in stimulating private sector's effort for innovation. 5 cross-sectoral support measures are mentioned, such as grant funding, tax incentive, and so on. The government has set up Green Innovation Fund of 2 trillion yen, around 11 billion US dollars, to support innovation of private sector. And the Expo 2025, Osaka, Kansai, Japan, is another milestone as a showcase in post-COVID world. This expo will be an opportunity for the entire global community to design, experiment, and demonstrate possible future society. Indeed, the green economy is an important factor, and it will be utilized as a demonstration field for innovative technology such as ammonia power generation, hydrogen power generation, and carbon recycling technology. And in the field of international partnership, Japan is supporting the transition to clean energy and creating a carbon-free society mainly in Asia through the Asia Energy Transition Initiative. Japan will develop a leading project worth 100 million US dollars to transform fossil fuel-fired thermal power into zero-emission thermal power, such as ammonia and hydrogen. And since 2021, Japan is conducting various pilot projects together with Australia to produce hydrogen, transport liquefied hydrogen by sea to build out the commercial supply chain in the region, including Pacific Island states. And on top of 60 billion US dollars announced last June, Japan is ready to provide up to 10 billion US dollars in the coming 5 years, which would include our contribution to the launch of innovative financial facility for climate to support the decarbonization of Asia and beyond. And now I moved on to talk about our Japan-Jamaica partnership. Japan, Jamaica, and the CARICOM countries are traditional partners for sustainable development. While Japan's cooperation is more focused on the medical and health system to boost the COVID-19 response mechanism since the coronavirus pandemic, the environment and disaster risk management remains the top priority of our cooperation. At COP26, Prime Minister Kishida announced that Japan would double the assistance for adaptation to climate change, such as disaster risk reduction, to approximately $14.8 billion in the 5 years to 2025. For small island developing states like Jamaica, addressing the resilience factor is important when it is striving toward the green economy. A grant assistance project is underway in Jamaica to improve the emergency communication system for disaster prevention, and patrol and rescue vessels will soon arrive in Jamaica. Japan is ready to continue to provide concessional financial cooperation, regardless of per capita income level in such priority area. Finally, I want to make some comments about future collaboration in Jamaica in the area of green economy, as Jamaica has set an ambitious goal of reducing emissions and raising the renewable energy ratio in future. The green economy is a promising area for future cooperation between our two countries. When Foreign Minister Motegi visited Jamaica in July last year, we started a discussion about how we can cooperate in the field of green and digital areas in the recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. In the field of green economy, JICA, our aid agency, is implementing the technical cooperation to promote energy efficiency in Caribbean countries. In addition, Japan is cooperating in the developing of renewable energy in Jamaica through the co-financing project with the IDB, Inter-American Development Bank. Following the foreign ministers' meeting, JICA's preliminary study for Jamaica Special Economic Zone development is underway, aiming for exploring cooperation based on the concept of smart city. We consider also that there is a demand in Latin America and Caribbean countries for establishing hydrogen supply chain in future. For that purpose, JICA is planning to conduct a study on the development needs and the potential of hydrogen technology and the value chains in Latin America region. Jamaica has been selected as a target country. Jamaica has an advantage as a logistics hub and a huge potential for renewable energy such as solar. In addition, since Japanese companies have been investing in the electric power sector, I believe there is a big possibility in the future that Japan and Jamaica could cooperate in the green economic growth area, such as smart cities and hydrogen supply chain projects through public-private partnership. And to conclude, currently, we are facing the crisis of the spread of COVID-19, and the difficult situation continues. But the history of mankind and the past civilization tells us that times of difficulty are in fact times of innovation. Human cannot change the past or the nature, but can change the future and the society. This is the word of Japan's Foreign Minister Motegi. Now is the time for us to turn the ongoing crisis into an opportunity to change our future and society. I hope that the 21st century will be valued in retrospect as a time when humankind leaped onto a new stage of development by boosting innovation in every aspect of life. To that end, international partnership is critical. I would like to conclude my remarks by a famous African proverb. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Let's tackle together to realize a green economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for.
Karen, we have a question on the floor. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. A question on the floor, Karen, and then back over to you.
Thank you so much, Andre. Thank you so much, Your Excellency.
Question on the floor.
Morning, His Excellency. My question is, what strategy does Japan have for renewable energy, affordable renewable energy for our small business owners and householders? Let me do it again. What strategy has Japan employed for renewable energy, that's affordable renewable energy for small businesses and householders?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So your question is about Japan's energy strategy. Okay. Yes, small businesses. Okay. I think it's a very challenging business. And in fact, we introduced a kind of a price system encouraging newcomer for developing renewable energy like solar, and it is a kind of a tariff policy. And this is a core strategy in the Japanese energy policy to encourage small business to enter more easily into producing renewable energy. So with a preferential tariff, so that means kind of encourage small business people to have a more favorable conditions to enter into that business. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Just to extend her question in terms of incentivizing small business, can we talk about how government has provided leadership in Japan and what lessons we can certainly implement within the region for government to incentivize these green economic activities, not only for small businesses, but really to bring a halt to this brown activity that we currently have predominantly in the region? And how can we attract adequate investments? I personally was excited to see the level of commitment in terms of the dollar amount. I think you stated 10 billion US dollars over time. I think that that is a tremendous investment. But how can countries attract additional investments to support green economic activities?
Thank you very much for very good questions. And it is a very big challenge. We have a commitment of financial contributions to international partnership, but for that, it is very critical to have a very good strategy and to formulate a very good project. And kind of government financial cooperation is only the part of the total financial contributions. And the main part should come from the private sector, financial sector, and the banking sector. So what is important is that project should be bankable and feasible. So we need to have a very comprehensive discussions to set up this kind of very bankable, feasible project, including not only public sector, but private sector, financial sector, and in some sense, the research institute, or this kind of partnership, comprehensive partnership is very, very important globally and also regionally and locally. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Andre, do we have additional questions on the floor?
No further
And
questions on
while-
the floor right now, Karen. And I think we have maybe
Thank
2
you.
minutes. So.
Oh, we do have 2 minutes. So, Your Excellency, one final question, because this green economy is it's an intensely political process. We know in economics, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Someone has to bear the burden and someone reaps the benefits. How do we ensure equity and inclusivity for those regions, for people who are most dependent on natural resources, who are the most vulnerable? We know that Japan has a very technical and a high technology economy, but what lessons or what should we be thinking about to ensure equity as we focus on the green economy?
Thank you. Also, this is a very, very important point. And how to keep the equity when we process this green economic challenge is a very difficult questions. And at this moment, perhaps nobody has the exact answer, neither Japan. But we try to be more inclusive when we established our green growth strategy. And as I mentioned in my presentations, for the developed countries, it is a big kind of a transformation, industrial transformation. And Japan is depending much on the car industry, but the car industry should now face very big challenge and very big transformation. In that process, there is a need to be more inclusive, and we need to ensure employment, and we need to ensure the existing kind of industrial interest. And at the same time, we have to develop a new frontier, new opportunity for the business. So it is a politically very, very big challenge, and it is not easy to keep the equity, but every countries have to be in mind of that agenda, and we should try our best to keep that equity as much as possible in our future endeavor for green economy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency Masaya Fujiwara, the Green Economy Partnership for Growth. On behalf of the Jamaica Stock Exchange, for those who have come, really excellent discussion, really timely discussion. Thank you. And at this time, we will turn over to Andre.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Karen. Thank you, Your Excellency, for a very good presentation. And we look forward to those partnership opportunities as we continue to green our own economy with your guidance and help. Okay, we're going to move on now, and there's a slight change to the agenda in that Mr. Reginald Brown, Principal of Global Trading Systems, is with us, and he's going to make his presentation now on growing the Caribbean economy, the Caribbean earning more from its financial sector. Reginald's profile is in the program, so just to save the time and allow Reginald more time to make his presentation, I will now hand over to Reginald Brown, Principal of GTS. Morning, Reginald.
Good morning. How are you?
Hi.
We are good.
Go ahead.
We're hearing you.
So good morning, everyone. I am Jamila Jalal Walikram, Research Analyst with the NCB Capital Markets. I'll be doing the introduction of Mr. Reginald Brown. So as you guys would have heard, the topic for this session is the growing the Caribbean economy, but specifically how the Caribbean economy can do so by earning more from its financial sector. And this is very timely given that during COVID, we've seen the challenges in the region in terms of the need for economic diversification. And that can be done through developing our capital markets so that more can be allocated to the productive sectors by adding asset classes that they can have access to funding through. And so increase the contribution of the sector. So Mr. Reginald Brown, he's actually the principal of Global Trading Systems. And before that, he was a senior managing director and head of ETF trading at Cantor Fitzgerald LP. Now, his major achievements include the fact that he is a key contributor to the liquidity of ETFs, and he would have helped with designing and implementing liquidity solutions for ETF channels. And he identified and solved liquidity and settlement issues in Chile, Peru, and Mexico. So obviously he has a expertise in exchange traded funds, and he will be talking to us about first giving an introduction to GTS and then ETFs in general and how our Jamaican retail investors could use them and his plans for Jamaica as it relates to ETF. So over to you, Mr. Brown.
Well, thank you very much, and I am grateful to be invited here today. I'd like to just just give an overview. First, GTS is an American firm based in New York. We are one of the largest market makers in the New York Stock Exchange, where we control 15 trillion in market cap, about 30% of the listings on in New York. So when a new company launches or IPOs onto the financial markets in the United States, they select a market maker, and we control 1/3 of that. And is this important for Jamaicans? Our interest here is growing retail participation in the local Jamaican Stock Exchange. Several years, the stocks listed on Jamaica Stock Exchange were #1 in performance, and bringing more households, more retail participation is of interest. And one of the vehicles that we've used historically have been ETFs. ETFs are it's an exchange traded fund. It's a vehicle like a mutual fund or actively managed account that uses outside managers, that brings retail investors into the marketplace and allow them to express their views around asset allocation. So, for example, over the last 10 years, the U.S. economy has performed. One of the speakers earlier today referenced the amount of stimulus that was put into the American economy and has grown the American economy, but the stock market has grown with that. And without retail participation, local households are not participating in growing their wealth. Based on my research, the amount of retail participation in Jamaica is about 10% or so. And there's a lot of opportunity for Jamaicans to get exposure to the local stock market through investing as companies list on Jamaica Stock Exchange and retail investors buy those shares and participate, but also in a larger global economy that is referenced as the United States. We are partnering with Jamaica Stock Exchange to provide direct market access to the U.S. via the Jamaica Stock Exchange for local brokers to engage their clients here in Jamaica to access the global exchanges, but more so referenced in New York in a very cost-efficient way. And that partnership with the Jamaica Stock Exchange was first fostered by the immediate retired CEO, Marlene Foster, and Street. And we're announcing it today that we're instituting it here in Jamaica starting this year. I think what's important to highlight is that this is, I think, my third or fourth time presenting, coming to Jamaica, but also presenting opportunities. And our interest is twofold. One, it is being a service provider for the local, in Jamaica, the broker dealers that provide services for Jamaicans and to offer opportunities for diversification, but also opportunities to get products, not necessarily here in Jamaica, but globally, and bring them onshore into the country. And then growing awareness so that Jamaicans can grow their net worth. I think what's important here and how ETFs are used in the Caribbean, ETFs are used by insurance companies, pension plans, and governments, particularly dealing with government funds that are either managed by managers or internally managed by government agents, and it's reducing cost And when you reduce your costs, you get greater returns. And it is that we're trying to express as the opportunity for Jamaica, is to lower costs, get better diversification using our products, but also express your views globally. I think from a retail standpoint, there's a lot of opportunity, there's a lot of runway here for Jamaicans to grow their education around what the investment opportunities are in particular, and then Jamaican retirees, to grow their retirement savings. But on to other opportunities for Jamaica companies in order to go and raise capital externally to the Caribbean and the United States. Given GTS is the largest market maker, we do help companies go to the marketplace and raise capital and go into a public market. And one of those vehicles here is direct listing onto the New York Stock Exchange or onto NASDAQ. And one of the avenues there, Jamaica utility companies or private companies that have growing revenues, you're able to access pools of capital in the United States by going public directly on in New York, and we're one of those agents for that. And so there's a lot of opportunity for capital formation and partnering, and one of the things we do is just that. We have a business called ClearList, and you can find it easily on doing an internet search. And we just do that. We take private companies that are looking for capital, and we source parts of companies so that you can get investment from family offices here in the United States. And those family offices have net worths greater than several $100 billion. So there's a lot of opportunity, I think, to grow capital. And so I think for our plans here in Jamaica is just that, is to partner to be a business-to-business, a conduit for liquidity. We're looking to launch ETFs in Jamaica. I talked about this last year. We're looking for opportunities for managers who would like to launch an ETF in Jamaica and have those discussions. And we need more Jamaican companies to launch in Jamaica to grow index so that the ETF can be launched there. And anyone who has those ideas, I would love to have that discussion with you. I've had several discussions over the last years. We just haven't had the opportunity to launch one yet, but we'd love to do that for the country. And I think largely our plans here is to bring liquidity and to help bring efficiency to the companies that are listed on Jamaican Stock Exchange and to be a market maker here. That's largely what our interest is. And so if you look at it holistically, what we do, all things that are related to market trading, we do. I know that there is an emerging crypto platform in Jamaica that we are interested in having a conversation with. And then as crypto grows and regulation, I think Jamaica is one of the leaders in providing a regulatory framework around digital coins and crypto trading. And as that evolves, the regulatory framework, we would grow our interest in that area. So it's an emerging area. I think we can saw what happened to the crypto markets over the last couple of days. That's what markets do. They grow and contract. And, as interest rates rise in the United States and because of inflation, there is a rotation around risk assets, and crypto is just one of them. And I think it's just seasonality and temporary around just how to think about that risk asset in aggregate. So that is what we're looking to do. I think largely the way to think about GTS is your partner in all things financial instruments that trade on exchanges in the Caribbean, and then using our great resources around our financial prowess to provide liquidity is how to think of us as your partner going forward inside of the country. Next up. So with that, it's a very brief conversation. I know that, following after His Excellency from Japan, I like to be more thoughtful and to take questions if anyone has any questions. So back to Jamila.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brown. Well, the first thing I would like to ask, especially for retail investors listening, how is an ETF really different from, say, a unit trust or a listed equity fund? And what's the benefit of, say, investing in an ETF versus those?
That's a great question. A lot of it is around costs and then an ability to enter and exit the market efficiently. And so we look at unit investment trust and you look at separate accounts. Unit investment trusts typically have higher fees, and they also trade at steeper premium or discounts to its worth. And so ETFs provide an efficient vehicle that investors can get exposure to, but yet the costs are very competitive and compared to other types of vehicles. A lot of times in the United States, investors will use mutual funds. And the issue with mutual funds is that they're not very tax efficient. And I think when you talk about the tax efficiency, particularly from a US standpoint and how ETFs are being used, let's say a manager or a family office or some other vehicle that had a great amount of assets with a lot of capital gains. There are mechanisms actually where you can take a portfolio that has a lot of capital gains, transfer them into an ETF using a special process, and you get to pass along the capital gains in a very tax efficient manner, actually tax free from a U.S. standpoint, and then take hold of an ETF at a new cost basis. And from a U.S. standpoint, you get to mitigate tax exposure through this process using ETFs. So for example, let me say that in a different way. Let's say if a family office or a corporation had a marketable security portfolio that had sizable tax gains and you wanted to mitigate your tax exposure, you can move the securities of that portfolio into an ETF using a special mechanism and not pay the capital gains tax by selling that portfolio in a different way. And that's how ETFs are being used. And so there are many different formats, but from a retail investor who's looking to save money for retirement, opening up a local brokerage account and then buying securities and also ETFs, invariably with our relationship with Jamaica Stock Exchange, that order flow would come to GTS, and that you have great efficiency in getting exposure to global markets to Jamaica.
Okay, thank you. So I know that the ETFs, they usually track various assets or sectors, etc. What's the decision making behind the type of assets or sectors that your ETFs would track? And for the ones that we possibly have access to, which assets do those track?
Well, from a U.S. standpoint, ETFs cover every asset you can think of that is tradable. So we don't have an ETF on farmland. We don't have an ETF on crypto spot, but crypto futures we do. So Bitcoin future ETFs, we have them, but not crypto digital currency spot just yet. So any marketable instrument, there is an ETF for it. And so if you think about it this way, ETFs have allowed for democratization of retail investors to get exposure into difficult asset classes. So call it 10 years ago, it was very difficult to buy gold bars and very expensive to do that. We launched an ETF in the United States that gave exposure to gold, and we cut the access costs, and then now you can buy spot gold using an ETF. And then that is just a demonstration that it's easy just to say, I want to have exposure to gold, and you go buy GLD or IAU, which is the ticker in the United States for spot gold, and you're buying representative ounces through an ETF. And that's the benefit. A retail investor can easily buy commodities. So right now we're in an inflationary period where the marketplace has demonstrated it's probably better to have commodity-based products in your portfolio. So, think of raw commodities, gold, And then, largely how the marketplace is thinking, owning stocks that provide dividends provides a measure of inflation protection. And real estate REITs, they've also are it's been pretty impactful seeing the flows into that marketplace. So anything that there is an asset class, you can probably find an ETF for it listed somewhere around the world. And I would like to say that the ETF community is nearing 10 trillion in assets, and it's growing at a 25% growth rate per year. And a lot of the pressures that mutual fund or asset managers are feeling is through competition, through price, and that benefits retail investors by bringing the cost of these investments down through competition, and that just benefits Jamaican households.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm going to open up the floor to any questions, whether in the chat or there on the floor.
Yes, thank you, Jamelia. Reginald, can you hear me?
I certainly can, sir.
Wonderful. Question for you. The Jamaica Stock Exchange has a direct market access platform which will allow investors to directly invest through their broker into the foreign exchanges, into the
that's correct.
The foreign markets.
That's
How
correct.
do you think that, what kind of an effect do you think that will have on the volume of activity and the growth potential for local portfolios? One, and the second question, because we only have 5 minutes, I'm going to put them both together. Companies that are diaspora based, that are in the United States, if they want to come to us in Jamaica to raise capital, what is your role? I just wanted to give us the 1, 2, 3 so that any such person listening will know what exactly they have to do through you to get to us.
Yeah, absolutely. So through the innovation of Jamaica Stock Exchange, how the direct market access works is that the local brokerage companies in Jamaica can access the Jamaica Stock Exchange and through GTS get the liquidity into the United States at a very cost-efficient way. And before that was authored, it had to go to Canada in order to get to the United States. So this is directly in the U.S. So this is a benefit. And so what I'm advocating for retail investors from Jamaica, if you don't have a local brokerage account, partner with local brokerage and begin a savings account and invest that into the stock market locally and then globally. That is the benefit. And when I look at Jamaican households, when I look at nearly 90% are not participating in the growth of wealth, there's an opportunity for retail investors to grow their net worth by participating in global markets. And we've seen over the last 10 years where the markets have nearly tripled that if you're not participating, you're not growing, you're not getting richer. So that's the opportunity set. For a company who would like to list on the Jamaica Stock Exchange, generally there are local listing rules. And for companies that need greater liquidity, as a market maker, I'm willing to provide that liquidity here in Jamaica, but also in the United States. So if a Jamaica company is listed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange but wants to raise capital in the United States, they can remain listed in Jamaica and then launch an ADR, American Depository Receipt, and have a representative stock traded in the United States in tandem with his listing in Jamaica. And we would be the market maker for that in the United States, and then providing liquidity here in Jamaica at the same time. And that's the benefit. I think there's a lot of opportunities to grow that and to grow the education. So I'm taking meetings, and anyone who would like to know more, I have a local representative. His name is Earl Chapman, and then he can access my services by talking to this gentleman here and arranging meetings. And when I'm in Jamaica, happy to make those meetings as well. My office I have global offices, and I'm largely split in New York, but happy to come and present in greater detail what the opportunities are for companies to grow capital directly.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brown. I think that we're out of time, but I just want to thank you for sharing. I know that the investors are excited about the prospects of having access to ETFs, and companies are excited about the prospects of getting access to more liquidity for growth. So thank you once more for sharing, and I'll turn over back to Andrew.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jamelia. Excellent session. Well moderated. And thank you, Reginald, for reminding us and our audience of the many opportunities that exist for partnership between us. Our next session will speak to the strategic use of intangible assets for companies on the Jamaica Stock Exchange. And I will invite Mr. Nigel Cooper, head of school, Joan Duncan School of Entrepreneurship, Ethics and Leadership, College of Business and Management, University of Technology, to join us. Welcome, Nigel.
Thank you, and I think it's good afternoon now. We just made it in the afternoon session. Thank you. All protocols observed. Thank you for the opportunity. I want to share briefly. I know time is very tight. I know there's a presentation that the team has in terms of this whole thing about intangible assets, because the game has changed dramatically even in the last 12 months globally with intangible assets. So want to look at the overview that I'm going to be doing. We're going to look at a quick definition of intangible assets, just to make sure everybody online, etc., understands. We're going to look at a global snapshot of what is happening with intangible assets. We'll look at some research conducted on about 70 companies on the JSE, right? So it's coming home. And then out of that research, we're going to look at the results, from the main market and the junior market. And then we're going to come home with the strategic use, how to improve the use of intangible assets. So we have the definition of the intangible assets. I don't have a clicker. I wasn't given a mover, so if you can move it. Thanks. Definition of intangible assets. There are several, but we would use international accounting standards in terms of it being an identifiable non-monetary assets without physical substance as assets, and assets that's controlled by an entity, as well as also past events for the purpose of self-creation. Okay, I get in the clicker now, which will be a great to proceed. Thanks much. Right. Okay, right. So we took in the International Accounting Standards definition that looks at the definition of intangible assets. And there are three main criteria based on the IAS 38. There are three criteria for intangible assets: identifiability, control, and future economic benefits. Looking at the global snapshot, and this is from Brand Finance, the top 10 companies in 2020 surpassed US $10 trillion in intangible value. If we even come to 2021, when you look on the overall top companies, not just the top 10, it has reached $74 trillion in 2021. The drawback is that of the top 10 companies, only 3% are on their books. So although the intangible value is 10 trillion, only 3% of this value is allowed to be booked on their books. So we're seeing some issues here. And this is the elephant in the room. This is the elephant in the room that I know a lot of the accountants are here, etc., to say, well, it's accounting standards that, it's not allowable on the balance sheet that, intangible assets generate internally what we call sometimes homegrown assets are not allowed on the balance sheet. Only when it's in a merger acquisition, or then you can actually put the assets on a balance sheet. So we know that, and I'm aware of that, but yet still, I believe there's great potential even with this scenario. And let's come home quickly. Let's look on two examples in Jamaica. In October 2015, Heineken took controlling interest of the Red Stripe band from Diageo. They offered 4 times the then current market value for the share. No, I didn't say $4 more, I said 4 times. Now, of course, everybody who was shareholders sell, because if somebody offered you 4 times what you're getting, you sell. And some people thought, boy, Heineken buying Red Stripe to kill Red Stripe because it's a main competitor. Right? But no, that's not the case. Heineken recognized the real value of the Red Stripe share. So it's not just the block and steel and the equipment at Spanish Town Road Heineken was looking at. They're looking at, hey, what is this value? What is the brand value of a Red Stripe and what we can do with our Red Stripe? And we've seen that Heineken has actually grown Red Stripe. Let's look at another example, local example again. In 2004, the Musson Group, led then by Desmond Blades, acquired the Highgate brand. Okay? In 2007, unfortunately, the banks moved in and FinSac, post-FinSac issues, and seized, moved in on Highgate. But they could not, the banks held on to the physical assets, the equipment. Musson's had the brand name of Highgate. Now, I ask you, if Musson's wanted to have continued, they could have continued the Highgate brand, and there's no way the banks, because the banks were thinking, hey, the assets for the bank is the block and steel, whereas the real asset is really the intangible, was the mark, the Highgate brand. Let's look at research on the local market. And what we did was we reviewed the company's financial statement between 2019 and 2020. We looked at 39 companies on the main market and 40 companies on the junior market. And we compared their intangible assets as a percentage of their overall assets on their balance sheet. And here's what we found. We found that on the main market, 41% of companies had no intangible assets reflected on their balance sheet. And additionally, that 25% of the companies on the main market had less than 1% intangible assets reflected on their balance sheet. And the most popular intangible asset was computer software. And in terms of the top three companies on the main market, we had Separate first, we had Really Jamaica second, and Jamaica Broilers Group third. Let's look at the junior market, what the research showed. Almost a similar story. Right? On the junior market, 50% of the companies on the junior market had no intangible assets on their books. 20% of the companies on the junior market had less than 1% intangible assets on their book. Again, the most popular asset was computer software. In terms of, let me go back, in terms of the top three for the junior, we had Mailpack Group being number 1, we had Lasco Financial being number 2, and Dermont Trading being number 3. And on the market, there are companies that do have various types. Although we said the main one was computer software, there is a range of IP that on the assets of companies, just that very few have it. So there is a lot of IP in terms of the types of the IP that are present. It's just that the volume that's there is very, very small. And you see the different types of branch network, broadcast rights, etc. on the thing. So we want to come now to the strategic use, because we are now saying that the CEOs and the board directors, never before, they need to consider how they're using their intangible assets. The game has changed, even in the last year. So what we're calling for, what I'm suggesting is, you conduct an IP audit to see what you have. And then you do a brand valuation. Now, before the accountants jump on me and say, well, if it's homegrown IP, it's a waste of time. Let me explain. We're not doing this brand valuation for the purposes of acquisition. We're doing it for the purposes of market intelligence. So that way, so even if you're now listed, my argument is that you could do a brand valuation on your homegrown and put that in the investment community, and persons will see. So let's take consolidated bakeries, Purity, just taking them off as an example. Purity bread, everybody knows Purity bread. They have zero intangible assets on their balance sheet. My argument is if Purity were to do an independent company value their brand, that this information will arm investors with market intelligence. And I also believe that one of the reasons why many of the stocks on our Jamaican market do so well is because they're undervalued, because persons are not taking into account the brand value. And so people say, yeah, we know Michael Lee Chin, we know a Keith Duncan, we know, they say, boy, that's a good, but it's not yet necessarily reflected in the price. Some people psychologically they know, and subconsciously they know, but there's no document to say, hey, this is the brand value of JMB is X, the brand value of is Y. So we think that this is something that can be done. So we're not doing it because it can be put on the balance sheet. We're doing it to improve the investor intelligence. And I think the JSC would want to try and improve investor intelligence on the market. Because abroad, when people are doing these types of activities, a brand valuation is standard as a part of the whole communication and consideration. A brand valuation is standard. So we need to move in Jamaica and also the Caribbean to have this type of level of information that can be utilized. But I want to say that, and as we said, Pete made the point, better use of for institutional investors, individual investors, more insight, and I believe this could positively influence the share prices, and the cost of doing the brand valuation is usually tax deductible based on tax law in Jamaica, right? So these are things. But what I want to come home to is that last year in 2021, the Italian government introduced what they call the August Decree. This now authorizes Italian companies for the first time to put their homegrown brands on their balance sheet. And this is causing a lot of increase in market value in Italian companies. So don't tell me the accountants can't tell me what can't be done. Italy is doing it. Italy is doing it. So I say to the Minister of Finance, Mr. Minister of Finance, look at this. If you're able, and of course, those homegrown IP would have to be valued by an independent company. Nobody could on their own just say, boy, I think my brand worth 10 million, put it in the books. You have to have an independent valuation from a competent valuer to say, okay, my value, my homegrown IP value is X, to give it credibility. And I'm saying this could be a game changer for our stock market. This could be a game changer for our businesses. The Jamaican brand is well known. If we were able to move to what Italy has done. So I'm encouraging persons to look at Italy to show how Italy is doing it. Because just by that one act, the Italian economy is making leaps and bounds and is helping. That's one of the strategies the Italian government has used to try to recover from COVID. So I'm asking serious consideration that it be considered that we put the homegrown assets, and this is a call not just made by me. There are several valuation companies across the globe who for years have been saying that, the traditional balance sheets don't really show a true picture of what a company's value is. And, the old principles of not being able to book on a balance sheet is outdated in this time when now the intangibles now represent such large proportion of balance sheets for main leading tech companies across the globe. So I leave with a quote from David Hayes, CEO of Brand Finance. It's time for a revolution in financial reporting of intangible assets. Intangibles play an increasing role in the modern economy. It's about time that the balance sheets are allowed to reflect that. I want to thank you for your time and for listening to me today. Thank you.
Let's put our hands together for that presentation. Very, very interesting one, sir.
Thank you.
I have been saying that to you, and you have proven it. So my first question is, how will it impact the bottom line or impact the whole share price, as you mentioned?
Right. So as I mentioned, two ways. If we stay within the same rules that we're not able to put the homegrown, my argument is that we need to try and move the investor intelligence in Jamaica more. I want to say that a lot of our investors are quite simplistic. As I said before, once they hear it's a so-and-so involved in it, they buy the stocks. Once the companies know, hey, within 7 years I can get back my money based on income stream. So what I'm saying is we want to grow the intelligence in terms of how people make decisions. We want to, so even for a company on the stock market now, if they were to do a brand valuation, my argument is it would help them for the public to understand and see what is the real value, quote unquote, value, because you can't put it on the balance sheet, but it gives them information. So to that extent, it would increase the share price because persons will be armed with more information and so about the brand and appreciate it better and then therefore be willing to pay what they think it's worth. So it can impact that way. And this is staying within the current rules. I'm not talking about, what Italy has done and I think what we need to do.
Yeah, because the interesting part of that is I would believe that this intangible asset would have to relate then to the book value of the company.
Right.
Yeah?
Right.
And we have a tendency not to be looking at book value when we are valuing company, but from a price to earning ratio.
Returns.
So you're basically turning
I'm saying
the whole focus.
Correct. I'm saying that
don't look at price earning.
Right.
Maybe.
Not only. Don't use PE ratios only, but use also because for me, the more information you have as an investor, quote unquote, you'll be armed to make better decisions and hopefully take less risk. Because you're more informed with different aspects. And I'm saying abroad, that's all these documents are standard in an information, memorandum. When you're investing on, all these are part of, but we are much more simplistic. I mean, we've done well on the stock exchange, but in terms of the documents and the sub, we need, there's much more that can be done.
Some education.
Education.
On it, because definitely so. We have a question from the floor. Sir, your name and your question.
Michael Johnson is the name. In valuation, goodwill is also taken into consideration as an intangible asset. How do is it an addition of or a combination of, or is it a substitute?
It's a combination of goodwill and other types of IP. So it's not just goodwill, which was a longer term type, in terms of the reputation of the company. But this is now great, and we saw it even in Jamaica, the different things, the branch network, the trademarks, etc. So it's more than just goodwill. IP has gone far above, more than just its goodwill on the books. So as I said, if we can do what Italy has done, it will be a game changer. Overnight, the whole assets of Jamaican companies would significantly move, and that means more access to capital, etc. So this is something I'm calling for the government to consider, to put the homegrown intellectual property IP on the balance sheet as Italy has done, so it can be done. So I'm not seeing something that cannot be done. Italy did it last year, August. has been done.
How would this fare out with the IFRS?
Okay, well, that's a good question because, as I said, for years, many evaluators have been lobbying, and so this is where you're going to have a crossroads. And that's why we look at what Italy did. Italy decided, despite the international regulations and all that, they decided for their country and for their market, it was in their best interest. And sometimes...
And they got that clearance from the...
Well, I'm not sure of all of,
IFRS?
but it's implemented now. It has been implemented, right? So we have to study as to all the details as to what went into the arrangement, but it has been implemented in Italy, and they are homegrown IP. And it's a call that has been made by several organizations. I know the accountants that have a different view, right? But because the more business-oriented, market-led persons understand that your brand is so critical, you should be able to value it.
Who you think could lead this charge of getting this change?
I think if people start to understand the strategic importance of IP, I think the finance persons can lead the charge. Not necessarily the accounts. I'm separating the accountants from the finance, right? I think that if the finance people run the numbers and recognize, whoa, if this were to happen to me, the impact would be significant. So I'm thinking that if the government policy can support it, if the finance persons call for it, and the government policy supports it, I think it can happen. Because I think once people see the numbers is what people live by. I mean, the finance people live by. They see the numbers that make sense, and they see the positive ramifications. I think it's something that will happen.
Okay, outside of, and I'm asking you to be specific now.
Okay.
Outside of software,
right,
what else could, because you mentioned the companies that you have
Right.
research and it is software, what else in terms of name, specific that you can
Right,
put
there
your
was a
finger
slide
on?
there where I identified those that were on. They had branch networks. So some companies in Jamaica put the branch network because that's IP, that's intangible. Because you have a branch network, there's a value in having a branch network, not just a physical structure, but having a branch network. The trademark, they have your customer list. People don't realize that there is an intangible value to having a customer list. You might say, but this is just a customer list. There is a value. So on the stock market, as I have reported, I did say that there are several types of IP on the stock market, just that very few people are using them. So we do have a good range of IP in terms of just that very few people are doing it. Broadcast rights, etc. So we do have it. We do have it, just that isn't very scarce. Very few companies use it.
All right. Thank you. Just making a check. Andre, is there anything online? Any question? Okay. Okay, there's no question online. Just want to thank you so much, Mr. Cooper, for this presentation. It's an eye-opener.
and Nigel, just to say that the Prime Minister came and said that we must think outside the box. And I'm saying for intangible assets, we need to throw away the box. Right? We need to throw away the box. There's no box anymore with intangible assets.
Very good.
All right.
Let's put our hands together for
Thank
this
you
presentation
again for accommodating.
again. We really appreciate this eye-opener.
Thank you.
Good.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of our delighted and enthused audience, it is my pleasure to thank our moderator, Mr. Nigel Cook, and our esteemed guest speaker, Mr. Nigel Cooper, for such an engaging session. As a matter of fact, a very informative session. Thank you once again. Let me now take this opportunity to welcome Mr. Kareem Tomlinson to the podium. He'll be our moderator of this next session coming up, Global and Regional Ratings post-COVID-19. So while Kareem gets to the podium, let me just remind our audience, while Kareem gets to the podium, let me remind our audience to visit our online booth, engage in our chat, and also in our Q&A. And to advise you that our most frequent visitors to our booth will receive some handsome prizes and giveaways. So just a note for you to visit our booth more often. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Clover. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kareem Tomlinson. I am the General Manager of JMB Securities Limited. For the next 30 minutes, I'll be a moderator for this afternoon's session under the theme Global and Regional Credit Ratings Post-COVID-19. To assist me in expertly navigating this session, I have with me two highly esteemed financial markets professionals who will be my panelists for today. Ms. Anya Walker, who will be joining me here on stage, and I should also have Mr. Wayne Das, who should be joining us virtually all the way from Trinidad.
Good afternoon.
Welcome, Anya.
Thanks, Kareem.
I'm not sure if Wayne is on as yet, so I'll give a little bit of background on our panelists. I've had a distinct pleasure of working both with Anya and Wayne in different capacities, and I can certainly attest to the value that they will bring to these discussions today. Their full profiles are available in your programs and also on the conference website for those of us joining virtually. So I'll refrain from going through the full bios. I will, however, provide a bit of background on both of them just so we ensure that we have proper context for the discussions that will ensue later. So for the last 15 plus years, Wayne Das has been the CEO of Caribbean Information and Credit Rating Services Limited, known more colloquially to most of us as CARICRIS. CARICRIS is the Caribbean's leading credit rating agency. Over the last decade and a half, Wayne has been critical to championing the deeper utilization of credit ratings in our regional financial markets. So in the context of this regional conference, he is perhaps the single most qualified person to speak to us on all matters pertaining to credit ratings. Well, I'd love to see Wayne on screen any minute now. In the interim, Anya is an executive with NCB Capital Markets.
I'm here.
Welcome, Wayne. Okay. We're not seeing you as yet, but I'm hearing you. Right, I have to take a deep breath before I go through Anya's title. It's a long one. Anya seems to be the vice president in charge of everything at NCB Capital Markets. She's the vice president with oversight for strategy, for research, for innovation, and projects. So NCB Capital Markets, as we all know, is one of the leading investment houses across the Caribbean. And as you'd have heard, Anya has responsibility for research and for investment strategies for clients. So she is, on the other hand, one of the foremost users of credit ratings across the region. And I therefore look forward to the wealth of knowledge that she'll share with us on this topic. Right, so you'll see that this panel, how it's been constructed, on one hand, we have the supply side of credit ratings in the form of Wayne. They're the ones who create the credit ratings and issue the credit ratings. And on the other side, you have the demand in the form of Anya, who are the users of credit ratings. So I expect the discussions that will follow, they will be rich, they will be balanced, they'll capture all sides of the argument. So looking forward to it. And just a little bit of housekeeping before we jump in. The intention here is to, for the panelists, the intention is to keep it conversational. So, Anya, if you hear Wayne making a point and wrapping up a point and you want to jump in, feel free. You don't need my prompting. Wayne, likewise. And right after that, we'll jump into a little bit of a Q&A session where we'll take questions from the floor and we'll also take questions from the chat room. All right. So, without further ado, let's jump in. Wayne, you with us? I want to fire the first shot at you.
Yes, sure, man. Go ahead.
All right. So, yeah, man, welcome. Good to see you again. All right. So, let's start at the very beginning. What exactly is a credit rating? Why is it important? Who should care about it? Who uses it? How they use it? Would you be able to share some context with me on that? What is a credit rating?
Sure, Kareem. So a credit rating is essentially an independent opinion on the relative creditworthiness of an entity or on debt being issued by that entity. So there are two key words here that I said. It's an opinion. So it's an opinion by the credit rating agency, albeit an expert independent opinion, after considering several factors. And it's also relative, meaning that a rating is always assigned by comparing the creditworthiness of one entity against the creditworthiness of all entities in the particular universe of concern. And so just to clarify that, there are different rating scales or universes that are used for credit ratings. And you have a global scale where the rating is being, so when we rate an entity on the global scale, the creditworthiness of that entity is being compared to entities all across the world. When you rate an entity on a national scale, you are comparing the creditworthiness of that entity only with other entities in that particular country. And on the regional scale, which is something developed by Carrie Chris, you are comparing the creditworthiness of that entity with other entities in the Caribbean region. So that is what a credit rating is. In terms of the role and why it's important, one, it is intended to bring more information to the market. By bringing more information to the market, you can get more informed decision-making on the part of investors and lenders. And we all know that information is a very scarce resource, particularly in our markets in the Caribbean here. And the idea behind a credit rating and the credit rating report that goes with it is to really bring more information, to make more information available on the entity that is being rated. Financial analysis, industry analysis, analysis of the management capabilities and so on. All of that is brought out in the report. The other reason that ratings are important is that they are actually used as a mechanism to fix risk and return. We all know that the riskier an entity is, the higher the interest rate should be charged on debt issued by that entity. And the ratings provide a sort of scientific methodology to link risk and return. Mm-hmm. So you find that ratings are actually used to set the coupons, for new bonds being issued. The third important reason of ratings is that, especially in the Caribbean context, is to help create a market for corporate credit, especially. By having corporates rated and raising capital in the capital market, they can get better interest rates, right? And therefore they can be more competitive. But also, by having more and more corporates rated, you will find that you're now creating a secondary bond market, and you're creating liquidity in that secondary bond market, so you can have greater trading taking place. And ultimately, by having a more developed primary market and secondary market, you ultimately have a more resilient financial system, right? And so that is another, if you like, objective of credit ratings. And the final one I will add is that ratings are also used heavily in the financial sector regulations. So, for instance, pension funds are not allowed to invest in bonds which are rated below investment grade. Insurance companies are required to provide capital based on the riskiness of their investments as measured by their ratings. So those are some of the reasons that ratings are important.
Yeah, man. Thank you for that, Wayne. Really, really helpful explanation. So, Anya, I'm going to move to you, right? So, NCB Capital Markets has one of the largest investment portfolios in the region. And I know that in your bio, I noted a part of what you do is research. So this falls squarely within your purview. As a practitioner in the field, Wayne would have explained to us the multitude of uses that we have for credit ratings. So what Wayne's saying, is that something that makes sense to you on a day-to-day basis? Do you use credit ratings in this way? Is it helpful in your decision-making for investments?
So definitely, Kareem, we absolutely use and need the credit ratings. When I think about it, I could think about it in terms of how we use it, in terms of identifying assets, monitoring those assets, matching client risk to appropriate assets, and then also ongoing management of risk. So if I were to discuss it along those lines, a lot of the times assets come to us via the rating announcements. So it provides us with an opportunity to see new assets, because usually when an asset is coming to market, and especially on the international market, what you get is that a rating comes before the asset it comes to market. So it helps us to identify new investment opportunities for clients. So when I take a look at matching now, what the rating done, as Wayne referred to and discussed, it really allows us to see the relative risk of assets. And even though in portfolio construction, you look at risk on a total portfolio basis, you also don't want a client, for example, who is conservative invested in an asset that is very, very risky. So the rating allows you to match the riskiness of the asset to the client. And therefore, you are able to execute on your suitability mandate, because regulations require you that you only sell clients assets that are suitable for them. So it helps in that way. Another way that it helps is ongoing monitoring. So Wayne would have highlighted that, the rating agencies have access to information. And a lot of times that's information that we do not have access to. They have access to management, because when a company goes to get rated, they open up the business, they have conversations with management, they actually give them more information sometimes, all the time, that is publicly available. So you are able now to use the rating report, and that helps you in the ongoing monitoring of the assets to find out whether there's a deterioration in quality, whether there's improvement in quality, and it allows you to give your clients buy and sell recommendations and, in terms of what they need to do. And another way that it is important is that, when one of the things that we pay close attention to is those rating sensitivities. What are those things that's going to trigger an upgrade? What are those things that are going to trigger a downgrade? And we monitor those things so that we're able to advise clients in advance of events that are going to happen. And then it just helps in the general risk management process and assessing the riskiness of your portfolio and so on. So those are the ways on a practical level that we use ratings.
All right. Thanks for that, Anya. So I heard there that, one of the uses of credit ratings is that it helps with, as a risk assessment and risk management tool, and, when risk events are coming and you're able to monitor the events that would trigger, a ratings change, right? So the COVID-19 pandemic has certainly been one of the most impactful, if not the most impactful systemic risk that, comes to mind that has influenced our financial markets recently. So Anya, the question for you is, how has the pandemic impacted the local and regional financial markets and the assets in which we invest in?
Okay, so the pandemic has had a significant impact on the local and regional markets and the international markets too. And I would want to say that there have been both challenges for the market, but there have also been opportunities. And I think that, coming out of the pandemic, we'll emerge with a more resilient market, a more vibrant market, a deeper capital market. So if I go through, I want to take you through in terms of the impact on the primary market, the secondary market, and also the impact on the type of funding solutions that have become available in the market. So in terms of the primary market, you look at the stock market, obviously there has been a deceleration in terms of activity in the market. Investors have been a little shy. That sharp fall off in asset prices at the onset of the pandemic has kept investors away. But at the same time, what we've seen is that investors, if a good opportunity comes up, your FESCO, your tropical battery, your spurtree, that investors will jump on those opportunities. If a solid company is coming to market and there's an opportunity, to buy it, they're ready and willing. In terms of the local bond market, what we've seen is that in the short term, bond prices would have fallen off, but at the same time, the accommodative monetary policy that the central bank would have introduced, that sharp fall off in interest rates initially after the pandemic. Bond prices actually soared locally and globally as well. And so investors would have benefited from that. Of course, the interest rate cycle is now turning, right? And bond prices are beginning to fall off. But at the same time, in the corporate space, we haven't, I think local corporates have, been a little bit more reticent to come to market, taking a more wait and see approach. We have had corporate issues, but one of the positives I see coming out of this pandemic is that more corporates are willing to get rated. They're embracing the rating culture coming out of the pandemic. And so, they can right away get better pricing, and that's the advantage, and they're taking advantage of that. When you look at the secondary market, and I would have discussed that too, we see the corporate bond markets, local bond market. We see the JSE has launched the Jamaica private market. And so that is another example of the way in which, the pandemic has positively impacted the market, because you now have more corporates getting listed, because we have always had a very vibrant private market locally, but it's not very liquid. And we now have an opportunity for the market to become more liquid with the JSE private market. So that's another way I see the pandemic, helping us to deepen the capital markets. And then when you look at funding solutions now, what has happened is that you have more funding solutions, because the onset of the pandemic meant that companies were strapped cash flow wise, and companies needed to preserve those cash flow. Revenues would have fallen off significantly. So they needed more patient capital. Industries like tourism and so on. And what you saw is the emergence of alternative financing solutions, more private equity, private credit, more fund type solutions. So on the one hand, we find the capital markets being more willing to provide, companies with different type of investment financing solution, mezzanine financing, just different parts of the capital structure, not just your straight debt and equity. And you've had the emergence of, funds like Stratos that, are providing financing to a specific sector because the sector is in need of, patient capital. They can't get, bank financing so much, given that the stress that they're facing. You have infrastructure funds, because governments are now in need of financing to spur economic growth. But given the challenges in terms of revenues and the downturn in the economy, that's not so easy to come by. So you have public-private partnership. And so that's another one of the positive benefits I see coming out of the pandemic in terms of more creative financing solutions, which are, for the companies. And then at the same time, you have more assets being created for investors. So it's a win-win. We end up with a deeper capital markets. We have more investors, more funding solutions, more assets for investments. And that's one of the positives I see that, is emerging on the impact from the pandemic.
Yeah, man. Thank you for that, Anya. So, and specifically, how what's the role you see for credit ratings in helping to navigate this new future, post-pandemic?
So credit ratings have a very important role to play because what it does, it helps to reduce information asymmetry. Wayne would have pointed to that. It brings more information, makes it more readily available, especially in our market where, information is not so readily available, especially outside of listed companies. And so it will allow for better pricing of risk. And so investors, there's more transparency. You can feel more confident investing.
All right, thank you, Anya. And Wayne, I'm not sure if you want to pick up on that question as well, the role of credit agents, credit rating, in this new environment we're operating in.
Yeah, sure. Well, as Anya said, the ratings actually become even more important now when you have a general uncertain environment or risky environment. Because if you want to get back that confidence in the market, the information brings confidence, right? I mean, there is one of the reasons that interest rates, have traditionally been high is really an information risk premium that people are paying, right? Because they just don't know, so they're pricing additional risk. But if you have access to the information and you have a deep analysis of companies and so on in terms of debt servicing capability, scenario analysis to show, well, if the market falls off by 10%, this is what is going to happen to the company's debt service ratio. And that kind of analysis, it allows investors to feel a little more comfortable, to say, okay, yes, I can participate in this particular bond issue, as the case may be. So I think, and especially when times are uncertain and there's a lot of risk in there is actually a heavier reliance on independent credit ratings that we are providing.
So Wayne, I'm going to divert a little bit. I'm seeing a question in the chat that is asking, is more speaking about the individual credit reports that, when retail borrowers walk into the bank, and the bank's willingness. I mean, so for the benefit of this discussion, would you help for me to highlight the differences or similarities between an individual report versus the credit rating for a corporate, which is more the focus of this discussion?
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, I'll start off by saying that they're very different. And so we carry Chris friend. We don't rate individuals. We only rate corporates and sovereigns, of course. So you find that the corporate rating report is much more expansive in the sense that it will focus on things like industry risk. It will look at the company itself in terms of its market position, its competitiveness in the marketing strategies and so on, product range, right? It would look at financial analysis and analysis of the last 5 years of operations. It will do projections to show what is expected over the next year or two. It will do an analysis of the management capabilities and track record in terms of achieving certain milestones. So it's a much more expansive report when you're looking at a corporate credit report as opposed to an individual report, which really looks at that individual's experience and credit history, I would say, in terms of meeting debt commitments.
All right, so it's almost as if one is tracking the individual while the work that you and your team do at CARICRIS is more focused on the credit quality of corporates, of companies, of sovereign institutions, right?
Absolutely.
So I'm going to move into the hard section now, Wayne. So, right, we spoke earlier about credit ratings as being a key risk management and risk assessment tool, right? We mentioned COVID-19 being a systemic risk of great proportions that has impacted our market. Prior to that, the next most recent occurrence would have been the financial crisis of 2008. But one of the big criticisms about credit agencies that I've seen and I've noted is that they were very slow to react to the crisis of 2008, and they didn't foresee the crisis of 2008. So Wayne, first hard question to you. How do you respond to that criticism of the role of ratings agencies?
Well, thank you for that question, Kareem. I mean, I would say that the rating agencies perhaps could have reacted faster back in that 2008 financial crisis. But, I believe that there actually were much more serious problems, I would say, in that 2008 financial crisis than to say the speed of their reaction. And by that I mean, if you recall, the financial crisis was actually sparked by some of the things that were done by the international credit rating agencies. So there was, for instance, some very serious conflicts of interest that issues that at the heart of rating of securitization structures and so on. There were even accusations of lack of adequate due diligence on the part of the rating agencies, that led to the default of so-called AAA rated securities. So yes, they could have perhaps reacted faster, but I think there were more serious problems than that in terms of the operations of rating agencies. And as a matter of fact, since then, a much higher level of oversight has been put on the international rating agencies by the US SEC. And further to that, there's actually been a revised code of conduct for credit rating agencies that came out in 2015, which essentially focuses on risk management, better risk management practices within the rating agencies themselves, and the need for greater minimization of conflict of interest issues and overall stronger governance of the credit rating agencies. So that would be my response, Kareem.
Yeah, man, thanks, Wayne. So Anya, 12 years later, following the financial crisis of 2008, we now have another systemic risk in the COVID-19 pandemic. As a user of credit ratings, how has the ratings agencies reacted in this instance? Have you found any improvement relative to some of the deficiencies that were mentioned coming out of 2008, this time around?
So I can speak more confidently to the international rating agencies, right? Because I use that a lot more than I use the regional ones. But hopefully, I'm confident that in the going forward, I'm using the local ratings a lot more because more local corporates will get rated. But I can say that the response was a lot swifter this time around. I mean, when you think about how the pandemic evolved, by February 2020, we got a sense that, all right, this is serious. Something is happening here. There's an increase in cases. Maybe this is just another MERS event. Maybe it's another SARS event. But then by March, we see World Health Organization declare, the COVID-19 situation a pandemic.
Mm-hmm.
And so what you saw in the weeks after that, the vast majority of rating outlook changes actually took place between March and May. So that was a pretty swift response in contrast to the 2008 crisis, when the response really didn't happen until around 2009. That's when you saw, but by then, Bear Stearns had gone. A lot of the big Wall Street banks were facing severe challenges. So the rating agencies were a lot slower to respond. And then I think when you look at the ratings, you will see that they did a better job, it seems, of evaluating risk. Because from S&P, for example, 88% of the defaults were from companies that were rated CCC. And so it is clear that those companies were properly rated and assessed because those are the ones that defaulted in a crisis. When you look at rating downgrades, like another 80% of them were actually rated B and lower, the highly speculative grade. So I think they actually did a better job this time around in terms of assessing the risk and, informing the customers. And so, the users of ratings. And so this time around, and, even in the immediate aftermath, they really were able to look and say, okay, certain companies, given the type of, situation that we're facing, a virus, a pandemic, certain companies, the ones that require close quarters to generate business, those were going to be the ones that, are going to be more severely affected. And that's where you saw most of the rating action in the initial phases. So I think they actually did a pretty good job this time around. And based on how the downgrades and the defaults evolved, it is clear that, they had properly priced the risk.
Gotcha. So Wayne, I don't know if you want to chime in on that. I mean, it seems as if the ratings agencies would have learned a lot from the 2008 crisis and have responded a lot more positively. If we're bringing it a little closer to home, what was the Caracas experience like? Would you be able to speak, even at a very high level, just, how it unfolded regionally for us?
Yeah, sure. So we have, Kareem, a total of 60, that's 60, public ratings, meaning that these are ratings that we monitor on a daily basis and, carry out ongoing reviews on and so on. And out of those 60 entities, 20 of those entities would have been downgraded over the past 2 years. That's 2020 and 2021. So that is roughly 1/3 of our ratings portfolio was downgraded. But what that points to, though, is that essentially, a large part of the portfolio, approximately 67% of the portfolio, those clients were resilient enough, right, to have their ratings reaffirmed at the same level. Some of them might have had negative outlooks assigned. They might have had their outlooks change from stable to negative. But the fact of the matter is that approximately 67% of the portfolio so were able to keep their ratings. And interestingly enough, there were actually some upgrades that happened. There were 3 clients that received positive outlooks, and there were 5 clients that were actually upgraded during that period.
Nice. So Wayne, what for you now with those learnings and how it unfolded? What's the general outlook for global and regional ratings in 2022? And if you can just speak also to some of the key ratings considerations. Right after that, I'm coming to Anya to understand as well her outlook for 2022 and what role she foresees rating agencies playing in that going forward.
Yeah. Okay. Well, what I would say is that while there is still a fairly high level of uncertainty, I think generally speaking, the outlook for ratings, both globally and regionally, is a little more on the positive side. I think one can expect to see more upgrades and less downgrades happening in 2022 and 2023 compared to 2020 and 2021. As I mentioned, we would have already carried out a few upgrades, and those would have happened in the latter part of 2021. And so that is sort of signaling a general improvement in credit conditions. And some of the factors behind that sort of positive outlook, one, of course, the continued vaccine rollout. I think vaccines are generally widely available now. In the Caribbean, the problem is more vaccine hesitancy than vaccine availability. But the point is that the world is becoming more and more used to, operating with the virus. So that's a credit positive, right? Economies are reopening more, it's driving more business activity. And indeed, I think strong growth is projected for most Caribbean countries in 2022. The tourism industry is showing signs of recovery, and that's a credit positive for the tourism-dominated economies like Barbados, OECS, and Jamaica to some extent. Oil and gas prices are high. I believe oil is in the high 80s right now, and it's the highest it has been in 7 years. So that's a credit positive for the hydrocarbon-based economies like Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana, Suriname, though it may, of course, drive inflationary pressures in the oil-importing countries in the Caribbean. But having said all of that, there are risks, right, to the outlook. And one is the emergence of a new variant that could be more severe than Omicron and could be resistant to existing vaccines. Of course, there's the threat of persistently high inflation, leading to interest rate spikes, which could put a damper on credit growth and overall competitiveness. And for me, one of the things that we need to pay attention to is growing social unrest and crime, which was made particularly worse from the pandemic. He said the inequities resulting from the pandemic, and the impact that could have on productivity and general business activity. So that is kind of the outlook. I mean, in terms of the sovereigns, we will be looking to see how they unwind all this fiscal and monetary support, which should have been extended over the past 2 years, and kind of put their debt to GDP ratios back on a declining path.
Thank you, Wayne. So hearing more upgrades than downgrades is should be on the horizon. Anya, we kicked off the discussion with Wayne, You know, I'm gonna allow you to have the last word. You know, what is the outlook for the future looking like for you?
So if I'm to pick up on what Wayne said, you know, given the risks, and just the risk of, you know, the variants, the pandemic is still evolving. There is the risk that, you know, markets are going to remain volatile because of that uncertainty. But what I do see is that one, we're going to see more ratings from corporates. Corporates are going to be embracing that a lot more in order to secure better pricing. I do see an opportunity for governments, regulators, you know, capital markets participants to collaborate to support, you know, the deepening of the capital markets to spur economic activity and help with that recovery. Because at the end of the day, in order to do that effectively, we need to mobilize capital and move it from the people who have it to the people, the businesses and entities that need it in order to spur the growth and, you know, drive economic activity. So those are the things that I see, you know, at the end of the day, still some uncertainty in the market, but ultimately the markets will continue to evolve, and it is certainly going to be better than the last couple of years.
Thank you for that, Anya, and thank you for your participation, my panelists. I think it was a highly informative session. You know, I know that there is, you know, so help me in thanking them. Right, I don't know if we have time for questions, for one or two questions, or we're completely out. So I'm getting the signal that we're completely out. So it's a really thank you guys. And, you know, for the viewers, you know, please continue to enjoy the rest of the session and the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kareem, and to your very informative and experienced panelists. I could listen to you all day. So now let me just welcome Mrs. Nadine Matthews Blair, who will join us virtually, and she'll be introducing our next session, which is on sustainability, ESG, and stock exchanges, current developments and opportunities. So, Mrs. Blair, are you on?
Yes, I am on. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon, welcome.
Thank you so much. How are you? Okay, over to me now. Awesome. Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nadine Matthews Blair, Chief Digital and Marketing Officer for NCB and CEO of the NCB Foundation. And I'm really excited to welcome you to this panel discussion on sustainability, ESG, and stock exchanges, current developments, and opportunities. I hope you've been enjoying the conference so far. Drop a word in the chat to describe what the experience has been like so far for me. And I'll just take a moment to recognize our sponsors again: Jefferies, NCB Capital Markets, Jamaica Pegasus, TVJ, the Jamaica Observer. Thank you all. And attendees, please be reminded about the online exhibits and all the special giveaways. And listen carefully, because I actually have a special giveaway for the end of this session. So without further delay, because I know we're behind, please allow me to introduce our distinguished panelists. I'll be brief because their full bios are on the website. Welcome, Dr. Aniket Shah, who's the Managing Director and Global Head of Environmental, Social, and Governance and Sustainability Research at Jefferies Group. In this role, Dr. Shah leads the integration of ESG and sustainability analysis within the Global Investment Research Department and engages with clients on this very dynamic area in corporate and financial services. And our second panelist is Dr. Axel Kravatsky, Managing Partner of Syntegra ESG and the Practice Lead for Purposeful Governance and Strategy. Dr. Kravatsky has worked with board of directors, committees, executives for over 20 years, advising them, guiding leaders on how to develop, activate the power of their brand and people to positively impact society and the natural environment profitably. So let's jump into the discussion. I'm going to start with Dr. Kravatsky, who has given me permission to refer to him as Axel. Axel, what is ESG and why should it matter to us?
Right. So welcome and thank you so much for inviting me, and good afternoon to everybody. ESG stands for Environmental, Social, and Governance dimensions. It was introduced in 2004 and 2006 by the United Nations Environmental Programme Finance Initiative to try and align or introduce the business community through the financial capital markets to contribute to sustainable development. And one easy way of getting a sort of an overview as to what that means is looking, for example, at rating agencies as to what do they count in that. So you can see that under the environmental pillar, it would be climate change, it would be natural capital, pollution, environmental opportunities. Under the social pillar, it is human capital, product liability, stakeholders, social opportunities. And the governance pillar is pretty much well known by most. And of course, these dimensions are changing and separate in different frameworks. And there is a global consolidation happening right now in terms of what we mean by this. And one of the issues is that a lot of the organizations are now maybe greenwashing, and saying they're doing things that they don't really have strong evidence for. And the reason for doing that is because consumers are rewarding that, regulators are penalizing organizations that are polluting or that are not being sustainable. And the world is becoming more and more aware that these last decade of action, these 2020s are critical for us to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. And we agreed 7 years ago that in the next 8 years, we will achieve these Sustainable Development Goals. But at the moment, we are far off target. And so now we have 8 years to try and increase the pace and align everybody to achieve that. And that is why the ESG is really important.
Thank you for that, Axel. Allow me to throw the next question to Dr. Shah. What are sustainable stock exchanges?
Yes, thank you so much, Nadine, and please call me Annika. It's really a pleasure to be here. So sustainable stock exchanges are an initiative to basically embed environmental, social, and governance considerations and reporting and disclosure at the source of the exchange. And this is, of course, a very important part of this whole ecosystem, because if the exchanges mandate that corporates have to follow certain disclosure rules, have to follow certain requirements in terms of the companies that are allowed to be listed on that exchange, it embeds many of the principles that Axel so correctly highlighted as being part of the ecosystem today. So we've seen over the past 10 years or so a growing effort by exchanges to, again, force disclosure requirements of companies around environmental dimensions, so carbon accounting of companies, biodiversity accounting and risk disclosure. On the social side, we've seen, for example, some exchanges mandate that a certain percentage of the companies that are listed on an exchange need to have a certain percentage of those companies, the companies need to have a certain percentage of women or people of diverse backgrounds on their board. So what this is all doing is it's basically codifying and mandating many of the aspects of environmental, social, and governance reform, which until recently has been voluntary, but now it's becoming codified in the system. And we're seeing a global network be created in front of our eyes of more and more sustainable stock exchanges in North America, Europe, and Asia.
Okay, so Aniket, thank you. You've started to touch on what you're seeing. So that leads into my next question. What are the trends that you're seeing, Aniket and Axel? I'd love your perspective as well in terms of sustainability, ESG, stock exchanges around the world. What are you seeing in the region? I know Axel does work here. And what are the opportunities in the region?
Great. I'll just say a few words. So I have a very privileged job at Jefferies. Jefferies is a remarkable institution, and I joined just a year ago. But I'm able to engage, connect, and advise investors all around the world. So we are having conversations with the largest pools of capital in the US, in Canada, in the Caribbean, in Latin America, in Europe, in Asia, and we really get a global picture of what's evolving. And I think there are three major trends that I want to highlight today to all of you in the audience. The first major trend is that ESG is becoming more and more standardized and more regulated. So what was until recently voluntary, voluntary disclosure, voluntary activities from corporates and investors, now this is actually becoming mandated by regulators and by a financial institution. One great example of this is the EU taxonomy in Europe, which is putting a definition around what economic activities are deemed sustainable or not that companies need to disclose against. Another great example is the TCFD, the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, which is really mandating in more and more countries around the world climate disclosures that need to be released by companies. So first is just a level of regulation and standardization that we didn't have until recently. The second major trend is a real focus on net zero as a framing around the climate challenge. This term, frankly, came out of nowhere, even though the spirit behind the term has been around for a long time, but now it has become the shortcut of thinking about what are you as a company or as an investor doing with regards to the Paris Climate Agreement. This has many both opportunities and risks for companies, for investors, and for exchanges, frankly, because the net zero framework basically pushes investors to decarbonize their portfolio and to decarbonize their investments. And this could actually move capital into certain sectors and away from other sectors, and certainly away from regions. As of today, there's $57 trillion that has signed on to the Net Zero Asset Managers Alliance. So all the large pools of capital are really thinking this through. So that's the second major trend that we see. And the third major trend that we see is that ESG is no longer viewed only from a risk perspective, but also from an opportunity perspective. A lot of the discussions in the early part of my career was, you have to be worried about climate risk. You have to be worried about stranded assets risk, and it can impact your portfolio and your investments. Now, more companies and more investors are saying sustainability, the Sustainable Development Goals, which Axel spoke about, the Paris Climate Agreement, this is a multi-trillion-dollar investment framework and opportunity for companies, investors that are on the right side of that trade. And so we're seeing a real evolution in the mindset from one of risk to one of opportunity. Think solar, think wind, think electric vehicles, energy efficiency, electrification, climate adaptation, all of which will impact different geographies differently. And so we're seeing that as well. So those are just some major trends, and I'm going to hand it over to Axel, who is, of course, an expert on these topics and also has a lot of local knowledge and experience as well.
Hi. Yes. Okay. Thank you, Aniket. In fact, yes, I agree with all that you are saying, of course. And I would point out one additional dimension relating to standardization, that at the moment there is sort of a split, or there are two main options developing. There is the baseline, which is the, let's say, the more traditional baseline, which is looking at the financial risks to the organization. So seeing the ESG factors as risks to financial returns to the organization. And the second one, which is then promoted more strongly in Europe, which with the taxonomy, for example, is to look at not only the financial impact on the organization, but also looking the impact of the organization on its context. So in that case, then we can really move towards sustainability. And particularly once we move, we also deal with thresholds and seeing, is this activity truly sustainable, or are we just measuring something and getting some data points that may or may not actually take us further towards the goal? And overall, there is this large, incredible growth in this area, which is now being regulated, and in order to also cleaning up. So for example, in the EU and in some countries, the actual total number of investments tagged in this domain have been decreasing over the last couple of years, but mostly because people who claim to be green can no longer claim it under the new conditions. But overall, it is still growing by a lot. The second big element that is happening is assurance. So moving beyond the possibility of simply saying a pretty picture in an annual report and saying, I've done the beach cleanup and I've helped people in need and I've done great things in the community. All of that is fine, and of course it should continue. But in addition to that, what is the impact of your core activity? And if you say you are contributing to the communities, how are you actually doing that? And are you measuring that? Are you literally contributing to the development of the country, and in what way? Both from natural capital as well as social and human capital dimensions. And these topics have been mentioned by almost all speakers about the importance that this has for the Caribbean and for Jamaica, as it is the case the world over. So we can expect that in the next 2-3 years, limited assurance will be introduced, and then afterwards this will take further forms. So that means that organizations will need to be able to point to source records and say, well, this is the data point from which I'm telling you that this is what I'm reporting. So a lot of it will be a lot more automated, a lot more digitized, a lot more audited. So that's the second big trend. And the third one is, I hope, within the Caribbean, that this very nascent sector is going to really grow. So at the moment, for example, the IDB has a platform in which they are collating all information on green bonds. Okay, and let me give you a couple of statistics about this topic. Okay, so overall, the IDB estimates that there is 1.1 trillion in green bonds market worldwide in 2020. Within Latin America and Caribbean, the Latin American and Caribbean collectively hold 2% of this global market. Okay. In absolute terms, that means about 21.7 billion in the Latin American Caribbean together. Within CARICOM, there is one company that is issuing a green bond based in Barbados. Okay, and so and at the same time, the IFC is estimating that by 2030, so within this time that we are trying to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, the total market for green bonds will increase to 23 trillion. And so what this means is that there is an incredible demand by the capital markets to find and to invest in sustainable development related activities. And in terms of infrastructure, in terms of electricity generation, but also in terms of natural capital preservation, as well as social dimensions, the demand or the need is very great. Yeah? So there's a lot to be done. And of course, the difficulty is that there are these large sources of money that are committed to investing in this domain, and they need to meet the investable topic, the projects, companies. And that is exactly where the stock exchange, for example, comes in. So we need intermediaries that are creating efficient and effective allocations between the supply of money, the supply of projects, so that we are creating progress on the sustainable development goals and our societies are actually developing. So, and I think this is the Jamaica Stock Exchange has initiated a project on a green bond and is developing regulation and is developing education and is developing the market for this. And I think overall there's as we have seen in Latin America, for example, with Panama and many other, also the stock exchanges across Latin America, there's a lot of collaboration, consolidation, because we need to increase the liquidity and we need to increase the ability of companies to be listing and making the active contribution to sustainable development.
Thank you for that, Axel and Aniket. So in your responses, we've been talking a lot about the role of the regulators. So Aniket, this question is for you. Who are the other stakeholders required to deepen a country's focus on ESG and sustainability?
Great question. For sustainable finance and sustainable development to be achieved, you really need to have a full orchestra playing. I think I like to think of it almost like a conductorless orchestra. You need all of the various instruments playing in tandem. And there isn't really one central coordinator because there's so much work to be done. And so in order for that to happen, you need various stakeholders coming together saying, we're going to go and really try to tackle major problems. And we're going to try to use all of the various tools that we have in our toolkits to get there. When I break down sort of the main stakeholders when it comes to sustainable development and international finance, I really think about four main buckets. So first and foremost is, of course, the government. The government and its various arms needs to set the framework. They need to set the policy. They need to set the rules of the game. They need to set the regulation. Government is a central actor in the achievement of sustainable development and in the achievement of the financing of sustainable development, because finance will flow if the right incentives, returns, and risks and regulation is put into place. So one is the government for sure. The second major stakeholder is, of course, the business community. We have seen a complete sea change, I would say, in the last 10 years in what business people think their role is in society. We lived for a long time under the framework of Milton Friedman, who, by the way, is misunderstood, I think, by many. He wasn't as bad as most people think he was, but we can save that for another day. But we lived under that framework that the purpose of a business is just to make money for your shareholders. Now, business leaders, either because they believe it or they're being forced to believe it, have to think about various stakeholders, including the environment, community, employees, et cetera, et cetera. So getting business leaders on board of this new agenda is absolutely critical. And I think we're intellectually moving in the right direction. So that's two. The third group, which is just essential, is the civic society and civil society. This is nonprofit organizations, academic institutions, the man and the woman on the street. They are an important pillar in all of this. I see this in my job as the global head of ESG at Jefferies every day. You can't do this job without the academics. You can't do this job without civil society. You can't do this job without people on the street demanding a change in the way things are going. So the third group really is civil society in its various forms. And then the fourth group, which really is a stakeholder in my mind, is the natural environment. I always like to think about natural environment and our physical climate being a stakeholder, which of course doesn't get a lot of voice because it doesn't necessarily have a voice, mechanically. But you always have to now ask the question, how are my activities responding to the needs and the challenges that the physical built environment is facing? And so that's the fourth stakeholder. And I think once you start looking at the world and breaking it down of what does government need to do, what does business need to do, what do civil society members need to do, and how does all of that serve the natural environment, you start deciding roles and responsibilities in this conductorless orchestra. You figure out who are the violin players, what's the cello, what's the trumpet, what's the flute, and it all starts coming together. I would just end by saying that without a clear delineation of roles and responsibilities, sustainable development and the financing of sustainable development can fall apart, because you start getting people trying to do things that they're not meant to do. Academics are not investors. Government should not be thinking about how to make a profit. Business people need to realize that they are not intellectuals, and so on and so forth. But right now there's a blending of all of this. And what we believe at Jefferies is if you think about this in a more structured way, you get to better outcomes.
Thank you for that, Aniket. So I saw then a note getting the wrap-up signal. So I'm going to ask one more question to both of you, which is, what would be your guidance to investors re ESG and sustainability? And I'll add one more thing on that, which is, do you think what's happening is enough to get us to 8 years from now? Really closing the gap in terms of sustainability commitments. So perhaps Axel, you can start.
Okay, yes, I can start. The short answer is no, it is not enough. It needs to be increased by several orders of magnitude. So in the next 2, 3, 4 years, we need to see an explosion of activity and an explosion of investments that are highly focused. And so, I always like to use this sort of a cricket analogy where you have a target that you need to achieve. And, you always see on television the run rate, the batting rate, the run rate. And, if this run rate is not high enough, you're really not going to make it. The risk is just increasing tremendously. And these risks are increasing tremendously for us. And even though we are not the source of the pollution, the majority of the pollution, we are polluting our local environments. Even though we are not the source of greenhouse gases on a global scale, we are affected by it, and we are also contributing to it. Even though, and these environmental dimensions are affecting our societies, these social dimensions are affecting our societies. So we need the money from the global community that has committed to this 7 years ago, and that renewed its commitment last year, and that will scale up its commitment to do that. And at the same time, we need the capital markets and others to be playing their part and to be increasing this through the dialogue and the assurance in this. So we need to be as rigorous as we are with financial accounts. We need to be as rigorous with that on our contributing to the Sustainable Development Goals, and the world is doing it. So that is why we have for example, the SDG impact standards, so that we can audit this. It is not only as telling a story and saying, I think it is great, actually demonstrating this, and therefore then having the higher returns on capital, having the higher, because more revenue growth from new opportunities, as well as reduced risks. Those are real risks. It is not made up stories. And that is why this is important, and we need to get going.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, if I may, just to support very much what Axel said. The way we think about it at Jefferies is that we're just through the first or second innings of a 9-inning baseball game when it comes to ESG and sustainability. And these were tough innings, by the way, because we needed to make this into a topic. We needed to get everyone thinking about climate, about sustainability, around changing the paradigm of business and so on. That was hard work. I would say it took probably 20 years to get here. Now we have more and more people, just like this wonderful forum, we have more and more people thinking about these issues. Now we have to go into execution. And execution is a really interesting, difficult, but it's a different mindset. We have many of the technologies that are needed to solve climate change. We have certainly more than enough capital in this world so that companies in Jamaica or companies in Senegal or companies in New York can get the capital that they need to employ people and to solve these problems. So the issues are less so now technological and more, can we execute and can we figure it out? And this is why discussions like this should be the beginning of even more brainstorming and more implementation around how we can work together.
Thank you for that, Aniket and Axel. So we are at the end of our discussion, and it was very thought-provoking. It has inspired me to continue to think about doing well in business and doing good in a different way, in a way that's not greenwashing, to Axel's point earlier, but really ensuring that there is impact. And in order to do that, a big part of it is having a mindset shift in terms of thinking about sustainability and ESG, not in terms of risk avoidance, but identifying the opportunities that are out there that can actually add value to your business while having a positive impact on your country and the world. So thank you for your attention. I'm going to throw the question out there for the prize. It's a $30,000 gift certificate. So first one who answers in the chat gets that. And the question is, what percentage of green bonds globally are issued by Latin America and the Caribbean? Drop it in the chat. Oh, okay, we have a winner. Congrats, Laverne. Yes, and we'll touch base offline so that you can get your prize. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to our amazing panelists, Aniket and Axel. Stay safe and be good.
Thank you very much, Nadine.
Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I am Lori Goodman, Managing Director and Global Head of Investment and Wealth Solutions at Jefferies. I spend most of my time looking at fund managers in the alternative investment space across all types of alternative investments and trying to figure out who makes sense to partner with Jefferies to bring what we believe to be best of breed investments to our platform at Jefferies. And I'm pleased to be joined with Mr. Beresford Gray, CEO of Cygnus Capital today. And Beresford, I'd love for you to talk about the emergence of alternative investments as an asset class.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Laurie. Today, I'll be talking about the emergence of alternative investment as a attractive asset class in the Caribbean. Of course, globally, you could bring up my, you could bring, yeah, thank you very much. Of course, globally, alternative investment is a well-established asset class, and this is well invested in across Europe, North America, of course, Asia. In the Caribbean, though, up until a few years ago, this asset class was non-existent for the most part, either on the investor side, i.e. persons who want to invest in alternatives, or on the users of capital side, i.e. companies who would like to access capital in the form of alternatives. However, over the last 4 to 5 years, and of course with Cygnus being a champion along with a few other firms, we have seen an emergence of this asset class, what I would like and always refer to as a new channel through which capital can be accessed by businesses in the Caribbean. So let me step back first and just quickly give an overview of what is alternatives, and also look at what are the different forms, how is alternatives looking and growing in the global market. Then I will talk a little bit about the alternative ecosystem in the Caribbean, i.e. who are the players, what are the type of alternative investment solutions that we are seeing. Then I'll talk about some of the benefits for investors, some of the benefits for companies, and I will then wrap up my discussion by talking a little bit about some of the solutions and value proposition that Cygnus as a alternative investment manager brings to the ecosystem here in the Caribbean. So what is alternative investment? Generally speaking, alternative investment is anything outside of the traditional forms of investment, that is public bonds, public equities listed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange, for example, and the NASDAQ, the New York Stock Exchange, etc. And you have various forms of traditional assets. Whilst in the alternative space, you also have various forms of alternatives. Some of them include private equity, for example, and this is where investors are taking equity positions primarily in non-listed companies. Within the old space of private equity, you also have venture capital, which is another form of equity investment, but here you are focusing a lot more on either startup businesses or early stage investment. So if you think about risk, you are taking a little bit more, you are taking tremendous risk in the VC space, in the private equity space. When you are investing in already established businesses, you are taking less risk. You also have private credit. Private credit or private debt, which is a very fast growing form of alternatives. This is where companies are, let me say, companies on one hand, on investors on the other. You are investing in debt instrument or a fund that provide debt solutions or credit solutions to businesses in various forms. This could include what you call mezzanine financing, convertibles, preference shares, various form of debt which is customized and in most instances more aligned to a particular risk profile versus the traditional form of debt which you would access at your bank or in the debt capital markets. You also have hedge fund, which in most big economies, hedge funds are investment strategies where a fund manager have a particular strategy that focus on a particular asset class, and normally uses complex approach to investing. And it could invest in the traditional form of assets, i.e. the stock market, or it could go into non-traditional forms as well, or it could invest in commodities. So hedge fund has a wide scale of asset classes which it can invest in, and its fund manager has a lot more flexibility than the traditional fund manager. Other forms, of course, is real estate. And real estate, most time, persons across the globe and in Jamaica and the Caribbean love real estate. Real estate, in terms of the alternative asset class, would represent either your REIT, which real estate investment trust, which you would call that an income fund, or you have value-added funds, for example, Cygnus as a value-added fund, and there you try to invest directly in land, for example, or real estate in what you call the value-added stage. So either you do your own development or you buy a distressed asset, for example, and then refurbish it and realize the upside. So most value-added fund, just to expound a little bit, focus on what you call capital gains return, while the income fund focus on income generating property, i.e. you already de-risk it. So generally speaking, those are the forms of alternatives. There are others such as natural resources, commodities, etc. Oh, right. This slide is to give you perspective on how is alternative as an asset class being growing over the last decade or so, and our forecast to grow. As you can see from the slide, and maybe you cannot see it, but I'll just read it for you. If you look at alternative in 2016, it was 10 trillion or 12% of global AUM. It is forecasted to be 20.1 trillion or 15% of global AUM by 2025. So it's going to almost double, so to speak, by 2025, and it's growing very rapidly. What that really means is that if alternative is really, just think about any type of business or any type of investment opportunity. What drives the rate of growth is naturally because it is providing a solution. And alternatives seem to be providing a significant solution, and hence the reason why it's growing so fast. This is just showing a chart showing the type of returns that you have, and you can see amongst different alternative class, you will realize that private equity on average generate the highest return, private credit generate decent return, real estate is number 2, but you know, the takeaway here is that on average, the best alternative investment opportunities generate double-digit returns. Who are the investors in alternative investments? The key investors globally and regionally, and for Cygnus and other alternative managers, are pension funds, insurance companies, sovereigns. So these are in most economy, these are the stewards of capital, and they are now allocating a lot of their capital into alternatives. As a matter of fact, over the last decade, pension funds allocation to alternatives is growing north of north of 6% per year on a compound annual growth rate basis. So pension, and since the crisis, what you would have seen globally is increased allocation by pension funds to alternatives. And you will see the reason for that when I talk about the benefits. In Jamaica, we are seeing the same thing. Not at that rate, because the industry is emerging. Who are the players in the Caribbean? The players in the Caribbean, of course, Cygnus. And Cygnus has a wide array of alternatives. We offer private credit, Cygnus Credit Investment, which is listed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange. We have Cygnus Real Estate Finance, which is our real estate alternative. Yes, and we have a private equity fund as well. Outside, of course, in the ecosystem, you have Portland, who is a private equity fund. You have Proven, who focus mostly on private equity. Epley as a real estate as well as a private credit strategy. Panjam, mostly private equity. SEEF is private equity, and Stratos does private credit and other forms. What are the key benefits of alternative investment to investors? This is the reason why we are seeing the growth both locally and globally in AI. The main benefits and I will not go through all of them. The main benefits are low volatility and low correlation with the traditional market. And when you think about what happened during the crisis, every investor would like to have some form of alternatives in their portfolio, because the traditional market naturally was extremely and has been very volatile over the last 2 years. So alternatives, which are in many instances not listed, provide that protection. In terms of valuation, most time the valuation of alternatives are really based on the fundamental value of the business versus market trends and so forth. So that type of protection make it interesting. And of course, when you talk about return enhancement, as I indicated before, private equity, especially private credit, real estate, all of these assets generate what you call alphas for investors, and that enhance their overall portfolio. Well, sorry. On the other side, so that was on the investor side. On the company side, the users of capital. Some of the key benefits of alternatives is that companies get to access a new channel of financing. So imagine if you are a company trying to grow and you can only access the bank market, there might be restriction at some point. When you have the alternative channel, you can access private equity, private credit, etc. So you have alternative forms of capital to help you grow. Most time when a private alternative investment investor finance your company, they take a very strong partnership approach. In some instances, they might take a board seat. They might help work closely with the entrepreneur on an exit strategy. In the case of private equity, to take it public. So they are very active in the value creation process versus their traditional financing. So you have a stronger, deeper partnership. In the private credit space, there's a higher tolerance for risk, and you have a higher tolerance for risk. So what that allows is basically for us to take risk at different level in terms of the company life cycle. All right, so let's look at the Caribbean. In the Caribbean market, we did our estimate. The English-speaking Caribbean is roughly about 80 billion or thereabout in GDP, and private credit is roughly alternative investment is roughly 600 million, in terms of capital under management, our estimate, of course. And that represents only 0.75. In the global market, this is just about 10% of the GDP. So you can see that there's tremendous opportunity to grow the alternative market in the Caribbean. And the areas where we think you will see growth is in real estate, in private credit, and private equity, of course. A lot of great entrepreneurs are looking to exit their businesses. The stock markets, like the Jamaica Stock Exchange, is very active, represent a good opportunity for exit. And of course, infrastructure. There's a significant infrastructure need. And my final slide, as I said, is really just wrapping up and saying, okay, when you look at the ecosystem, Cygnus is one of the leaders in the Caribbean alternative investment market. What is it that we are doing to push and drive this market further? Some of the things that we are doing, of course, is that we have a comprehensive platform that offers businesses and investors diversification and participation in the alternative investment space through private credit, private equity, and real estate. We are doing a number of real estate projects, as the persons in Jamaica know. And of course, in terms of returns, we are offering investors the opportunity to diversify and participate in these asset class so it add diversification to the pension funds portfolio and of course enhance their return. And my final point is that, we are at the forefront of this effort. So we have to do a lot of market awareness. We have to drive thought leadership and working closely with the Caribbean Alternative Investment Association and other players to educate the markets around alternatives and the benefit. So I would just make the final point by saying, we are very happy to be a leader in that space. We are very happy to discuss these issues, and we see great opportunity in the alternative market for investors as well as companies to access capital. Yeah, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I will, if there's any time to take any questions, I'll take.
Yes, Beres.
Yeah, a few questions.
Thank you. Good presentation, Beres. Question for you. What is Cygnus' outlook in terms of public AI funds? You guys have anything in the pipeline? One, and two, what about the ESG space? Are you guys looking to do any sustainable funding at all?
Great questions. I think in the public AI space, definitely, in our view, as I have always said, there's a lot of room to do more public AI funds. The market situation at the moment is not the right timing because of the volatility in the market. But certainly, as the ecosystem grow and as Cygnus grow, we will see, more public funds being taken to the market. In terms of ESG, that's an emerging area, and we already have an ESG strategy. As a matter of fact, the company that we acquire in Puerto Rico has 2 ESG funds. So we have a platform already on which to build.
Okay, when will those Puerto Rico funds be available to us as investors?
Once we get the transaction approved.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any more questions? All right, thank you very much, and have a great afternoon.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Goodman?
Okay, all right.
Any word from Mr. Gray? I think you're mute.
Okay, our next panel is going to touch on a lot of the same topics that were just covered by Beresford. We're going to be talking in greater detail about alternative investments, types of alternative investments, and sustainability in alternative investments. And I'm pleased to be joined today by Simone Hudson, Assistant Vice President focused on alternative investments at NCB Capital Markets. Thank you for joining us today, Simone. And John Liguori, Chief Investment Officer of Jefferies Credit Partners. And if for those of you who were in the last panel, Beresford Gray was talking about private credit. John is the CIO of JCP, which is a private credit fund specifically focused on a segment of private credit known as middle market direct lending. So I'm really pleased to have you both here today. Maybe to start, we could talk a little bit about using alternative investments and how alternative investments can address some of the problems facing the Caribbean and the developed market. And Simone, I'd like to start with you.
Oh, sure. Good afternoon, everyone. It's really a privilege to be here. So Beres would have spoken about, the general definition of alternative investments and, the different players in the space. And I think that is timely because given the unique challenges that our governments face, there is an increasing role for alternative investments at this time. So we know that governments have been strapped for cash, right? And this is a problem that they've had before COVID. And COVID has actually exacerbated that. But there is also the need for us to invest in industries and in projects that are meaningful and will have an impact on the Caribbean. And so when the other day when I was, looking at, how we're going to position Stratos and where we're going to go, I would have come across various studies. And one interesting study that I like to talk about is that was done by the IDB, and it spoke to, the costs that Caribbean regions will incur if we don't invest in infrastructure and critical industries. And it spoke about how those costs actually increase over the years in terms of, GDP, how those costs increase over the years if funding is not channeled to those areas. And I think it's within this context that the growth of alternative investments platform is actually very important. And it will serve to definitely deepen the capital markets, along with, of course, providing investors with different options.
Thank you so much. John, maybe it would make sense for you in looking at your strategy to talk a little bit about Jefferies Credit Partners and what Jefferies Credit Partner seek to achieve, and then maybe I'll segue into how people are looking for yield and how alternatives can help investors as they're seeking out extra yield.
Great, thanks, Lori, and good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having me as part of the conference. Again, I'm pleased to participate. Where we're investing is, as you mentioned earlier, a very specific segment of the private debt universe. We provide loans to private equity sponsors that are buying companies in the United States. It is an alternative investment product. And as it relates to, the question at hand, and some of the things that Simone was mentioning before, it's part of a broad development of the alternative investment universe around the world. Alternative investments have become an asset class of their own, obviously, over the last 20, 30 years. And the problems that alternative capital can help solve are vast. Whether it's a debt investment that a team like mine is making to help revitalize a business that a private equity sponsor might be acquiring, whether it's new equity from an alternative investment manager looking to revitalize a business through their own ownership. There's a ton of opportunity out there, and really the secondary part of the whole discussion is, what does it mean with respect to yields compared to yields that are available in public markets? And what we found for the long time that we've been doing this is there is the opportunity, because the market is so vast and the opportunity set is so broad. There is the opportunity to find very, very solid investment opportunities that generate returns, both promised and realized, that can be significantly above comparable yields available in public markets. And that's what we've been successful doing for so long on our team, and that's what we hope to continue to do.
Thank you, John. That's great. Simone, I wanted to talk to you. It's been increasingly difficult for investors to obtain higher yields. Have institutional accounts started increasing their allocation to alternative investments as a result?
Yeah, so that's a good question, Laurie. And based on the numbers that we have seen, I would say it's a definitive yes. And of course, data is more readily available in the developed markets than it is here. And of course, we're going to fix that. But I like to point to some data that I came across in Canada. And I have an affinity to Canada, I'm sorry. Right? If we look at some of the allocations or the portfolio allocations of large asset managers, so we talk about asset managers or funds like the Canadian pension funds, that particular fund has about a 50% allocation to alternative assets. And if we're looking at smaller funds, so smaller defined benefit funds, those we would have seen over the last year where about 73% have increased their allocation to alternative investments, right? So there is a growing trend in terms of the allocation. Recently, the largest pension fund in Japan would have actually, loosened the regulation, so to speak, to allow for a 5% allocation to alternative assets. Now, if we're talking about a very large fund, and that is trillions of dollars, that bodes well for the industry. And so the answer to your question, Laurie, is yes. We have seen this happen in the developed markets, and I see that there is a need for this in the Caribbean, and as such, Caribbean investors, given the rough ride that we have been having, they have definitely been increasing their allocation to assets that can provide that alpha and uncorrelated alpha at that, hence the need for adding alternative assets to the traditional portfolios.
Thanks, Simone. We definitely see that across our business as well. It did, as you rightly pointed out, it really started more among the institutional and most sophisticated investors, but we've certainly seen the trends pick up across the retail side, high net worth, ultra high net worth, as they too want to be able to get these more advantageous returns. Though we do always like to highlight, especially in private credit, there's always going to be this trade-off between the liquidity of the assets and the returns. For those investors, and this is why I think you see that pickup in the institutional segment, for those investors that are dealing with large pools of capital, that are thinking out longer term, they're able to lock up the capital and they end up getting rewarded as a result. I wanted to segue, one last general question is, how have you seen COVID impact the demand for alternative investments alone? And John, too, if it's impacted your business, please jump in.
So I think COVID has been an enabler for AI funds. There is a saying that you should not waste a good crisis, right? And COVID has created a storm where I think, if you position your portfolios properly, definitely you can come out on the better end of it. And so now we see a number of businesses, given the restrictions on the traditional lending side, a number of businesses are seeking alternative financing. Their revenue flows would have been affected by COVID. And, banks are probably in the mood of managing their existing exposure as opposed to extending that. And that is where the alternative investments platform come in, because platforms like Stratos can actually provide bespoke solutions to those different businesses, and we can tailor make those particular solutions to fit the cash flow needs, right? So that's the opportunities that's where we see the opportunities, being created from COVID. And there are particular industries that have been significantly affected. So if we look at tourism, and Anya spoke to this earlier in her presentation, tourism has been one of the most significantly impacted because, of course, the restrictions on travel and what that means for vacations. Now, we know that tourism has rebounded from past crises. So if you look at SARS, if you look at the global financial crisis, if you look at 9/11, all those crises would have caused a dip in tourism numbers. And the trend has been that the industry has rebounded every time after those crises. So we are particularly bullish on that sector, and we're seeing increasing demand from that sector. So that is an opportunity that we're bringing to investors.
Excellent, thank you. John, I was wondering if we could turn to you and you could help us understand, how has your portfolio performed over time? How should clients be thinking about an investment in middle market direct lending through Jefferies, and what it would mean for their returns?
Thanks, Lori. It's a good question. I think, and part and parcel with what Simone was just speaking about, obviously we're in this for the long term. We're not in it for an immediate return opportunity or something to kind of trade in and out of from an opportunistic perspective with any frequency. So we're always looking to invest in companies that have very strong management teams that participate in industries that have a lot of growth trajectory behind them. Number ones, number twos, number threes in industries because they're the leaders and they're setting the tone for everybody else in the industry and perhaps leading some kind of consolidation within that industry as well. What that translates into is a longer term investment horizon that can manage its way through something like what we've just been through with COVID. We were very, very fortunate in that we didn't really have much exposure at all to many of the industries that were ultimately impacted by COVID, the travel and leisure, the vacation, the gaming, the broadly speaking, the consumer industry. We made a conscious decision to avoid those industries because of some of the inherent risks in them over time that we have identified and seen in our history. But what ultimately emerges is a portfolio that can sustain some bumps, some temporary bumps, that something like a COVID from a macroeconomic shock perspective might impact. You might have a company or two that hits a specific speed bump and can't make an interest payment for 1 quarter or 2 quarters. But that doesn't mean that that company's life cycle has come to an end. If you're smart about the investments that you're making, if you're smart about the industries that you're choosing to pursue investments in, if you're investing in companies that ultimately have a reason to exist, it's one of the first questions we ask of our diligence teams as they're doing their work. Does this company that you're recommending an investment in, does it have a reason to exist? If it hits that speed bump, will we be able to fix the problems? And what that has meant for us is a very consistent yielding portfolio over time that has been in and around 7% on an average current yield perspective. When we think about what that means relative to return opportunities out there in the broader markets, in the public markets, U.S. Treasuries is a very, very safe, obviously, credit alternative. For many of the last several years, returns on comparable treasuries have been sub 1%, and we're earning 7%. And obviously, the next logical question is, well, what's the relative risk? Treasuries are safe. You're never really going to lose money if you hold the treasury to maturity. What we've been very excited about in our line of business is we can earn that 7%, 6.5%, 7% average yield over a very, very long horizon. And again, my team has been doing this on this platform for 17 years. We've put about $3.5 billion to work over that period of time. And our net realized losses on our defaults in our portfolio have been only about $2.5 million. So that's, a very, very, very low loss ratio on a lot of money that we've invested. So to be able to generate those superior yields, superior to some other credit opportunities out there, with what some investors have told us is a shockingly low loss rate, keeps us, excited about what we do.
Fantastic. Thank you, John. Simone, want to segue a little bit. So now we're going to tie the last two panels together, right? First, thinking about sustainability, then thinking about alternative investments. Is there a role for ESG considerations when thinking about alternative investments?
Definitely. So I'm really happy that I think it was Mr. Gooden who asked the question earlier about, ESG. And if I could give you a short story, I think earlier on in my investment career, we thought about ESG as a social cost, right? You have to choose whether or not you want to save the planet or make money, right? And so those were seen as competing objectives. I think fast forward to today, the narrative on that has changed, and it has to change because ESG considerations have to be made in the investment selection process. And as portfolios, it's our duty to look at industries, to look at sectors, and to look at companies whose principals are smart enough to position their businesses in such a way to benefit from these trends. And it's not really a trend, right? It's where the world is going because the world is there. And so we have to be very robust in the investment selection process to incorporate ESG in those considerations.
John, Simone, thank you so much for joining us today. I am afraid that we are out of time for this session, but it was really, really lovely speaking with you, and I hope to one day soon make it down to Jamaica with Greg and with Matt and help people better understand alternatives and the offerings across Jefferies' platform. Thank you again.
We'd love to have you, Laurie.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So now it's lunchtime and fun time. Thanks again, Simone and Mr. Ligori and Miss Laurie Goodman for such an engaging presentation. We have learned a lot. Thanks you again. So we now would like to welcome Andre to join us at the podium, and he will introduce Mr. Cecil Foster, who will be speaking on Grow Green, the Solar Revolution is Here, Fosrich, and Huawei. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. This next session we'll have a presenter, Mr. Cecil Foster, Managing Director of Fosrich Company Limited, and he will be accompanied online by Mauricio. I welcome first half of the presentation will be done by Mr. Foster, no stranger to us all, and over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and it's a great privilege to be here this year at this wonderful conference. When people come together and they talk, and they are more likely to find solutions instead of fighting, and so I am standing here with a joyful feeling that this conference is going to be gaining a lot of traction, and individuals will find solutions, and we will get better at doing the things that we should be doing. I stand here at this 17th regional conference to talk to you about Grow Green. And I'm going to be sharing this presentation with Huawei. And so he's online, and we will get to him shortly. Grow Green, the solar revolution. It is here, and it must be something that all of us participate in. It is absolutely unbelievable that we could have been given this asset, so valuable and so inexpensive asset. And as a Caribbean region, we seem not to be using it to its full potential. So those who are here and those who are online, I am here representing a strong board of directors and some beautiful and wonderful people who are on our management team and our entire staff all over Jamaica. They are supporting this mission for us to drive a revolution for the country, Jamaica, to go and to grow green. When Fosrich listed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange this December 2017, we developed a platform. It's like a table, and the table we wanted to be with 4 legs. Some tables have 1 leg, centerpiece, and we wanted 4 legs. We have started on that journey. 1, the journey to build out
the availability of electrical products so the market and the industry can benefit as we go into business day by day. We also wanted to build a leg of LEDs and lighting products. We moved into the third leg of building a PVC manufacturing leg. And that includes the business of doing the transformer that we're doing in Clarendon. And the fourth leg is to create an environment for energy, the solar revolution. And that is the leg that we are going to be talking about today. The fourth leg. And so we've decided a year ago that we were going to be partnering with one of the world's leaders in the solar business. And there is where Huawei came into being. And so Fosrich, being a tier 1 partner for Huawei inverter, solar inverters, we stand at the gateway of 6 countries in the Caribbean: Cayman Islands, Bahamas, of course, Turks and Caicos, Bermuda, Haiti, and St. Martin, and of course, right here in Jamaica. So all the activities for solar will come through this tier 1 distributorship, our partnership. We are responsible for developing resellers, and we are also responsible for developing what you call them, installers. And so presently, we are rolling out a plan to train, at least for the first half of this year, 100 installers, and to also affect 50 of our resellers. So we will have the knowledge base passed on to us. We have the people in place, and we are in the space where we are giving them the knowledge, the knowledge and the know-how of carrying this business into the marketplace where you are. One other important thing to note: all these 4 legs, we have decided that we are going to work them and put them in a position that all of them will contribute at least $1 billion in revenues for this year, except one. So far, we have all 3 out of the 4, or 3 out of the 4 contribute $1 billion of revenues for the year. By 2023, the 4th one will meet that goal as we are driving the business to get to that level. We know that with the team that we have, whether it be offshore team or the team that is here in Jamaica, and with you who are here in this audience and those who are listening, we can drive Jamaica to grow green. It is absolutely important because there's no modern economy that can grow and meet its needs, people's needs, without renewable energies. It is said that China has laid down the foundation. They are expected to spend over 60 billion yuan over the next 15 to 20 years to make sure that they are carbon neutral. Of course, you know the fight that President Biden is having to get his numbers passed so he can develop the solar industry and so on. Other renewable industries or product lines are very important, but this is the near fruit. And so we look forward to this interaction with you. We look forward to being in your space and to help you and your reserves to become bigger so you can do solar business, save on the environment, save on money in your pocket, help to do one more hairstyle. I'm talking about the ladies, and we can grow from there. Okay, for some people who do not have hair, ask what do they do? They have a style for that too. You just oil it some more. Right, Audrey? So I'm going to show you a video of some of the things that we are rolling out here. First of all, our partner, Huawei, and then we're going to move into what we are already doing on the ground here in Jamaica for solar, and then we're going to take the other side of the presentation from Horatio. So you can show that video. Yeah.
richest man in Babylon. And I've done my best, so everything's alright inside. Oh, every morning, I rise, I stare at the sun. I know it is a blessing. So when the evening comes, I lift up my eyes to the hills, I'm blessed, oh man. With my two hands in the air as far as I can. As far as I can. I can, yeah. My two hands in the air as far as I can. Oh, every morning I rise, I stare at the sun. I know it is a blessing, yeah. Lift up my eyes to the hills, I'm blessed, oh man. Ooh. Sometimes I'm lost and far from home, but I'll find my way. I follow my heart, I know I'll be found someday. While I'm lost, I learn and live. What do you say? Let's have a good time until that day. Oh, every morning, I rise, I stare at the sun. I know it is a blessing. So when the evening comes, I lift up my eyes to the hills, I'm blessed, oh man. With my two hands in the air as far as I can. Lift up my eyes to the hills, I'm blessed, oh man. With my two hands in the air as far as I can.
Give the video people a clap. As you can see, the last part of the video is showing you a lot of what we have been doing already here in Jamaica. We can do it for you, for your companies. We need the revolution to just break out because it is your time, it is our time. Let's go and do it together. I'll now ask Mr. Martin to take it from here. He's online.
Yes. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone.
Welcome. He is a super experienced person in the business of renewable energy at Huawei. He is slated right now in Mexico, and he is online to share with us the expertise that he has and the commercial experiences, the data analysis experiences, and all of the activities that he will be able to lead us into. As you can see online, his bio is there. He has more than 12 years experience, and he joins Huawei in 2015, and he is a part of the digital revolution in solar inverters. So we want to hear from Horacio. It's all yours.
Yes, and thank you very much, Mr. Foster, for such a wonderful introduction. Also for the context for this solar revolution, as well as you mentioned before, I was focused in the digital transformation projects. Now is, of course, the solar revolution is part of the companies, not only the governments with their goals for the following years for the carbon neutrality, but also companies, households, and also the utility plants as well. So I will share my screen. And in here I will go a little more detail about this kind of solutions, all the advantages you can have with these solutions, for whether it's a big plant for solar, generation, energy generation, or if it is a rooftop installation, or even is a household installation as well. So, first off is a quick introduction about Huawei. Huawei is a global company, it's around 200,000 employees around the world. We have presence in more than 170 countries. Huawei is a product of course, of the investments as well in R&D. So all our solutions are a result of our investments in R&D. We have the number 3 in R&D in the world, and also we are on the 50 companies in the global 500 companies. Also, Huawei gets recognitions for sustainability and contributions to the industry. Of course, Huawei not only develops, but also contributes to standards around the world in different areas, right? So in here, I just selected some of the awards related to this solar revolution. And is, for example, these carbon disclosure projects. Also in the Global Compact Network, China Best Practices Award Commission, and also GSMA for Best Mobile Innovation for Climate Action. This is because all our solutions include energy savings, more energy yields for the generation part. Also for the batteries is more safe, more energy, and different features we will see across the presentation. We have more energy saving awards in here. I don't go to the detail because we have a lot of information here. But of course, you can get this presentation in a PDF format, of course. And I mentioned before, it's not only the awards, but also the origin of these innovations is the technology investment. So we also have some awards in the technology. And of course, what we are talking here, because we have several areas, and sometimes some discover some innovation in some area, for example, mobile or electric car or a data center, whatever, can be moved, can be integrated in, for example, in solar we are talking here. Huawei has increased the revenue across the time. No matter the pandemic, we is still growing. And other global issues we all are experimenting, so still growing. We have several areas in the company. This is just the energy part. For the energy part, we will focus today in the smart PV, but also we have facilities, site power for telecommunications, also M-Power for electric car. We have innovations, we have some components, and embedded power for any kind of devices from the earphones, the watches, cell phones, cars, and we have even batteries for 2 megawatt. They're huge batteries. The R&D centers around the world in different countries, different R&D centers for the technologies we commercialize, we develop as well. We have 12 R&D centers across the world, and more than 60% of the employees belong to the R&D. So this is why we are here as well. So go directly to the smart PV. We have solutions for large scale, for utility scale. We can provide energy even for small towns or islands. And we have distributed smart PV for industry, commercial, and industrial solutions, and also the household solutions. For each area, we have the devices, all of them include inverters. We have inverters, we have power conversion systems, transformers, the batteries, because batteries are also now a trend, not only generate the power, but also save the power. So you can generate in the morning, use the power in the morning, but at the same time you charge some batteries, and you can still getting advantage from your generation during the night or during other time where probably is some cloudy or something. So we have batteries for utility scale, but also we have for household. We have also batteries for your home. And both solutions have intelligence, have digital platforms, so you can control everything remotely, and it's safe, to consult, to integrate, to interact, and to manage the solutions. In the commercial and the households, we have some optimizers. These optimizers we'll see later some advantages over the industry. And this is also innovation from power. First off, here is the biggest solutions. The biggest solutions include the batteries. These are containers, like trucks, big trucks of battery, and this is 2 megawatt. So this is huge for big projects. It is for utility, but also can be for industry, for buildings, for places where you need a lot of energy to save. You can use this kind of devices. The power conversion system can allow to charge the battery and discharge the battery to the network. We have the inverters and the array controllers for the management of the systems. All devices can report to the smart PV application. Okay, so we can provide higher yields with this kind of solutions. We will see later because we have several innovations. For example, for O&M, we can do the curve. We can measure in very few time compared with other the previous practices. We can have a curve within the current and the voltage, so you can figure out what is happening in your installation. We are producing, we are having less production of the energy, and so on, right? Also failures, things like that. Our designs are safe. Most of them don't require direct interaction from people for failures, because we don't have kind of small buttons or LCD in the components. Everything is automated from the applications, from the software. And the systems are IP66 in this case, which means the dust, the wet cannot go inside the component. It's very well sealed, and when you have a problem with some inverter, with some component, it's faster and better to replace this component. Otherwise, if you go in centralized solutions, you need to disconnect from the network, so you lost some power generation. So these are some of the advantages. And of course, we can connect to the grid in this kind of solutions. It's not only the generation, but also connect to the grid and feed the grid for the company. And here we have some grid cases in Brazil. This company, Enel, got 4.4% higher yield than other solution. Our solution is modular. We have inverters modular, not centralized. So as you can figure, if you have only one piece, can get, if this piece centralized have some problem, can, take you to bigger outage. You can stop generating more energy during the time if you need to do some reparation, maintenance, things like that. In our case, it's maintenance-free, almost maintenance-free. You can replace if it is damaged, and that's it. And all the other components continue generating energy. Also, in this case, in Vietnam, this is for capacity 1 megawatt, and this is, in this case, was more than 2% of the yield. So 2%, 4.4%, you can, measure, you can think during the whole year, how much is the advantage in terms of, revenue if you are selling, or savings if you are avoiding to connect to the grid. Also, we have artificial intelligence. In here, we don't go to very technical details, but for artificial intelligence, we can track the sun, okay? Other systems just follow the sun in terms of the time of the day. Even you can have some shading between panels. Of course, you have losses here. In our case, each panel can be adapted according to the ground, according to the, the season, according also to the shading, things like that. And the system learns by itself. It has some algorithms and is intelligence working for you, for your revenue, for your savings. In here we have some safety measures. If there is some problem, the systems can be disconnected in just 15 milliseconds. You can figure out also if there is some problem with the energy systems. Time is critical to avoid some fire, to avoid losses, material losses, or even people can be damaged. So time is crucial in this kind of solutions. We can disconnect automatically in 15 milliseconds. It's almost instantaneously. So it can be detected depending on the solution. And important here, for example, I mentioned before standards. We were the first to pass this kind of certification. Success cases for these solutions in Brazil, a 100 megawatt plant, in Spain, and 50 megawatt plant, and China, 50 megawatt plant. I mentioned also before this curve for these systems, electric systems. You can get a curve against the current, against the voltage, and with this kind of curve, we can figure out if the system is losing energy. We can quantify the power, know how much power we are producing if we have losses. In our case, this kind of analysis can take just minutes. Usually, some technician must go, take some measures, so put some currents in the systems, and it takes, even depending on the system, if this utility or commercial industrial, can take hours or days. So this is very interesting. What is useful to get a better adaptability for these kind of solutions. We can estimate if we are having losses. We can, everything I mentioned before is automated. Everything is through the application to the software, so can be scheduled. No need to go to every component to get a issue, right? Can be integrated with other parties, and you can have very detailed information to different levels. And the idea is to have higher availability, higher yields of the plants. In terms of money, these curves, for example, in the traditional way, it needs instruments, it needs people on the field, it needs software, and it has, in this case, a price of $46,000. For us, it's just the software that already we have. Time of inspection for a 300 megawatt is 30 days. I mentioned before, for us, it's 30 minutes, it's automated. For the losses of the inverters, it can be for the testing of the almost $5,000. For us, it's practically zero. And how many people you need for these huge plants on site is 12 people. Compared with us, is not people on site needed. So this is just an example, but you can, of course, considering your interest, your scenario, you can understand also the benefits for you. This is a success case in Malaysia, a plant for 30 megawatt. And the testimonial you can also read detail later, but they said they recover in the local currency 7,400, okay, in the different facilities. I mentioned before also the systems can be connected to the grid. You know, the grid, when you connect other devices, other power sources can have some noise, some problems. So for us, it's also very important to connect and to avoid problems at the moment to connect, because also the companies, the local companies, electricity companies regulate this. So for us, you can do digital simulation first, then semi-physical simulation, and also the real testing to make sure it will comply with the local regulations. So it's safe to connect to the grid. Success case for these huge installations. You can see this is a 2.2 gigawatt plant. This is in China. So for us, it's proud to show big cases, but I mentioned before, it's not only big cases, even few panels, even small inverter at home is also supported. For us, it's important, every customer and every scenario as well. So in here we have Smart O&M. We can have the curve I mentioned before in only 20 minutes. So you can imagine 20 minutes for the whole, for the whole farm is incredible. So it will save a lot of time and money for you. Then we have the batteries. I mentioned also before, we have batteries for this kind of huge installations. We have containers. This is like truck containers for 2 megawatt hour. We have the PCS, but also is announced already the batteries 200 kilowatt hour for the industrial and commercial. So this is important to keep in mind, and later will be available for our region as well. So we have also the power commercial system, and as I mentioned before, all the software is connected. All the devices can be managed through the same interface. No matter if it is inverter, if it is the optimizer or converter system, the batteries, or even third party can be, discovered. Okay. Advantages: more energy. You can have more energy. Later we will see, because we can discharge more our batteries, but also we can charge more our batteries. So you have more capacity to charge and discharge. So if you are charging the batteries, you can save more energy. If you are discharging the battery, you can spend more energy. So this is even better. It's safe. There are a lot of innovation for safety, for short circuiting, for avoiding firing, and also even for keeping safe the installers, the people on the field. And also the simplification, the automation O&M will help you to have more better understanding and less time to manage the solutions. In here we share a case for batteries. In this case, it's in Saudi Arabia, and it is made by 500, almost 600 containers for batteries. This is huge installations. So it's again, this is very interesting for us to share because it's huge, but also we can provide the small battery we will see later for your home as well. So this is success cases to share. For residential, you already saw the video from Mr. Foster, and this is very interesting because there are a lot of innovations that probably started in the huge technologies or even inside technologies, telecommunications, and can be adopted even for the households. So we'll see here, this is the component, these are the components for the home. We have the inverter, batteries also for the home, the panels, and I mentioned the management software for the system, and our workload at home can be for the laundry, for the television, and so on. What advantages we can have with the optimizers? In traditional way, you cannot install panels everywhere. It can be only in certain areas with no shading, because if you have some shading here, all the array will lose energy. All the array will produce less energy. And also all the panels are facing only one side, only to one side, or two sides in this case, one side, two sides. This one needs some supports to point to the same place to this one, like this one. In our case, with optimizers, you can have different positions for the different panels, even locate the panels in shading areas. You may think, why I need in shading areas? Well, when you are limited by the area at the rooftop, you will need more energy. Even probably in the morning or the afternoon, there are a few times with some shading, but you still keep generating the rest of the day more energy. When the limitation is the area, like in our households, like in our homes, it's important to have more density of panels. So with our solutions, you can install more panels, but also you can generate more energy for the panels because the optimizers isolate the panels. Traditionally, you have an array, and all the panels should be generating similar amount of energy. In our case, each panel generates the energy it can generate, and all the other panels are not affected. So you get more energy with the same kind of installations. Also, some innovation with the optimizers. If you have, probably you didn't install below some tree or with some shading, but you have dust, you have some birds, right? So you may have some shading for the environment. So it will generate, even in our case, will generate more energy than because in other solutions can reduce the energy. And this is the batteries for the home. Our 5 kilowatt batteries can be 6. This is just an array, and can be 2 of these arrays. So for our households, it's a lot of energies, much energy. So if you have residential or neighborhoods, things like that, it can be used. So you not only use the energy during the day, but also you can use the generated solar energy during the night. So this is very important. Also can have for an unstable grid, you can have this kind of solution and the backup box. If there is an energy cut, this will change from the grid to the battery and continue with the energy at home. This mentioned before, sometimes one battery is old and the capacity of the battery is lower than before. And traditionally, if this happens, all the batteries will charge at the same level. With our solution, all the batteries charge independently and all the batteries can be charged to the full capacity. So this is also important. This is more energy saved than with other solutions. There are several measures for safety at home. The batteries are made by lithium, and this kind of element is safer than other aleations, other oil elements. Temperature cannot go higher than other solutions. Even in other areas, probably we will port here as well. There are some batteries with self-extinguish systems. And all the batteries can be monitored. All the panels can generate zero energy if there is some reparation, if it is installation, so the personnel, the engineers are safe. It can detect short circuit problems in advance and can block the problem before any fire started. We have also extinguished back, I mentioned before, and can be self-extinguished. Sorry about the noise. Remember, we are at home here. And this is a case for a household residential. In this case, we have a rooftop area, 237 square meters. The capacity for the PV is 29 kilowatt peak, and it also includes the batteries. In this case, the full battery is 30 kilowatt hour. In general, in summary, this investment payback period is 8 years only. You consider these solutions are meant to be 15 years or even more, right? So it works, and return on investment is 9.9. For the commercial and industrial, for your companies, we have also solutions. These are the architecture, the components. Also, we have the comparison. We have the panels with optimizers as well. This is interesting because I mentioned optimizers are used in households, but also can be used in commercial and industrial solutions. So the advantages for more generating power, for isolating the panels, for power disconnection, things like that can be used also in commercial and industrial. We have here the inverters, and this is USB for the network. With this USB, can manage up to 10 of these devices. These are the inverters. And we have the same interface for all the components. And this is one solution with only one inverter up to 100 kilowatt. If you need bigger capacity, you also can install several inverters and increase your capacity for megawatts, even megawatts. So components are similar, the inverters. These are the dongles for the connectivity. This is 4G, this is mobile network. Smart logger for up to 80 devices. And the monitoring portal we can see here is unified portal for all the devices as well. With the optimizers I mentioned, we even in commercial industrial can generate 30% more energy because of the shadings, because of the damage of the panels, things like that. So it's also, if you are considering this solution for saving in the electricity bill, or even in some countries, some companies make some partnership, and they can generate and they can use the energy and save in the bill. Internally, probably they can commercialize some energy. This solution, commercial industrial, allows more modules with flexible string design, which means we can have this solution instead this solution. We have more models for each string, which means less cabling. Less cabling, of course, in this kind of installations is a saving in capex, but also in complexity of the installation. So this is also an advantage from us. It's very interesting as well. And I mentioned we have this kind of detection for the failures. In this case, is the arc fault. You can think in panels, probably there is a welding problem or some issue with the components, electrical components. It's natural that, in some electrical equipment, some welding or some cabling is not, very well connected. So this arc failure can be presented in any kind of devices. So the difference for us is we are better than the standard. There are standards for this around the world, but we comply the standard and we overpass the standard. We can detect very fast the arc failure, but also in longer distance. This is 200 meters instead only 80 meters required by the standard. And also for the current, we can support up to 26 amperes. This is higher current we can also support. This is similar what I mentioned before to the households, for the installers, for the engineers on the field. If there are some maintenance tasks, the panel usually generates some power, right? So with our solution, the power is null, is zero. So it's safe to connect, disconnect, move the panels and things like that. So this is very important as well.
Horatio, we've gotten the wrap-up signal, so I'm going to ask if you could wrap up in a minute, please.
Yes, thank you. Okay, no, I mentioned already this, no parts for the panels, no LCD, no buttons, so it's safer, natural cooling, it's more natural, less failing parts. Also, with the optimizers, the problems can be located. You can imagine how long time would be to detect where is the failure. With us, is directly on the application. You can detect where is the failure, save time, and generate more electricity. Same again, the online RV cure. It can be faster than with other with traditional way. And this is a case for the commercial and industrial. In this case, it's our factory in China. And we, of course, use our own technology, right? So for us, the interesting part is 4.2 years and in the phase 1 for the payback period and 5.1 years for the phase 2 of the project. So this is important because we saved 1.81 million. So this is the last slide, just to emphasize Huawei is committed with carbon neutrality. We are helping our customers, our partners. We are honored to be in Jamaica in several projects, and now also for the solar industry, solar transformation. And this is the numbers we have done around the world by 2021, 470.2 billion kilowatt hour, saved power 14.4 billion kilowatt hour, and reduction of the carbon is 230 million tons. Thank you very much. I open to the questions.
Thank you, Horatio. Unfortunately, we don't have time for a lot of questions, but I have one which I'm going to ask Cecil to take on your behalf, Horatio. This is a very elaborate presentation, an elaborate setup. Looks very technically very good, but for the small business and for the residential in this part of the world, affordability is going to be an issue. Can this thing be scaled in such a way that we can build atop it? Because, I mean, the capital outlay to get maximum efficiency seems to be very high. So affordability is a challenge. How is that addressed?
Yeah, great question. And I think that's where the market is. That's where the sweet spot is. One, the system is scalable. So you want to get to a position, you can start with a smaller system. As you can see, they are stackable, so you can get up to your 15 kilowatt after 2 or 3 years of building out your system. Affordability. 3 years ago, what we would pay right now for inverters, a solar system, is about 30% lower right this minute. Example, we're in the $3 million range for a 10 kilowatt system, and we are down into the $1.5 to $2 million. We are encouraging a lot of persons who are building to ask their developers to include renewable energy in their cost. Why? After 25 or 30 years of amortization, you're only paying a couple $100 extra, or $1,000 or so extra each month. And so this is why we say the revolution must come, because we have to encourage the developers to include solar in their development. We are talking with institutions, and institutions they like to see. One institution told me yesterday when I was here that, look, they're looking for $150 to $200 million projects. And I said to him that I have projects that are in the $50 to $60 million. And he said, yes, we can talk. There are other projects that are smaller projects, which we are talking with institutions in order to finance those. We have done strategically, we are doing self-financing. Presently, we are doing a 100 kilowatt system in a commercial space in Montego Bay, and that's about $17 million, and we are financing that. And that is going to make the $1.8 million bill per month be just about $250,000 per month.
Okay.
And so we are working, and you can sit with us. There's a lady over there with phosphorus coming out of her heart. You can, if you can't get to me, you can talk to her, and she will help you to get the best information so we can get this revolution on the way.
Thank you very much. We know where to find you, though, so.
I am going to have to move. Thank you. Thank you so much for having us, and thank you very much, Horatio. And I just want you to know that we are here to work, to grow, and to build Jamaica. And let's grow green.
Ladies and gentlemen, Horatio and Cecil Foster.
Thank you very much.
All right, that was your lunchtime education. Now for your lunchtime entertainment, provided by, courtesy of NCB Capital Markets, we have a futuristic dance, short futuristic dance, which will be done by representatives of the Edna Manley College of the Visual and Performing Arts. And we're going to clear the stage now and allow the participants to come on.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Angelique Crooks, Manager of Projects and Data Analytics at NCB Capital Markets.
Afternoon, I'm John Matthew Sinclair, Chief Product Officer, newest e-payment platform in the region, tasked with providing you with technology to unlock economic growth and the movement of transactions across Jamaica and across borders. Today, we are proud to introduce to you the digital journey of both our companies. This is a story of innovation at its core. Innovation that challenges the status quo in financial technology across the Caribbean in order to revolutionize the experience of our customers.
It is also a story of excellence. Writer and philosopher Will Durant notes, and I quote, "We are what we repeatedly do. Excellence then is not an act, but a habit. Our story of excellence is seen in the state-of-the-art technological experiences that we have been able to deliver that can stand to the best global solutions."
So, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, our digital journey, please enjoy.
Pioneers, innovators, and game changers. NCB Capital Markets has been revolutionizing the investment landscape through technology and innovation, putting access to opportunities and wealth within reach. We are the pioneers of Jamaica's first digital IPO platform, Go IPO, which has processed digitally over 70,000 successful IPO and APO applications, or 63 billion Jamaican dollars pumped into the capital market. We pushed the boundaries of what's possible with our first-to-market biometric identity verification system, allowing our customers real-time account opening at the Jamaica Central Securities Depository. We're not simply going digital, we are digital. Digital innovators, changing the way capital is accessed and how wealth is created. The last 5 years saw 9 out of 10 equity trades transitioned from in-branch to online, with approximately $1.5 billion in trades, all on our state-of-the-art online platform, ncbcapitalmarkets.com. And with our new mobile app, NCBCM Wealth Connect, we have placed the power directly in the hands of the people we serve, the power to choose, and the power to invest. We are game changers, building out a robust fintech ecosystem to now include a digital wallet. Introducing Link, your mobile wallet from the NCB Financial Group. You have a faster, safer, and easier way to send and receive money using your smartphone. With over 30,000 new customers signing up in the first week and upwards of $21 million in peer-to-peer transfers in 1 month, the digital revolution is happening at your fingertips and before your very eyes. As regional leaders in financial technology, disrupting the present to make way for tomorrow, we believe the future doesn't just happen. The future is created. And for us, the future of money, investment, and capital is now.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, NCB Capital Markets. Wonderful to have you. Excellent products, and we hope to be able to afford all of them. All right. Now, thank you again, John Matthew, and your able partner. Okay, the next segment speaks to cooperatives and credit unions, which are tagged as the ideal catalysts for growth in the Caribbean. And I'm going to ask Chief Executive Officer, Jamaica Cooperative Credit Union League, Mr. Robin Levy, to join us on stage. And online, we have Mr. Melvin Edwards, former chairman of the World Council of Credit Unions, and Ms. Denise Garfield, General Manager, Caribbean Confederation of Credit Unions. And I will say, Robin, that I think this is a gold mine that certainly needs much exploitation. And I may have enough questions for you. So likewise, you one here, I have a lot of questions for you. So I will allow you to present though. Thank you very much for being here, and over to you, Robin Levy.
Thank you, Andre. Thank you, Andre. This thing on? Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests all, good afternoon. Yes. Want to first of all thank the Stock Exchange, Jamaica Stock Exchange, for inviting us to present. It is not usual for a capital markets conference to include credit unions, but I note the theme of today, which speaks to sustainable development in all of its forms, alternative investments, sustainable energy, and so on, and therefore we gladly and thankfully accept the invitation. To get the ball rolling, please let me introduce Mr. Marvin Edwards. He is a stalwart of the credit union movement for a long time now, 20 odd years. He's also runs a program called Caribbean Development Educators, teaching cooperativism and credit unionism across the Caribbean. And as introduced, is a former president of the World Body of Credit Unions, the World Council of Credit Unions. So I presume he's online. Melvin, over to you. I see the technical people working feverishly. Do you have Mr. Edwards online? Do you have Denise Garfield online? Okay then. Well, let's start with Denise. What I'm saying? Let the show go on. So this is Miss Denise Garfield. She is currently in St. Kitts, where she is the general manager of the Caribbean Confederation of Credit Unions. She is a Jamaican, but she also has deep roots in the credit union movement. So please welcome Ms. Denise Garfield.
Thank you, Robin. Good afternoon, everyone, both virtually and in person in Jamaica. I wish to also extend my thanks to the JSE team for allowing the credit union sector to participate in this August conference. Just to give some background information on the sector, globally, there are over 86,000 credit unions, and they serve over 375 million members, and we exist on 6 continents from 118 countries, and we have a penetration rate of 12.18%. Now, the World Council of Credit Unions advocates on behalf of credit unions globally, basically on a few institutions like the Bank for International Settlements, Financial Action Task Force, Financial Stability Board, as well as the International Accounting Standards Board, among others. In terms of the Caribbean, we basically serve 230 credit unions, which serves 2.7 million members across 16 countries, and we have approximately 39% penetration rate across the Caribbean. We have about US 8.6 billion in assets, $7 billion in deposits, and 5.2 billion in loans outstanding. And we employ approximately 5,000 persons in the credit union movement. In terms of Jamaica, there are 25 credit unions in Jamaica, which serves over 1 million members, and their penetration is around 35%, and they have assets concluding over $1 billion US. Just to mention that the Caribbean Confederation of Credit Unions is headquartered in St. Kitts for the last 21 years, I would say, and that we are the regional Apex Trade Association, and we also have a development foundation for the credit unions. And we serve specifically 22 member entities comprising of 16 credit union leagues, including 4 credit unions, as well as 6 credit union service organizations. I would say that we advocate on behalf of our members to ensure that we have enabling legislations. We provide human capital development training. We facilitate peer-to-peer exchanges, as well as we facilitate the development of credit unions, of which in the last 3 years, one was established in Anguilla, and we're now working to establish one in the Turks and Caicos Islands. Robin, I don't know if you're able to get Melvin back online.
Yes, Denise, I understand.
Okay.
I understand that he is online.
Okay, great. So Melvin, you want to
take the baton, Melvin?
Good. Hello?
We're hearing you.
Good. Good afternoon. Happy to be part of this illustrious conference of the JSE and to be part of this panel with the eminent Robin Levy and Denise Garfield. The questions before us, if I could respond in a quick way. Basically, the whole notion of what credit unions are about in the context of the economy should be looked at from the standpoint of the role that we play in building what we call economic democracy. That has to do with the question of financial inclusion. In simple terms, credit unions allow thousands, millions, in fact, of ordinary working people to be part of the financial system. They've been doing that for the last 80 years in the Caribbean region, starting in Jamaica. We also build the whole question of equity through the mutuals that credit unions are. By being value-based, this model has proven itself to be a key concomitant, in other words, another facet of our economy, alongside the private sector, alongside the public sector, and perhaps the NGOs. The statistics just shared with you by Denise indicate that this is a durable, sustainable system which makes life better for millions of members across the region. In fact, 1 in every 2.5 persons. In other words, the penetration has to be in the region of almost 60% of the working population, in some cases 70%. But certainly in Jamaica, it is very high in terms of the membership of credit unions, even though there's doubling. The point, however, is that credit unions have been contributing significantly to allowing persons to finance education for their children, from primary up to university, transportation, housing, undoubtedly. The whole question of financing health has come to the fore now, but it has always been part of the credit unions of their financing. Credit unions have taught persons to save, ordinary persons, to save and to mobilize their little savings from a penny, from a shilling, right up to whatever they can afford, to build that pool of capital. And it is the whole access to that pool and the strengthening of that pool over the years that has made credit unions a mature player in the financial services system, and therefore a key part of the economy. Most important are the jobs we create directly and more so indirectly through the loans that we finance. Certainly close to 5,000 persons employed by credit unions across the English-speaking Caribbean indicates the strength of our system in terms of building, what we say are communities of wealth. In terms of the notion that are we just a good feel, the facts have shown across the world that credit unions are a huge business. Perhaps we don't in the Caribbean recognize the extent of the size and the penetration of credit unions across the globe. But credit unions exist on every continent. In places like India, places like Iran, Afghanistan, credit unions are there. The notion is that also that credit unions are something for poor people. That is expunged by the fact that North America, Canada, and the United States in particular, Europe, are significant players. The United States is the biggest credit union system in the world. In Canada, there's a federation called Desjardins that you may have heard of. Desjardins is the world's largest federation of credit unions, something in the region of 362 billion Canadian dollars in that system. My daughter Lisa is a member of the US Navy, and she belongs to the largest credit union in the world, Navy Federal. Its assets are 151 billion, owned by 11.1 million members. So this is a huge network that we in Jamaica, we in St. Lucia, we in the Caribbean are part of, and we are able to access technical resources, expertise, advice, research that this global system through the World Council of Credit Union provides. Therefore, it is important to understand when we say that we are building communities of wealth, which we reinvest back into the domestic economy largely. That is what makes credit unions so significant. You could not, many persons do not know that for the average member, those 2.7 members that Denise referred to, the whole question of, just to point one of the benefits, credit unions are the only institutions where a member can bequeath to his heirs or her heirs whatever funds they have in the credit union, without those funds or that decision having to go to probate, or for letters of administration. So that's a major benefit that the ordinary person earns. Our fees and charges are lower than the commercial banking system, even though we bank through them. So the whole question of building capital through these credit unions is very important. I want to, if I may, I know time is tight, but I want to highlight the importance of not only building that capital base at the individual, the family, at the parish, at the industry level. It is important, particularly in the context of Jamaica and the rest of the Caribbean, Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago included, that we get the enabling legislation that would enable the credit unions to participate in the higher echelons of the economy, of the financial system. We're still seen as being parish-based or small things, but based on the size of the sector, the ownership of the sector by people, over 1 million in the case of Jamaica, the Jamaica movement has basically evolved and grown and expanded over the last 8 years, largely through high levels of self-regulation. So the question of why do we take so long to pass legislation is a concern for us in the rest of the Caribbean. It's a concern for us at the World Council. It's a concern certainly for the Caribbean Confederation of Credit Unions, because Jamaica is a stellar member of the Confederation, and therefore the importance of the Credit Union Act being enacted. It is consensus legislation in that all parties, I understand, have agreed to the provisions in the Act. So things like central finance, where credit unions can pool themselves and borrow and lend and save within a wider pool. In other words, a credit union for the credit unions. This is what Jack Hull has been doing and seeking to improve, elevate over the years. The question of investing much more in digitalization so that the whole concept of financial inclusion really has tracks, because Barbados, I must say, has gone ahead of the rest of the region, thanks to Prime Minister Mia Mottley. The two largest credit unions in Barbados, Barbados Public Workers and the City of Bridgetown, are now subscribed to the National Payment System. In other words, they are part of the ACH, This has been a major exclusion, I dare say. In other words, we've been excluded from being part of the automated clearing system, the clearing house, issuing checks, etc. And we can't speak of financial inclusion when this level of exclusion or, I dare say, discrimination pertains to a system which has so many owners across the length and breadth of Jamaica and by extension the rest of the region. So what I'm pointing to is the importance of political will to support and to put closer to the front burner matters that pertain to cooperative credit unions because of the huge numbers of persons who will benefit and whose exclusion affect their ability to grow and to build their livelihoods and lives and families. So the question of law reform is important. In the same way, I think it's important to give more support to products that are owned and shared by the credit union system, you know, the ATM systems, etc., so that the access by younger persons can be facilitated through the mechanisms of policy, through stronger consumer education, of course, the business training. I would pause for here and allow my more eminent colleagues to continue.
Thank you, Melvin. I would just want us to have an understanding, really, of what it is we're talking about when we talk about growth. The traditional. Can I have my presentation up, please? Could I have my presentation up, please? Hello?
While they do that, Robin, I have one question for you quickly, so we can maximize the time.
Yes.
Onboarding.
Yes.
Is there any difference between the onboarding process and now between credit unions and banks, given the new legislation and the supposed ease of doing business for financial inclusion? Is there anything different about onboarding? Yeah.
The answer is not really, no.
Okay.
We have to abide by the same criteria in terms of onboarding persons for anti-money laundering, and those type of requirements as the banking sector does.
Right.
We are, however, in the midst of changing our onboarding process to allow to reduce the requirements based upon the type of service the member is coming in to do. So, for example, to just open an account, if you're not getting a loan, you don't require proof of income, you don't require, you just need a proof of address and a national ID, and you should be able to start saving with a credit union.
Okay,
and that should be within a few months.
Okay, all right, that's the thing I was wondering about. And before you start the presentation, the capital markets now.
Yes.
What is the strategy to bring the credit union membership of how much million into the capital markets, even in a small way?
Okay, so the 1 million Jamaicans who are members of credit unions are actually now being encouraged to go beyond savings and look to invest. And so there is a brokerage firm, which is a member of the Jamaica Stock Exchange, called QMax Wealth Management, which is actually owned by the league and credit unions. And therefore, all credit union members can now start to open accounts with QMax, again, with minimum requirements necessary, and start trading on the Jamaica Stock Exchange, start investing in. We have currently 4 collective investment schemes, unit trusts, that are available to them, and they can start their investment journey. So we're going beyond savings into investments. Of course, credit unions last year broke another barrier in being able to list their deferred shares, which are really bonds, on the Jamaica Stock Exchange, and therefore credit unions themselves can access capital markets. So in both ways, both on the demand side and the supply side, the credit union movement is stepping to the plate. Okay, so the topic is credit unions as the ideal, and cooperatives as the ideal catalyst for growth. Normally when we talk about growth, we look at GDP, and that's fine. GDP measures output, it measures activity. And you see there the graph for Latin America and the Caribbean. Yes, it's grown 250% over the last 40 years or so, about approximately 6% per annum. And you'll see that, the slope it's a nice upward slope, quite a few red lines there in terms of some years of negative growth, but all in all, not too bad. Actually, it does lag, however, the worldwide average in terms of growth and, at the end of the day, GDP per capita. Jamaica is actually even a little further behind. You would note that Jamaica has lagged the Caribbean. You'll see the curve is a little flatter. And yes, there has been some growth, and there have been significantly less periods when we have negative growth. But those years when they did have growth, the peaks were somewhat lower than the peaks for the remainder of the Caribbean. But should we even be looking at GDP is a question. I'd recommend this article to you, published by the Berkeley Economic Review. Now, GDP really is like just measuring your speed without asking yourself, are you going in the right direction? It ignores a number of very important factors when you look at economic growth. It does measure how much your economy is earning, but it doesn't measure the well-being of the persons who are supposed to be benefiting from that economy. So it's a question of quality versus quantity. And in the Caribbean, we know that we have quite a few issues that they don't necessarily have in developed countries. Developed countries have a more vibrant, more supportive network for the most vulnerable. Their welfare structures are there, not so in the Caribbean. We in the Caribbean are heavily dependent on things which are not necessarily to our benefit. Some countries, Jamaica, Trinidad, Dominican Republic, for example, rely heavily on mining. At the same time, we rely on tourism. Now, this is a dichotomy that has to be fixed. We can't be tearing down hillsides and creating toxic mud pools at a place where we are celebrating our natural beauty and saying, come to beautiful Jamaica. So it's not only a question of growing the economy and getting revenue from bauxite money. It's a question of sustainability. And can we do both at the same time? Frankly, we need other measures besides GDP when we're looking at how well an economy is doing. So we're suggesting, we credit unions have always suggested, something very similar to what the JSE Social Exchange is committing, which is a triple bottom line approach. It's not just about economic growth or profit. It also has to do with environmental benefit, and it also has to do with benefiting the community or individuals on a widespread basis. If we are talking about things like income disparity, the rich getting richer and the poor getting poorer, then we may very well be creating a problem for ourselves. These are some of the things which we have to address as a nation, as a group of nations, because we are facing some of the same problems. How are we doing, considering the fact that we do have this dependence on foreign direct investment, tourism, and mining? Considering that we are all small, open economies that are susceptible to hurricanes, earthquakes, COVID, well, not so good. Most of our economies have, in fact, underperformed for the last 40 years. Just by the single measure of GDP, even while we have seen a widening income gap, we have seen the rich getting richer and the poor getting poorer. Not that the standard of living has not increased, it just has increased significantly more elsewhere. We are talking about our social network being very limited in most countries, non-existent in others. The family structures and parenting, probably the less said the better. And many of us, certainly in the larger countries, are experiencing significant crime and violence. And these are telltale cracks in the facade of increased GDP. So what's the role of cooperatives and credit unions? Well, first of all, there are dozens of cooperatives operating right now in Jamaica. There are fishing cooperatives, agricultural cooperatives, transportation cooperatives. There have been housing cooperatives, craft cooperatives of all different types. These are pools of persons who come together to source raw materials together to make whatever it is they are making, market together, share the money they make, and you realize that in a society where a lot of individualism is touted, It's about me, and not about we. Many of these cooperatives are still struggling to really make a significant impact on the economic landscape. That said, cooperatives are built for this purpose. They are built for no other purpose except for financial inclusion. It's a buzzword now, right? It's become very trendy to talk about financial inclusion. We have to remember that 40 years ago, many of us in this room, many of us online would not have been welcome at many of our financial institutions, and almost none of us could have worked there. Yes, we've come a long way. Yes, the formal financial sector has come to embrace lower income and lower middle income members of our society, but we are still in this battle for the long run. Just today I saw the opposition is still strident about bank fees. What can I tell you? That will probably be with us for a while, because you have to find a way, I guess, in the formal financial sector and in credit unions to still keep your head above water and make money. But credit unions are not driven by profits. They are not for-profit entities. They are driven by improving the financial condition of the average person who joins that credit union, whether they be in St. Kitts, Trinidad, or Jamaica. It is not that we are stupid about money. We like money, but we just happen to like people more. It's really about improving people and then looking to make a profit so we can continue to help more people. So in conclusion, cooperatives are really purpose-built for driving widespread economic activity at the grassroots. Cooperatives and credit unions. Credit unions are able to bridge this divide between individuals, cooperatives themselves who need financing, and the financial markets, as Andre's question brought out. And both are ideal candidates, very suitable for driving economic development. What we need, as Melvin said, is supportive and enabling legislation and regulation, and we need a mindset change. It is said that you start off as a dependent, as a child. You depend on your parents to feed you. Then you become independent. But the highest state of existence is mutual self-reliance and interdependence. And that is what is required for us to succeed in the Caribbean in the long term. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Robin. Have a couple more questions. One, the use of technology in the movement. I have a little experience in the movement as well, and we have an ATM right outside the door entrance, and everybody's still coming to the branch and pack up in the place to get their balances, etc. I don't know if that is characteristic of the Caribbean generally, or is it specific? Sensitization of the membership to technology, is that going better in the credit union movement than it is elsewhere in the financial services sector?
No, we are laggards. Quite frankly, the rest of the formal financial sector has gone ahead of credit unions in terms of the rapid adoption of technology. But it's something we are working on. I should just let you know, though, we are not necessarily early adopters in the credit union movement. We're a little bit more conservative. Whereas, a bank may have one large shareholder to report to, and the others just make a bit of noise. In the credit union movement, when you have a credit union and you have 200,000 members, 200,000 people can make a decision, yeah, on the boardroom floor, because it doesn't matter how much money you have in a credit union, you have one vote. So a man with the most money in the credit union has one vote. A man who has the minimum amount to qualify as a member has one vote. So we tend to move together by committee. It does make us a little bit slow, but I'll tell you, when we get there, we do it properly. So we were founding members of JETS. Credit unions have offered debit cards since the 1990s, along with the first banks. And we are in the process of revolutionizing our own debit card. We'll be starting to issue them in the next few weeks. And we'll be right up there with the banks. In terms of adoption, though, the average credit union member is not necessarily as comfortable with technology as, persons who may be at higher income levels and at higher educational levels. But again, when we get there correctly.
Okay.
Yes.
Last question from me is recent legislation, credit union provisions of the Act. If you look like a bank, if you legislate like a bank, if you operate like a bank, what is going to distinguish and separate now the credit union movement from the banking sector?
Andre, you want to get me in trouble now. Okay. Let's be frank. The products a credit union offers is not what makes the credit union. There are credit unions around the world that offer credit cards, online unsecured loans, that offer mobile wallets, that offer overdraft accounts and checking accounts. These are common products in more developed countries for credit unions. What makes a credit union is the fact that it is a cooperative. Every credit union is a cooperative. And one person, one vote, it's our organizational structure, our capital structure. And more importantly, why we do what we do. That's what makes you a credit union. So a lot of companies know what products they offer and what they do. They may even know how they do it. Yes, we have, empowered staff and tech. But why they do it, they don't know. With credit unions, we're very clear on our mission as to why we do what we do, and that's to improve the lives of our members. Full stop.
Thank you very much, sir.
The regulation and legislation can't change that.
Okay, thank you very much. We look forward, certainly, to welcoming the how much million you have now? 1.2 million?
Members?
Members.
Oh, I thought you'd be talking about our $150 billion of assets.
Well, that too, into the capital market space.
Oh, no, now you're talking. Were there any other questions, or are we out of time?
Any other questions from the floor?
There seems to be a question over there to the left. Good afternoon.
When you say clusters, what do you mean? The question is there a representation for clusters in the credit union movement?
So that's actually a somewhat difficult question, because a cluster can't join a credit union. It has to be the individuals, because credit unions, again, don't allow companies to join a credit union. The legislation doesn't allow it. So if individuals who are sole traders, small business proprietors, micro entrepreneurs, they can join and borrow money on behalf of their business. Mind it is a personal loan to them. So credit unions don't offer services traditionally to businesses per se, but we do offer services to business people. And we do have relationships with the Small Business Association. So if you're a member of the SBA, you can always get a letter of recommendation that will stand in good stead with a credit union. Our clusters like that are welcome to try to join credit unions and access their services, but you have to join one by one. That's just the law.
Okay. Thank you very much for the question. Any other questions on the floor? Anything online?
Anything from anybody online? Any last comments? Melvin?
Okay.
Denise? No?
Thank you all very much.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for your input.
Thank you very much, Andre and Robin. That was very good. And we've learned so much more about credit union. The only difference is fees. Right? So I'd like to invite Mr. Gregory Fisher. He's also joining us remotely, and Mr. Adam Groschus. He'll be speaking on the credit markets for today. Good afternoon, Mr. Fisher.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the introduction. And again, this has been a great conference. Thanks to the Jamaica Stock Exchange. All of us here at Jefferies are excited that next year we'll be down there in person once again. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Gregory Fisher. I'm Managing Director at Jefferies. I am head of emerging market fixed income for wealth management. I'm going to moderate this panel, and joining me in this panel is Mr. Adam Gruthius, who is also managing director of Jefferies, co-head of our sales and trading. He's the one that's waving, and also Mr. Jefferson Finch, who's the senior vice president of Jefferies and our desk sovereign analyst. And I'm sure many of you out there have either spoken or met with both these gentlemen at some point in the last many years. I thought this panel would be great just to kind of really freewheel it and start with Adam. I'll make just a couple opening comments and talk about basically what he's seeing in this market. And then I'm going to have Jeff jump in with some specific credits that I think are of interest to clients and the people down in Jamaica. Just from my perspective, real quickly, and then I'm going to turn over to Adam. I can tell you, I've been doing this for nearly 4 decades, and I have not seen a market like this, meaning since we have started the beginning of the new year. In my career, the closest times were probably 87 and 2000, where I saw, the S&P up and down 2-3%, not just in one day, in an hour or 2 hours. It's breathtaking and cringing at the same point. Bond market, the same thing with treasuries and the risk on, risk off appetite that I'm sure both Jeff and Adam are going to address. I can just my conclusion of what I've seen, what we heard from the Fed on Wednesday, is basically this: the market is obviously trying to reprice, recalculate itself, minus the Fed accommodation, trying to revert back to the mean. It's doing it, though, obviously in a manner that is more volatile and knee-jerk reaction that I, as I said, have ever seen in all the times I've been doing this business. So with that, Adam, why don't you give maybe a little overview from your perspective on the emerging market desk and running that desk on really what you've been seeing this January. Obviously, we'd love you to focus on the CAC region. And then I'm going to just let Jeff jump in by you prompting him to go over some specific credits in a little bit more detail that our attendees would like to hear about.
Thank you, Greg. First of all, we're gonna be brief. I know this is toward the end of the conference, and I'm sure you're all a little bit tired. But if I have to sum it up in one word, this market has been manic. Up and down, up and down, up and down, on a daily, sometimes several times during the day. I'm not telling you anything you don't know, but when things feel good, they are great. And everyone wants paper, and everyone wants bonds, and people are willing to pay through the offer side for bonds. And I have to have it. I have to have it. And when the tide turns and it feels not so good, like this afternoon, for instance, it's people cannot get out of risk quickly enough. And that's what we've been dealing with for pretty much all of 2022. And as a dealer and a market maker, and I'm sure I speak for all my dealer market maker colleagues across Wall Street and across London City and Asia, this has been a harrowing experience. I started this year, I was 51 years old. I'm now 64 years old, which is incredible. 1 month, and I've aged like this. Overall, I think the themes in the market, the overriding theme in the market is that credit spreads, not just in EM, but in developed markets as well, have to widen to get people to be interested in a large scale in EM debt again. And if new issues continue to come with big concessions, that can happen rather quickly. For instance, 2 weeks ago, Panama came to market. If Panama came a year ago, it would have come right on top of the curve, maybe a 5, maybe a 10 basis point concession. Panama, triple B credit, comes to market with a 40 basis point concession. And Believe me, the new issue didn't trade to where the secondary was. The secondary traded closer to where the new issue was. It cheapened everything up. Today, another example, Chile, an A-rated credit, comes with a 3-tranche deal, 5s, 12s, and 30-year, with a 35 basis point concession, a 10 basis point concession, and a 20 basis point concession. Not as crazy as Panama, but these are meaningful concessions. And what is concerning about the market in the near term is that if there's any sustained stretch of stability or strength, it's likely going to be met with new issuance. So it kind of puts a cap on where we go short term. There's still a pretty robust issuance pipeline throughout all of EM, and it seems like issuers are taking their first opportunity of a stable market to bring new paper to market. In the CAC region, everyone's expecting DOMREP to be the first one. So getting back to my overall themes, I think spreads need to widen, and they are. The MB started this year. Oh, I don't have my notes. I think it started this year at 382. The JP Morgan MB diversified. It started at 368. We're now at 382. So it's widened about 14 basis points. Historically, if you were to graph the MB outside of the 2020 COVID misery, 400 seems to be a bit of a plateau. So we're not far from that. It seems to bounce off that 400 level very regularly. But again, what is different this time is, as you've heard ad nauseum from everybody, from David Zervos, and I'm sure from Greg Fisher, we're in a very questionable interest rate environment. So caution is the buzzword. The second overriding theme: high yield credits, high yield EM credits, those which didn't adjust over the last couple of years when liquidity was plentiful, when if they overspent, those who lack IMF access, those will come under more pressure. And because that broader liquidity accommodation is being quickly removed from the market, the process will likely push these names to levels that will force these countries to make some difficult adjustments, or their bonds will quickly move into distressed territory. And I think, as a trader and a trading desk head, my desk's performance and portfolio managers' performance in EM is largely going to depend on finding out or figuring out which of those EM high yield credits will survive and muddle through, and which ones will crumble, and to position yourself accordingly. Easier said than done. And the second corollary to that, and then I'll talk a little bit about CAC and we'll get Jefferson Finch involved. The second corollary to that is, for the past, I don't know how many years, I've been doing this for 28, the buy the dip mentality has been ingrained in all of our heads. Buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip. And I think for the foreseeable future, we're in a sell the rally kind of environment. And you have to be able to trade it, and you have to be able to be nimble. And I'm not just talking about trading desks here, I'm talking about portfolio managers as well. And you have to be willing to sell into those, those moments of strength, because you're gonna be able to get bonds cheaper eventually. That's my thought overall. As far as CAC is concerned, and we'll get Jeff involved in this conversation. It's been very, very credit specific. My 60-second update on each credit. Trinidad has been ridiculously well bid. There's been local demand. There's been foreign investor demand. Jamaica has been very well bid, as most of you know. The 2022s matured last week. Many holders are reinvesting those funds, and it was for a while very difficult to get bonds. Trinidad and Jamaica both 20 to 30 basis points tighter year to date, which is crazily impressive in a year where things are not that great in the overall market. DOMREP, as I mentioned, is probably going to be the first of these countries to come. It's a good story. Jeff Finch will talk more about that. And then you have, a few of the more difficult stories. El Salvador, as most of you are vaguely familiar with, is really a bit of a basket case right now, with President Bukele kind of giving the middle finger to the U.S. and the IMF, and really not seeming to care that his bonds are all trading in the 50s, and they keep hitting new lows on a weekly basis. So that's something that's not for the faint of heart. Costa Rica has elections coming up. They continue to continue. Time and time again over the years, you've seen Costa Rica drive their car to the edge of the cliff, and then they do what's necessary to get done. Right now, nothing's getting done until these elections are out of the way and the IMF story is cleared up. And last but not least, and then I'll turn it over to Jeff and we can have more of a conversation. Honduras today, in the last 90 minutes, the new President Castro gave one hell of a populist inauguration speech where she was saying all the populist things, free electricity for everybody, free food for everybody, and oh yeah, we're going to restructure all our debt. We think that's ludicrous. We don't think Honduras is particularly indebted, but I'll use that as a segue to bring Jefferson into the conversation, so you can hear what he has to say about the credits that you guys care about. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. So I'm Jefferson Finch. If I haven't met you, I hope to meet you at some point on a future trip to Jamaica, Trinidad, or wherever you all may be. I want to follow up on the framework that Adam pointed out about how, as we enter into this monetary tightening cycle, we're increasingly looking at the credits that we think will be fine, and also thinking about the credits that might struggle the most to get through. On the list of credits that we think will be fine, actually Jamaica is probably one of the top of the list in the CAC space. It's hard to overstate the credibility with, I guess, domestic and international investors that Jamaica has built since 2013. The handling of the fiscal accounts during the pandemic, and the maintenance of a primary surplus and the returning to a high primary surplus, consistent with the government's objective and messaging on bringing debt to GDP to 60% of GDP in the next couple of years, has done nothing but reassure investors that Jamaica is a credit that will make it through. I don't really think there's too much to add to that. I mean, once upon a time, Jamaica was one of the more interesting names that we covered, but now it's steady as she goes, predictable in the good way. Another credit that fits the bucket that will make it through, albeit maybe with a bit more, slightly more trouble because it needs to issue a lot, is Dominican Republic. Like Jamaica, it is also experiencing a strong recovery in the tourism sector. But we also saw last year was a good year for domestic investment in Dominican Republic, as well as international investment, particularly in infrastructure, energy, and other areas. The administration there has done, so far, I think, a good job of showing that it is serious about reducing spending over the medium term through its efforts to reform the electricity sector and to offload some state assets that have historically caused high spending in the country. While the Abinader administration has ruled out doing a tax reform for now, something which we think is not ideal, their administrative efforts on fiscal policy and recent revenue performance, coupled with this really strong economy, and making that less of a concern for us than it used to be. I mean, Dominican Republic entered the year with a decent amount of cash on hand. It has a tendency, under this administration, it has been engaging in liability transactions, domestic liability management transactions domestically and externally. I think the main challenge for it from a market point of view right now is that it does intend to issue $2.3 billion externally this year to finance itself. And the market conditions, as Adam mentioned, have been nothing short of choppy. A bit further down on the list of credits where I have more concern is Trinidad and Tobago. I know that Adam mentioned that it's been very well in demand and it's being supported right now by having partial investment grade status, and rising oil prices are good towards #1 export. But you look at the last decade or longer, it's a country whose economy has been relatively stagnant to shrinking. The government continues to run large fiscal deficits every year. And though it has substantial foreign exchange reserves cushions in terms of the central bank reserves, but also the Heritage and Savings Fund, it continues to burn those down every year. So I don't think the risk for Trinidad and Tobago this year is that it runs into a funding crisis or something that dramatic. I think that the question it will have to face is whether it tries to borrow from markets or borrows more from itself. I do worry that the long-term policies of having a fixed exchange rate that's considered overvalued and running twin deficits could lead it to face more downgrades and possibly the loss of investment grade this year. And then we have Barbados, which actually doesn't really, I was going down the list in terms of credit quality, but Barbados, I think, is probably off the list of concerns this year. It does have an IMF program. It is running out. I do think that Mia Mottley, who just won re-election impressively for the second time, she won all seats in parliament, is planning to stay the course on the fiscal adjustment trajectory that has been laid out under the IMF program. As we all know, 2020 and 2021 had caused everyone to have to revise their fiscal plans because of the unexpected spending related to COVID and the major shock that it had to tourism. But I think just this week, Prime Minister Motley was mentioning the need to go forward with plans to implement fiscal rules and create a more predictable fiscal framework for the country going forward, which I think is exactly the kind of thing that investors in long term in the country would like to see. Finally, I have Bahamas, which is, I would say, in a different situation than Jamaica and Barbados are now. It is, it has seen its stock of debt increase to close to 100% of GDP in recent years. It's planning to run a large fiscal deficit this year, although albeit lower than the previous one. It is experiencing a rebound in tourism this year, thanks to the resumption of cruise travel and stopover travel, and that's very beneficial for the economy. However, it's hard to see the country growing at a structurally high enough rate to bring debt to GDP down on a sustainable basis, which implies that a fiscal adjustment does need to happen. I mean, to the Davis administration's credit, they are intending to increase revenues by 5 points of GDP by the end of the term in 2026. However, the plans to do so, as far as based on their comments, exclude income taxes, creating income taxes for corporates or individuals, or any other form of tax hike. They have spoken about increasing tax revenues via improving compliance, particularly in the property tax. But in the short term, I don't think that investors in the current market are going to want to give them the benefit of the doubt. So we're all waiting for the mid-year budget review, and the financial report from the Fiscal Council that was due last year, to get a sense of what policies the Davis administration may undertake to right the fiscal ship. But I think the market is currently more troubled by the lack of specific measures that are considered credible on fiscal adjustment and the continual rejection of the possibility of going to seek IMF support to deal with the fiscal situation. So, top to bottom, Jamaica and Barbados, don't think creditors are very worried. Investors are particularly worried about these credits struggling as the Fed tightens rates. On the other end of the spectrum, though, I think you're going to see more concern about Trinidad and about Bahamas, especially. Though, of course, with Bahamas, that could change as soon as the Prime Minister gives some clarity on what they intend to do. And then, other than that, we have the Central American credits, El Salvador, Costa Rica, and Honduras. And to be quite frank, all three of them are looking quite shaky right now. I mean, as Adam mentioned with El Salvador, The president seems to have turned his back on the possibility of getting an IMF program and is staking the future on cryptocurrency and raising financing from retail crypto investors. And I have no idea if this will be successful or not, but I'm very interested in seeing how it plays out. This week's IMF statement from the board did suggest that the debt under current policies is unsustainable. And we are all trying to figure out how they intend to make good on the 2023, El South 2023 bond that matures in January of 2023. That's an open question, and that's causing a lot of uncertainty and why these bonds are at very depressed prices. If that changes, they could either rally or sink further. Honduras was one we had been anticipating would be a stable and moderate story. They did just elect Xiomara Castro, whose husband is linked to Hugo Chavez from the 2008-2009 era, but she has a number of moderate economic advisors around her. Unfortunately, there's a lot of factional war going on inside her party and between other members of the opposition that is making it look like she may struggle to govern the country via Congress, which I think raises the risk that she could adopt a more populist stance and lead to polarization between the executive and Congress. If today's inauguration speech was any sign of the path she intends to follow, that would be a negative for the credit. I still think that was mostly rhetoric and mostly for her base, and that she'll pursue a more moderate path, especially considering the benefit of doing that is significant support from multilateral banks and the United States. But it remains to be seen. And then finally, Costa Rica is a credit that, in the 1990s and early 2000s was, sort of the jewel of Central America. It continues to struggle to pass and implement a convincing fiscal adjustment, but it has always been but every time it makes a little bit of progress, it gets the benefit of the doubt from the investors. I think right now it's enjoying that benefit of the doubt, but it runs the risk of losing its IMF program if it is unable to deliver on the structural reforms and the tax increases that it agreed to approve when it got the IMF program last year. But we won't know if it will be able to do that until after the election. The first round is February 6th, and the second round is early April. Unfortunately, almost all the candidates say they are in favor of the IMF, except for a few, and very few of them actually want to approve tax reforms. So that creates a lot of uncertainty in Costa Rica as well. That's
Jeff,
it for my.
I appreciate it very much. And Adam, I'm being prompted to kind of wrap this up because I know the opposition leader, the Honorable Mark Golding, is probably waiting in the wings, and we're already running a little bit behind. If any of you out there have questions regarding some of the credits or more, or want to talk to Jeff or Adam, myself, just email me or Matt. You guys have our email address, and we'll get right back to you. And finally, on behalf of all my partners at Jefferies and the Jamaica Stock Exchange, I hope you enjoyed a terrific conference. Again, I hope next year we'll be there in person. But thank you for letting Jefferies once again be the lead sponsor. And with that, I will turn it back over to the moderator of the conference and the opposition leader. Thank you all. Take care.
Thank you very much, Greg, and thank you to your team of presenters. Well done. Well done indeed. Adam, happy to have the comments. And we look forward to a brighter 2022 for the region. I'm now going to turn over to the next moderator for this session, Mr. Aldwin Cousins, General Manager, Corporate Solutions Unit at JMMB. Aldwin, welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone, persons in the audience and online. This afternoon, I will be the moderator, and I will be introducing our speaker. The topic for this afternoon session is charting the course for sustainable recovery Jamaica leading the way. And our speaker for this afternoon session is Mr. Mark Golden, MP, Leader of the Opposition. And I will just give a brief introduction, and then I'll ask Mr. Golden to take the podium. And then at the end of his presentation, we'll take questions from the audience and questions from persons online. Mark Golden is an attorney at law specializing in the areas of corporate finance, capital markets, mergers and acquisition. He has been lead counsel in many public and private sector issues of domestic and international debt and equity securities, and in several large corporate mergers and acquisition. He has been a partner of the law firm Art Muirhead Fatah since 1993. Mr. Golden studied law at Oxford University, graduating with first-class honors, and moved on to the Norman Manley Law School, receiving the prize for the most outstanding student of the class of 1987 to 89, and was called to the Jamaican bar. He then won a Commonwealth scholarship to the University of London, obtaining a master's degree in commercial and corporate law. In 1992, Mr. Golden was one of three founders of Daring, Bunting and Golden, DBNG, Jamaica's first investment bank, which was acquired by Bank of Nova Scotia in 2006. And in 2010, he joined the former DBNG colleague. He joined his former DBNG colleagues to establish Proven Investments, which is also listed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange. In addition to his personal business interests, he has served as an independent director of several companies, including the Bank of Nova Scotia Jamaica, Grace Kennedy, Kingston Wharves, Caracris, which is a regional credit rating agency. In 2007, Mr. Golden became active in public affairs, being appointed to the Jamaica Senate in 2007, September of 2007. He served as Jamaica's Minister of Finance from January 2012 until February 2016. As Minister of Finance, he had responsibility for management of the government's legislative program during a period of intensive legislative activity when Jamaica met all the structural benchmarks under the IMF program. He also spearheaded reforms to improve the efficiency of the criminal justice system and strengthen human rights, including Jamaica's cannabis law reform of 2015, for which he has been internationally recognized. From March 2016 until September 2017, he was the leader of opposition business in Jamaica's Senate. Mr. Golden was elected Member of Parliament for South St. Andrew on October 30, 2017, and was then appointed opposition spokesperson for finance. In November 2020, Mark Golden was elected president of the People's National Party and thereupon became the leader of the opposition in Jamaica's parliament. Mr. Golden was born in 1965, attended Mona Prep School and Campion College, and he's married to Sandra since 1990, and they have 3 children. I now take this opportunity to welcome our leader of the opposition, Mr. Mark Golden.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cousins, for that introduction. Just one correction, I was never Minister of Finance. I was the Minister of Justice in the last PNP administration from 2012 to 2016. Though the thought of a Minister of Finance pioneering cannabis law reform does appeal to me, but it didn't happen that way. Mr. Moderator, all of the executives and board members from the Jamaica Stock Exchange, members of the investment community who are here, people joining us online, and members of the media, good afternoon. I'm sure for many of you it's a relief that this is the last presentation. I hope it's worth your staying here to listen to it. And I thank you for your interest and willingness to be here after 4 this afternoon. It has been well recognized that Jamaica made tremendous strides towards achieving macroeconomic stability over the past decade, successfully implementing the structural reforms agreed under 2 successive IMF programs. And we heard from Jeffries some of the other credits in this region that haven't really done as well as we have done in that regard. Those programs focus primarily on achieving public debt sustainability by greatly improving the laws and institutional structures and operating systems of revenue administration and collection, also modernizing the commercial architecture of the country by very fundamental legislative overhauls and accompanying institutions and systems dealing with things like perfecting collateral for secured credit and the orderly rehabilitation of firms in financial distress. A fiscal responsibility framework was enacted as part of the law of Jamaica, centered around fiscal rules with a primary surplus requirement that is derived from the target of achieving a debt to GDP ratio of 60% by a specified future date. That date was originally March 2026. As most of you may know, when COVID hit, the government amended the fiscal responsibility law, which is enacted in the Financial Administration and Audit Act, to shift that back by 2 years to March 2028. It is in the area of revenue administration and collection that we have seen the most success, in my opinion. Since 2015, tax revenues have grown at an average annual rate that is substantially greater than nominal inflation over the period, without any new tax measures. And that has opened up fiscal space for sustained debt reduction at the same time as greater levels of expenditure, both recurrent and capital. And that increase in revenue has also greatly exceeded the nominal growth of the economy over that period. So it indicates the success of the measures themselves in achieving greater fiscal sustainability through higher revenues for the government. Jamaica has thus been able to reduce the country's debt to GDP ratio from about 147% in 2012-13 to 94% in 2019-20. Of course, we've had some slippage during COVID and the sharp reduction in GDP, which occurred in 2020 in particular, but we've made back some of that ground, and I think we should be at about 97% at the end of this fiscal year. In the post-IMF era, Jamaica also followed through with its outstanding commitments under the program in relation to monetary policy. Those commitments hadn't been achieved during the program, but were agreed. So we amended the law governing the central bank to make price stability through inflation targeting the principal objective of the Bank of Jamaica, and with an ancillary principal objective of financial system stability. But price stability is the core raison d'etre for the existence of the central bank at this time. And there were supporting institutional arrangements to improve transparency around the decisions on how inflation is managed by the central bank. A fiscal council to monitor fiscal performance within the context of the fiscal rules has been put in law a year ago, but is not yet in existence and remains an outstanding deliverable. Despite these significant achievements and the sacrifices of the Jamaican people and investors that went along with those achievements, the growth performance of our economy has been disappointing. Annual real GDP growth over this period has been in the region of 1 to 2%, which is way below the aspirational target of 5% at the end of 4 years that the Economic Growth Council optimistically set for itself back in 2016. As 2019 turned into 2020, the world was hit by the novel coronavirus pandemic. As a small open economy with a large tourism industry, Jamaica was very exposed to the economic shock which accompanied the pandemic. The tourism industry largely closed in 2020, with other service industries like entertainment and transport also badly affected. Real GDP fell by approximately 10% in a single year, the sharpest contraction of that magnitude in our modern history, perhaps ever. Unemployment jumped from the 7% range into the low teens, and with the decline in real GDP, our debt to GDP ratio jumped back up to 110% that year, constraining the finance minister's appetite for incurring social expenditures at levels that we considered necessary to protect Jamaica's vulnerable population. It is interesting that despite the fallout in tourism, that is considered to be Jamaica's main foreign exchange earner, both the gross and net international reserves of our country have remained strong. One lesson from that is that we must find ways of increasing the retention in our economy of each US dollar spent by the tourists who come here, including by deepening linkages into the other sectors of the local economy. Happily for Jamaica, the ever-faithful diaspora helped to fill the gap, making use of the generous Trump/Biden fiscal stimulus packages and their equivalents in the UK and Canada, which increased remittances to Jamaica by over 20% during the pandemic. And what would we do without our Jamaicans abroad? In 2021, as COVID eased in the major tourism markets, our hotels have made a substantial comeback, and other sectors such as construction, agriculture, and manufacturing have held their own. It looks like we will have clawed back about 2/3 of the loss in our GDP by the end of this fiscal year. The pandemic is still not over, but the world is increasingly adjusting to life with COVID. And here in Jamaica, the Tanner Your Yard slogan of 2020 has evolved into the argument done admonition of 2021-22. Even though Jamaica is in the midst of the so-called fourth wave, with over 500 COVID patients in hospital at the time I wrote that paragraph, I'm not sure where it is today, and several COVID deaths every day, no new measures to restrict transmission have been announced, and the existing 10 p.m. nightly curfew is really hardly enforced. So we're really getting used to existing with COVID. As the budget for the coming fiscal year 22-23 approaches, the situation does not look easy for Jamaica. In response to the revenue collapse during the pandemic, the fiscal rules were suspended for the 2020-21 fiscal year. The primary surplus target was lowered substantially to 3.5% for that year. And the date, as I've said earlier, for achieving the debt to GDP ratio of 60% was shifted back by 2 years to March 2028. The law requires fiscal adjustment to be made via higher primary surpluses in the years following the suspension of the fiscal rule, so as to bring the debt to GDP ratio back onto a trajectory to achieve the 60% target by the long stop date. And we also do not expect another large BOJ dividend, which helped to support the fiscal accounts by over 30 billion Jamaican dollars for this current fiscal year. On the monetary side, the Bank of Jamaica's response to the rise of inflation to 7 to 8% above the upper band of the inflation target, which is 6%, the response has been to increase its policy rate 3 times, I think, since September last year, and the Treasury bill rate in Jamaica has responded accordingly. Higher interest rates, together with the depreciation of the Jamaican dollar, increase the cost of servicing and the stock of our foreign currency debt. So one can say at this point, it's early because the finance minister hasn't tabled the budget yet, but at this point, the cupboard is looking rather bare for the coming fiscal year in terms of fiscal space for discretionary spending on social programs and capital projects. It will therefore be difficult to increase government spending to drive a fast pace of economic recovery. Much will therefore depend on whether the local business sector, large and small, is willing and able to invest and expand their production of goods and services, and also our ability to attract high levels of foreign direct investment. Given the very low levels of vaccination in our country, we must hope that herd immunity from infections, especially with the proliferation of the relatively mild Omicron variant, supplements the missing protection from vaccination, and that the pandemic peters out here to the point where we can discard the remaining restrictive measures that do hurt the economy. Looking forward, achieving a sustainable recovery will require Jamaica to overcome the fundamental impediments to sustainable and inclusive economic growth that have been impeding our progress for decades. And I will spend the rest of my time here this afternoon discussing the problems and solutions that I consider the most important, without which we will not enjoy the actualization of our dream of achieving a sustainable recovery from where we have reached today. Being the leader of a progressive party on the Democratic left, we believe that the solutions must put the protection and development of our people, especially those who are vulnerable and disadvantaged, at the center of the state's policy focus. We must invest in our people to grow our human capital and transform national productivity so that our economy can attract investment and compete with the best and the rest of the world. I believe that most Jamaicans will agree that violent crime, with its associated fear, insecurity, and cost to the economy, is the biggest obstacle to achieving our national goals. We have one of the highest murder rates in the world, if not the highest, and we have been in this position for a long time now. And the situation has actually been getting worse, with the average number of murders since 2016 being around 20% higher than it was during the preceding 4 years, and murders actually going up by 10% last year in 2021 over the previous year. And I believe murders are up 19% so far in 2022. It is a deep and complex problem which requires a multifaceted response. We accept that in dealing with communities which are torn by gang warfare, where violence is out of control, the state's response must be strong, rapid, and effective. The measure of last resort for the protection of the state from being subverted is the state of emergency, SOE. The constitutionality of using the SOE as the principal tool for responding to Jamaica's long-term problem of violent crime remains in serious doubt. There was a habeas corpus application in 2020 before a single judge of the Supreme Court, in which I think it was 5 applicants who had been detained in the state of emergency there for many months, successfully got an order for their release. And the judge, in a lengthy written judgment, was very disparaging about the use of the state of emergency in the circumstances and manner in which it was used, in terms of its non-compliance with the Constitution. Furthermore, the specific regulations under the Emergency Powers Act, which accompany an SOE, both in their original form from 2017 to 2020, and in the modified version of November 2021, which was the last SOE that was declared, are themselves constitutionally suspect. The Constitutional Court, comprising 3 Supreme Court judges, heard a case in December, end of last year, in which these issues were litigated. And we anticipate clarity on these important questions when judgment is delivered. But until we have that clarity, the constitutionality of this particular approach remains in serious doubt. Fortunately, there are other existing tools which can be used effectively, and there are new tools which ought to have been in place already and have been in the pipeline for far too long. In 2017, Parliament enacted Zones of Special Operations legislation to allow the military to aid the police in restoring law and order in areas where zones of special operations, or ZOZOs, are declared. In those areas, law enforcement comes under the joint military and police command, and soldiers of the JDF have policing powers in the Zozo areas. Unlike the SOE, the Zozo does not remove the citizen's access to the court if he or she is held without charge for longer periods than the law allows. Prolonged detention without charge is a dangerous state of affairs, which I do not think should be normalized in our country. Our people fought oppression and brutality for centuries, and the Charter of Rights of 2011 guarantees those hard-won freedoms. We must not accept the false narrative that we cannot be safe unless we give up our most basic rights and freedoms. The Zozo also has a social dimension aimed at the sustainability of the reduction of violence in the Zozo area. The pace of any social expenditures can be tailored to fit within the state's fiscal resources over time. They are not legislated that they have to happen in any particular time frame. We have seen immediate benefits in terms of bringing an end to gang violence in the 7 small Zozo communities which have been declared since 2017. In our view, this tool should be used more extensively to respond quickly to hotspots where law and order has broken down, rather than allowing a torrent of murders to continue for months on end before effective action is taken. There are also other important crime-fighting tools which have been agreed by the bipartisan, multi-stakeholder Crime Monitoring and Oversight Committee, CMOC, which was loosely modeled on the very successful epoch of the IMF era, which still exists and will remain in place, I believe, until the Fiscal Council is brought into existence. Unfortunately, the government has been way behind the agreed schedule in delivering some important deliverables. One of those is the Enhanced Security Measures Act, and another is a new Firearms Act. There's also the strengthening of the anti-gang law amendments consequent on the review that was completed in 2020 by a Joint Select Committee of Parliament. Ladies and gentlemen, given the depth and depravity of our crime problem, it is, in my opinion, inexcusable that there has been this protracted delay in delivering these agreed commitments to help the country try and get on top of this crime problem. The size of the Jamaica Constabulary Force has been allowed to be depleted through retirement, attrition, and inadequate recruitment, so that the actual number of police officers is substantially below what is permitted by the statutory establishment. And indeed, in terms of police officers per capita, Jamaica is relatively low in the region, despite the horrendous problem we have with serious violent crime. And Jamaica's crime situation requires this deficit to be corrected as quickly as possible. And I think yesterday or the day before, the Commissioner of Police said, he'd like to have another 6,000 police officers. Having said all that, it is clear that more effective law enforcement is only a part of the solution to achieving the normalization of Jamaica's crime levels. For a complete solution, we need to comprehensively address the factors which lead to the high levels of violence in our society. Those factors are, for the most part, the deep social and cultural challenges that reinforce the high levels of inequality in our society and entrench intergenerational poverty. These are long-standing problems with roots deep in our history, which sap the productivity of our human capital, undermine social cohesion, manifest in seriously dysfunctional behaviors, and ultimately weaken Jamaica's global competitiveness. Tackling those issues will not only assist with crime reduction and prevention, but will make our economy fundamentally more competitive and give us a chance of achieving sustained high levels of inclusive economic growth. The education system, which is in crisis and is failing a substantial percentage of the children who go through it, needs investment and transformation, especially at the early childhood and primary levels, so that all Jamaican children who move into secondary school are already able to read, write, and do basic arithmetic proficiently. That is not the case currently. A substantial number of our children enter secondary school effectively illiterate and illiterate. The current system results in a large cohort of students each year entering the secondary school without those basic proficiencies. Ultimately, a few years later, leaving secondary school with no subjects and grim prospects. This is a conduit which feeds the gangs and the gun culture, leaving Jamaica with one of the highest murder rates in the world. I would add that we need to come to terms with the fact that for many children entering the school system, the Jamaican language is their home language in which they are comfortable communicating, little children. Our education system is still predicated on the false assumption that English is the first language for all our children entering school. And this approach puts many children, especially those from deprived socioeconomic communities, at an unfair disadvantage in the school system from day one, thereby further reinforcing the inequality and intergenerational poverty in the society. We need to grasp that nettle by recognizing the reality of the Jamaican language and finding effective and culturally appropriate methods of teaching our children to ensure that they become proficient in English, because English is the international language of business, and all of our children should end up being able to use that language proficiently. Vocational training is another area where Jamaica has huge gaps. With 60% of the labor force not having any form of certification, it means that the majority of our workforce is not qualified for anything other than poorly paid jobs in sectors that compete internationally by keeping labor costs as low as possible. Clearly, the country's vocational training apparatus has been underperforming and needs substantial transformation and expansion. As another vital element in the national response to these weaknesses, ladies and gentlemen, we need a national, well-funded, well-designed, holistic program of mentoring, skills training, and life coaching to give the hundreds of thousands of vulnerable youths who have been failed by the school system a chance to become productive citizens. We cannot continue to ignore them and expect the security forces to suppress the resulting chaos in the society. As Jimmy Cliff would say, we must treat the youths right. You remember that one? In the era of emerging climate change, depleting water resources, and food insecurity, charting the course for sustainable recovery must involve a new level of commitment to environmental protection in this country. Jamaica has to preserve ecologically sensitive national assets like the carpet country and other aquifers, our coastal areas, and our river systems. We cannot continue to subordinate our long-term survival at the altar of ill-advised short-term decisions to permit investments which are incompatible with environmental sustainability. NEPA, which is now ensconced in the ministry that's tasked with promoting fast levels of economic growth, must become more independent as a regulatory body, and the enabling legislation that supports NEPA has to be updated to provide effective disincentives against environmental violations. Sustainable recovery also means that food security must be high on our agenda. That will entail a robust agricultural policy, strengthening farm roads, irrigation and storage systems, encouraging greater flows of capital into agro-processing, assisting exporters to penetrate new markets and protect our valuable national brands for agricultural products that we have, and incentivizing productive relationships between well-capitalized mother facilities and small farmers to improve their production techniques, transfer technology to them, and generally support their development. The pandemic has shown that our economy must be made more resilient to external shocks, and Jamaica has tremendous potential to develop as the agricultural powerhouse of the Caribbean. Charting the course for sustainable recovery also requires the rules and procedures of our bureaucracy to support and assist rather than intimidate and hinder entrepreneurs who are willing to undertake business risk. That is only possible, ladies and gentlemen, by granular attention to detail. The nature of the public sector is that it is required to operate by adhering to procedures that are embedded in law. Many of those laws are no longer fit for purpose and need either to be removed altogether or modified so that the bureaucracy helps the economy to move forward rather than being a drag on productivity and competitiveness. This is not a new concept. We have been saying it for years. It requires determination and sustained attention. When I was Minister of Justice, significant progress was made in this area, such as the super form to enable someone starting a business to get all the required governmental registrations at the same time by one application, and the introduction of the Asikuda system to digitize customs services at our ports. However, the effort has stagnated and is no longer a priority, it seems. Too many areas interfacing with the bureaucracy remain slow, frustrating, and inefficient. I am committed to making significant and sustained effort to changing this so that the lip service paid to encouraging formalization in our largely informal economy is supported by a transformation of the real-life experiences of what formalization actually entails. Because to many Jamaican business people, especially startups and small micro enterprises, formalization is a nightmare. We live in an era where technology increasingly dominates economic activity. Many of the world's largest businesses today didn't even exist 15 years ago. Robotics and artificial intelligence and new buzzwords like Web3 and decentralized finance, non-fungible tokens and the metaverse will continue to disrupt and supersede existing industries as billions of dollars of capital pour into development of commercial opportunities leveraging these new technologies. As the world goes increasingly digital, we need to ensure our own digital transformation. In the 1970s, the government took on electrification through a massive program that has brought that essential utility to nearly the entire population of Jamaica. I remember my father built a small cottage in the 1950s near a place called Constitution Hill. When I was a little youth, we used to go up there every weekend, sometimes overnight. There was no light anywhere up there. And this is 15 minutes from Papine. We had a Delco generator that my father would have to crank with a handle to start up, and it could run 2 lights and the fridge. And then in the 70s, the entire area got electricity and it was fundamentally transformed. With technology providing so many opportunities to drive efficiency and the internet becoming an indispensable source of knowledge and commerce facilitation, Jamaica must make the required investment to bring broadband to every community, if not every home, at an affordable cost. We are told by the government that the process has started, but it is moving slowly and one is yet to feel its impact. This must be supported by ensuring that our human capital is empowered to leverage the multifaceted benefits that will flow from access to broadband. The national curriculum and resources available to schools and vocational training institutions must support digital transformation so that we produce a generation of young Jamaicans who are on par with their peers across the world, equipped and ready for the workforce and entrepreneurial opportunities that will come with this level of national preparedness for the 21st century economic realities. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, sustainable recovery will be greatly assisted by constitutional reforms that encourage a more constructive political culture and practice in our democracy. There are, of course, the low-hanging fruits of building our sense of nationhood by becoming a republic with a Jamaican president as our head of state, and creating greater access to justice, high-quality justice, by accepting the appellate jurisdiction of the CCJ, the Caribbean Court of Justice. I am ready and willing to work with the Prime Minister to deliver rapid progress on these two long outstanding reforms. But I also believe that our existing constitutional arrangements embed an adversarial political culture that does not support the process of nation building and achieving our key development imperatives, including those that I've already discussed. I am therefore in favor of reforms to the Constitution which will force our political class to develop and accept the skills of consensus building, a process which in itself will help to build a more tolerant and loving society in Jamaica. For example, the Senate should be expanded to include independent members who are jointly appointed by the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition, and should include representatives from key constituencies in our society, such as the churches and the diaspora. Other key office holders for sensitive posts, including the composition of the three critical service commissions, the Public Service Commission, which appoints people to posts in the civil service, the Police Services Commission, which appoints persons to the offices within the police force, and the Judicial Services Commission, which appoints our Supreme Court judges and Court of Appeal judges. Those should be jointly agreed appointments. The people who are on those commissions, that make the appointments, should be jointly agreed before they're appointed by the head of state. After all, ladies and gentlemen, our national motto is, out of many, one people. And our constitutional arrangements can help us to make that aspirational motto become reflected in our actual political discourse and praxis. If we embed the process of achieving consensus in more of our constitutional arrangements, it will help us to build a more cohesive political culture rather than promoting the fractious tribalism that has resulted in the political class being regarded as part of the problem rather than part of the solution to our national development challenges. Thank you very much. Am I to stay here, Mr. Cousins?
Yes, Mr. Golden.
I don't get away yet.
Thank you so much for your presentation this afternoon. Such a wide broad topic as it relates to the topic that you were discussing. All right, so at this time, we're going to just ask for questions from the audience. And I'm also going to be looking online to see if there are any questions for Mr. Golden based on his presentation. I'm not seeing any questions online. It's 4:49, so I suspect persons are
Somebody
tired.
at the back there, I believe.
Okay, go ahead. They'll move to the mic.
Yes, Clarence Reynolds.
Okay.
And we started out Tuesday with Chairman Julian Mayer really focusing his speech on educational transformation, and that was very profound. And you mentioned that in your presentation today, Opposition Leader Mr. Golden. So, as I see it, we do need profound educational transformation, and towards that end, the private sector and the government has to work together. So can we see in your budget presentation a people's budget towards that end?
Yeah. Well, we are in opposition, so as you know, the budget is tabled by the finance minister. We have the benefit of Professor Orlando Patterson's recent report, which has indicated that in his opinion, I think it's $2.5 billion per year for a couple of years has to be spent to try and make up for the learning loss that has been occasioned by the closure of face-to-face classes in schools for nearly 2 years. So I'm expecting to see a response to that in the coming budget. But more fundamentally, it's about a question of policy and priorities. I really believe that we need to invest in early childhood development, education, and also parenting and the support systems for little children, and primary schools, especially primary schools which are not delivering the kind of results that is eminently possible because we have bright and talented children. That is not the problem. Yes, there will be a small cohort that needs special attention because they have special needs, but the vast majority should be able to become literate and numerate by the time they're 11 and matriculate. If we can do that, I think we'll substantially transform the output of our secondary schools, because it's a national curriculum that is being taught. The teachers are all trained at the same teachers' colleges. The difference between a Campion and, Haile Selassie or any other school, I don't want to call names, but the difference between those that are delivering international results, standards of and output, and those that are not, is to do with what happens at the primary and early childhood levels for the children who enter those schools. And there's a fundamental difference, and that is the source of inequality, a major source of inequality in our society and intergenerational poverty. So yes, I think that there ought to be a budget that prioritizes the addressing of these needs. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, we have Mr. Williams for another question.
Yes.
Who that, Leo?
Yes.
Hey.
Good evening, opposition leader.
The husband of the Minister of Education.
This is not to do with education, but
oh, good.
When I look at the state of the economic growth of cannabis in Canada, it's very strong, and there's a lot of support. And one of the ways in which they accomplished it is they seem to have a strategy of using Alterna Credit Union as one of the credit unions that finances a lot of the cannabis activity. And so even the Bank of Montreal, Toronto Dominion, all of them interact with Alterna Credit Union.
Okay.
Here in Jamaica, we have, as you augustly mentioned, we have the cannabis industry that's moved forward. The Cannabis Licensing Association is issuing licenses, and sometimes to some of those in Canada, but there is no mechanism for these companies to be banked in Jamaica. And so I'm wondering, since we're at the Stock Exchange Conference and we just had a presentation by the Credit Union League, if there is any strategy that could be implemented to look at identifying a isolated or islanded credit union that could then fund the medicinal cannabis activities and link with the credit unions of, say, even Canada, to help push the state of affairs forward.
Excellent, Leo. Excellent question. It's been a really difficult problem for the industry here. And it's a result of essentially the federal law of the United States remaining a prohibition law that says that cannabis is an illegal substance, despite the states, many states in the United States, having been allowed under Obama, and that has continued since under President Obama, to have even recreational cannabis, as long as they don't allow it to cross state lines and they don't sell it to children and that kind of thing. But the federal law governs the banking system in the US, and our central bank is extremely concerned about our status and ability to have corresponding banking relationships, etc. It's been a big problem, as you know, with the de-risking and so on that was taking place. So that has filtered through to the local banks, and they've been extremely cautious or ultimately unwilling to bank even regulated, licensed cannabis growers, processors, etc., retailers here. A creative solution needs to be designed pending the US catching up with Canada and other countries, and so that this international problem that is a source of our local problem is resolved. The idea of, for example, all licensees forming a credit union, so it'd be the credit union for cannabis licensees in the country, from small growers who ought to be brought into the system, large growers, processors, transport, R&D, research and development people, the herb houses and other retailers, having their own credit union to facilitate payments among themselves and linked in with the alternative, you say, Alterna in Canada and any other source of financial services and payment services that is willing to have a relationship with them is something that should be explored. Sort of thing, Leo, that you could bring a transformational change to the benefit of our industry. We have tremendous potential as a cannabis producer. You know, Jamaica has the brand. we're respected internationally for having been a pioneering country in relation to cannabis. And it's the medicinal side of cannabis is a growing phenomenon all over the world. So we need to be at the cutting edge. We weren't the first, but we were very early in adopting a legislative framework. It's a very flexible framework because the regulatory system that we have is not enshrined in the Act. It is in regulations that the Cannabis Licensing Authority makes itself. So they ought to be flexible and they ought to fix things that are not working and be nimble with that. That's an area I think that they could pull up their socks a bit, but they would need the support from the government to do that. So, I'm not saying I have the answer to your question, but I believe an answer does exist, but it needs some creative engineering.
Good, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Golden. Okay, so I have a question here online. Ms. Saunders, Denian Saunders is asking, would you deny that since COVID-19, remittances have been the major source of foreign exchange? Your answer to that.
I wouldn't deny it, no. I mean, remittances grew during the pandemic, as I said in my presentation, grew quite substantially. And I think that really is as a result of this fiscal stimulus, the checks that were sent to every US citizen, when they had spent these trillions of US dollars to keep their economies alive and keep their society functioning. And not just the US, I believe Canada had stimulus, the UK had stimulus. And because we have this very large diaspora who are so committed to their home country, we benefited from that in terms of remittances. In terms of the actual numbers and how the inflows of foreign exchange are apportioned between the different sources, I would think that remittances is probably the largest source. So I don't have that data with me, but I would say with tourism having fallen, bauxite is being at a very low ebb, agriculture being relatively modest, I would say yes, remittances probably are the primary source of foreign exchange for the country.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Golden. Okay, there's also a question here, and as it relates to your presentation, why no mention of corruption in your presentation?
Yeah, valid point. One can't, if you want to keep your presentation to a certain length, and one can't touch on everything. But Jamaica has made tremendous strides in strengthening its institutional framework to fight against corruption. So when we were in office, we established MOCA as the first fully vetted unit in the fight against organized crime and corruption. It's since been put on a legislative footing and is independent of the Jamaica Constabulary Force. We developed the Integrity Commission to merge the fragmented system of anti-corruption agencies that existed and bring them under one statutory umbrella, one institutional framework, with prosecutorial powers, which they didn't have before, and with power to share and receive information with other law enforcement and tax agencies within the society and internationally. Before, all of these agencies operated in silos and couldn't share information. That is no longer the case. Now, why aren't we getting better results is the question. I think partly because it's early days yet. These are new institutions. Merging the previous institutions into one is a process that anybody who's been involved in mergers in the private sector knows the challenges that presents, and it takes time to work through the kinks. And I think also the question of, are they adequately resourced, and is there the political will to make them work effectively in terms of who is appointed to the commissions and so on. I think that Jamaica could be doing a lot better in that area, but I think the basic framework is there. It just needs some tweaking, but the actual operationalization of it needs to be more effective, and people need to see results coming from it. And I think that people are frustrated because they aren't seeing that, but I think it will come in time.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I have one last question for you. Are there any concrete moves afoot to improve the selection and accountability of state enterprise boards, and how would you change the status quo?
Yeah. Well, the answer to that is yes, there are moves afoot to do that. Thank goodness. I mean, it took a long time, but some regulations that had been have to be approved by Parliament, regulations under the Public Bodies Management and Accountability Act, some regulations to do with the sourcing of persons to be appointed to public boards, public sector boards, and the methodology of appointment, etc., etc. Those regulations were brought to Parliament a couple of years ago. They didn't pass the upper house. There were entrenched interests that didn't like them because one of the provisions in them is that senators and MPs can't be on public boards, and that was inconsistent with the current practice. So there were people who didn't feel comfortable with that. It didn't pass. Anyway, because of pressure, etc., internal and external pressure, they were brought again, and happily they have now passed. There is a period for implementation, which is about 10 months, I think, staggered implementation. A database will be maintained by the Ministry of Finance, a special unit, and anyone who wants to serve on a public board can apply to go into that database. And that database will be the source of all appointments to public boards, with very few exceptions. There are a couple of strategic public bodies which have been exempted from the regulations for one reason or another. But for the vast majority of public boards, they will be appointed from that pool. And there are provisions in those regulations about ensuring continuity across administrations and so on. So it's a big step in the right direction. I worked with Nigel on them. Nigel shared the draft with me, and I provided detailed comments. And so it's something that, we're pleased to see happen. And we hope it will make a big difference, because it's frankly sickening to see all these public boards where political appointees use them just to rip and run off, to nepotistic arrangements with their own companies or their friends or their families over and over again. We need to put an end to it. And I believe part of the solution will be those regulations. That's not the full solution. Other law enforcement is another part of it. MOCA and Integrity Commission really getting their act together and ensuring that there's some accountability for people who abuse their positions of responsibility. That's also important. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Golden. Are there any other questions from audience? No? Thank you so much, Mr. Golden, for being part of the 17th Regional Investment and Capital Markets Conference. We appreciate your presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thanks, everybody, for listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Golding, for your presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, nothing now remains but to thank all our sponsors. Our main sponsor, Jeffries, NCB Capital Markets, also the Pegasus, the Jamaica Observer, Television Jamaica, Bamboo Fund LLC, Barita Investments, Oppenheimer, the JMMB Group, Massey Group, Cygnus Group, Equity Line, C&W Business, the Fosterich Group of Companies, Smart City Cleaning, Lisa Ridley, the Canadian Securities Exchange, Ziefmans, Solid PVC Pipes, a Fosterich company, GK Capital, the Stratus Fund, DSP, Joint Fund Managers, the Jamaica Stock Exchange eCampus, the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange, the JCSD and the JCSD Trustee Services Limited, and of course our technology partner, Affinity, in the corner over there. Thank you very much for a good job this year. And Benchmark for audio and video representation as well. So on behalf of the Jamaica Stock Exchange, I thank everyone for their participation. I think we had a very good session today and a very good 3 days. And we look forward to capitalizing on all the opportunities that have come up during this time. Stay safe, and God bless you all. Good evening.